How? I don't know what the fuck that shit
Tucson
says.
to
Oh, booty. We bought some.
You ask and you shall receive. You convince me in the comments to you ask and you
On behalf.
you
Okay, do
you
it.
ask and you shall receive. You convince me in the comments to do it again. I will. I'm here for you people, right? So I'm actually gonna give you a few seconds now to make sure you are following my account. Take your time, I'll wait. We talked about a lot of things. We talked about blackjack. We talked about all the different types of blackjacks, how to play the different blackjacks, which blackjack games are the best, which bonus bets are the best. We talked about pag out. We talked about pag out, face up, and face down, and the bonus bets. By the way, a lot of the things I'm going to teach are simple. They're like not rocket science, right? There's a lot of APs around the world. They do this stuff every single day. It's what they do for a living is they do this type of stuff. They beat casinos and they make money. Happens all day, every day. And because of that, I have to be pretty cautious right now not to make the block hot. I cannot burn the game for the other APs. One, they're not going to be happy with me, and two, I'm doing it at their expense. The majority of you watching probably won't use these features because for whatever, maybe you're just watching me for entertainment purposes, which is totally fine. But there's an entire community of people that literally pay their bills with this. They make a living, they get rich. There's a group of rich, a large group, a whole community of rich professional gamblers that do the things I'm going to teach you, how they get rich and how they pay bills. What they do is they exploit casinos, they beat casinos, some of them cheat casinos, whatever it is, they do the casino. It's what they do for a living, they've been doing it their whole lives. Sometimes it's passed down generationally. There's a lot of us that can relate to that. So anyway, I'm going to give you the best amount of information I can without leading you to your own demise. I want to help you guys. So some of this you might have to read through some of the lines, but so be it. I have to explain before I tell you my first one on the list, which is a pretty crazy
We can't
one.
use the
Before I
emojis
tell
that
you
we
this
got
first
here
one, I have to
anywhere else, eh?
explain some other aspects of a casino. You can negotiate in life, outside of a casino, in your real life. You can negotiate everything. Everything in life is negotiable.
Yep.
Everything has a price. And anybody and everything can be convinced to do things, even if they say or it's written that they can't.
Yep.
I promise you, everything
Usually.
in life is negotiable.
Yep.
When it comes to the casino, everything is ran by money. Everything is negotiable, and everything can be changed, every rule broken, and every moral bent across the board. Casino negotiations only work before you show up. So this is the reason. The reason a casino is willing to negotiate
want you in
is
the
because
door.
they're going to get your business, right? They want you to come in their door, and they don't want to lose you to somebody else. And they also, there's a lot of people that just wouldn't go gamble. Like they're like, I gamble sometimes, but like I'm chilling this weekend. I don't live in Vegas. I don't live in San Diego. I don't live in Atlantic City. I don't live in Reno. I don't live in Biloxi. You know, I don't live in a casino area. I'm not going to gamble. I'm going to do my own thing at home. So a casino wants to first convince you to stop what you're doing and get to their casino. Next is, if you get to one of those towns, you live in one of those towns, they want to convince you to play with their casino, not their competitor, which is a reason particularly Vegas is the most lenient with their rules. They have the most flexibility and the most willingness to be negotiated with. But you can do this anywhere. Yes, you can do this anywhere, but I'll tell you the hardest place to do it is any Florida casino. 100% of the casinos, 100% of the card rooms in Florida are owned by the Seminoles, the Native American tribe. Their theory is we own all of our own competition. Every building, every casino in Florida is owned by the Seminoles. So go ahead, don't play with us. Where are you going to play? At another one of our buildings? So the Seminoles, which is Florida, in Florida is the hardest place to negotiate because they don't have to. They don't care. They don't have to. You can't go anywhere else unless you can get on a plane and fly to another state, and the closest being Biloxi. And the closest after that would be all the riverboats along the way until you hit New Orleans, and then they're downtown New Orleans in the French Quarter. There's just a casino there. You can go up to Atlantic City or just take a little extra trip and go to Vegas. So anyway, and I would recommend Vegas more times than not for a few reasons. Now, I don't personally like for my own personal reasons, I wouldn't pick Vegas. Like I would pick other places. But when it comes to gambling, I think I'm a little bit of a different case than most of you. So although I personally wouldn't pick Vegas, I think for most of you, you should. Again, they have the most leniency on their rules. And then a lot of good entertainment. Before you go to the casino, you have to call your host. Let me back up. You have a couple options, and it depends on what level player you currently are. If you don't have a host, there's two things you can do. While you're on property, you can find the host on duty. So depending on how big the building is, they'll have a host office. If they don't have a host office, there's usually like one person roaming. That's like the host for each shift. You can ask the floor person, you can ask the pit boss, you can ask the
Wow,
dealer,
they're
you can
really
ask
random
anybody.
died. Uh-oh.
Where's the host on duty? Or if it's a big building, where's the host office? You go in there, you go, hi, I'm so-and-so. You always lie to them and tell them you play bigger than you do, because who cares anyway? These are like the biggest in the world. Who cares? Their literal only job is to extract the most amount of money out of you so you can't pay your bills, you can't feed your kid, and you can't pay rent, so they can. These are the biggest ads in the world. Lie to them. Who cares? You go in there, you say, hi, I'm so-and-so, and I'd like to sign up for a player's card, and I'm a big gambler in whatever city I'm from. Whatever you do, don't name another building that the mother company owns, because they use one centralized system. So if you walk into Caesar's Palace, can't claim that you gamble big at Paris. If you walk into MGM Grand, you can't claim you bet big at Aria, right? You just can't do that. And it's also across the world, right? So you got to pick a company that they're not with. You got to also think like this. In Vegas, all the employees have either already worked at the other buildings or their friends currently do, so it's really easy to get a read on you. Pick a casino that they probably don't have a contact at. And just claim, oh yeah, I play at such and such casino and this is how big I play. You just tell them a big number, even if it's not true. You go, this is my first time in your building here. I just moved to Vegas or wherever, and I heard this is the best place to play. And then name their competitor, right? So if you walk into MGM, tell them you heard Venetian. Like, I heard this is the best place to play, but a lot of people told me Venetian. So I figured I'd just come here first as my first recommendation. Always do that. And the reason is they're always going to fight for your business no matter what. They will die before they lose you to their competition next door. Pin them against each other. Use your leverage. Be smarter than them. Be like, hey, I'm coming in now, just wondering what kind of offers do you have? What kind of betting limits can you provide me? What kind of discount? What kind of promo chips? Do you have a welcome offer? Now, all these things, it would take me, days for me to explain every nuance and every detail of all of them. They're all relevant. You have to decide what you want and what kind of player you are. Where do you benefit the most? So you ask for all the perks, right? Kind of welcome offer, can I get a room for the weekend? Comp, which means free. Can I get an upgrade on my room for free? Can I get a limo? Can I get airfare? Do you have a jet? Just ask all these questions, right? And once you get all the answers, you can even write it down if you want. Who cares? Write it down right in the host office, right in front of their face. Write it down. Name, Nico, whatever. Nico said, Jimmy said, whatever the host name is, right? I can get a jet, I can get this % discount, I can get this welcome offer, I can get this many in promo chips, I can get this many in this, I can get this amount for dinner, blah, blah, write it all down.
I want
Leave, look it over, and say
Shadow
to yourself, where's
Charizard,
my
or I'm not
most
coming to the casino.
valuable area? Then call back and say, hey, ask for one that you don't want. Let's say you don't care about them covering
Everybody
dinner.
else seems to
Hey,
want
I
me
know
there.
you said I can get $500 for the steakhouse.
No, yeah, don't worry
Can
about
I
it.
actually
No,
get
no.
$2,000? I'm gonna have a bigger party.
I'll go to the
They're gonna
MGM.
say, nah, I can't do that until you have more play. And you're like, yo, come on, man. Like, you can't have an inconvenient time. I'm trying to be comfortable. I'm with my friends. Don't make me feel uncomfortable. You can't just give me an extra $1,500. You say, no, I'm really sorry, I can't. And you're gonna say, okay, fine. I don't want any free dinner. What I want instead is, and then ask for the thing you really want. And you just keep pushing these guys around until you get everything you want. When they say no, you just keep asking. And see how many things
Grind
they're
them.
going to offer you that you forgot to ask for. Because eventually they'll snitch on themselves. They do it every time. They're not geniuses. They're casino hosts. It's like entry level, bro. It's like mad regular. You have to go to school to be a dealer, right? You ain't got to go to school to be a host. You can apply and be a host. Take advantage of them. They're not sharp people. Ask as many things as you can, and they're going to start telling you can start exploiting that. Now, here's a huge one. There's a thing called a discount. A discount means a percentage of your money back if you lose. So there's a game some people
What?
play. And what we used to do is we negotiate with a bunch of casinos. There's a lot of people that do this. And we would negotiate with a bunch
You
of
get 10%
casinos for a
discount on your
discount
lot?
rate. And we play games that are virtually 50-50. What happens is you have to have either a line of credit or front money. I'm a front money guy. I don't like lines of credit. I think they're dangerous for a lot of people without self-discipline, which, by the way, you could be a very disciplined person and still lose control sometimes. But also because to get a line of credit, the casinos will look into your bank account. They're not just looking at how much money you have. They're looking at every dollar in and every dollar out. And if you ever lose, they just ACH it. They just pull the money out. They don't need your permission. You sign one time, they have access to your bank account forever, and they can just pull money out anytime you owe them. Anytime they think you owe them. So a lot of the discount is going to
That's
be based
crazy.
off of your credit line or your front money. I choose front money. Or how much you lost. Push them around. They're always going to lowball you. They are always going to lowball you. Push harder. Tell them their competition is offering more. Just say that all the time. Just keep saying it. Just say it. Push them around until they give you a bigger number. They can always go more. Mind you, this is a free roll for them. It didn't cost them any money for you to lose. In theory, they can give you a 100% discount. They never will, but they could. Get as much as you can. The most I've ever got from a Las Vegas brick and mortar casino was, they gave me $1 million in cash when I left. Anyway, the average largest discount that's usually offered is 25%. They're gonna try to get you at 5%. They're gonna try to get you at 7.5%. Tell them no. Tell them to beat feet, kick rocks. Say, don't, you can tell them right to their face, don't disrespect me. I'm gonna go next door. They're like, okay, we'll give you a few. This is what they're gonna say. They're gonna say, let me call my boss, because that's the real decision maker. Let me see what I can do for you. And he's gonna go to the VP of marketing. He's going, this is the deal, this is the player. And the VP's gonna say, is there any player history? The host's gonna say, no, but I have a really good feeling about him. I believe he does play big, as long as you convince the host that you play big. And the VP is going to say, all right, give him an extra 5%, whatever. Now you got 15%. That's 50% more than you had originally. Now here's a way to beat the casino. It's not cheating. If you got caught cheating in a casino, your first offense is 5 years in state prison. I have friends that get caught doing this all the time. None of them been to prison for it. It's not a crime. It is not cheating. It's a little dirty though. So be it. It's called reporting fake losses. So before you play, you have to negotiate your discount, and you need it as high as possible. I jumped a lot of steps. I wish I could really just sit here forever and just give you guys game, like every tiny nuance, every detail. Oh my God, it'd be life-changing for you. It would help you so much. Just bear with me. Negotiate the highest discount you can, and then you're gonna play. You need a partner for this. And you and your partner are gonna show up with the same amount of money. You're gonna find a stadium game. For those who don't know what that is, a stadium game is, it's like every casino has them nowadays. You ever seen like where every single person can sit at their own little booth and play bubble craps, roulette, baccarat on a little computer screen? It's like in a kiosk in a chair, but there's a lot of them and they make a big circle, and in the middle of the circle is like usually 2 big TV screens that are displaying the same thing that's on your board. So you can either watch it up there, and usually underneath in the ground is where the bubble craps is, where there's a bubble with roulette in it, right? That's called stadium. You gotta find a stadium game, right? You get to play on your own, at your own. It's almost like a slot machine almost, but the screen is flat. It's like right here, and everybody gets their own, and it's like a huge circle of this. That's a stadium game. You find those. You go in with your partner. You guys sit next to each other. You buy in for the same amount. You both need a player's card to do this. You both stick your player's card in, play roulette. You bet the same amount. One of you bets black, the other bets red. The ball goes around. When the ball lands in the color, in real life, there's a delay in the computer. It's just how it works. Whichever one of you lost keeps the card in. Whichever one of you won pulls your card out. So you're gonna watch the machine. Boom, it lands in red. You bet on red, you pull your card out. You got like maybe 4 seconds. But you can see it, like you're just sitting there. You see, boom, lands in red, and you bet red, pull your card out. Easy. Just pull it out. It's right there. Because when you're playing, you get to keep your player's card in. That's how it works. Player card in, ball comes, you made the right bet. Mind you, your partner bet black, you bet red. Ball lands on red, I won. I had 4 seconds to pull my card out. My card did not register that win. Put the card back in. Same deal. He bets one color, I bet the other. it lands on green, you lose. By the way, you lose the bet. It happens. Like you lose, whatever you bet there, you lose. But you both bet the same amount every time. Every single time one of you wins, which will be every single time one of you will win, you have 4 seconds to put your card out before it registers. Now what's happening is, at the end of that session, even though you have a winning ticket, right? Usually between the two of you, you're gonna break even, right? But both your cards, 2 separate people that the casino doesn't know is associated with each other, both you guys just registered 100% of your losses, 0% of your wins. So the card is gonna say you lost all of your money, but you have the same amount of money, you broke even. You then tell the host, hey, you told me I can get a 20% discount. Look how much money I lost, give me my discount. They will pay you in cash. Sometimes they try to pay you in promo chips, and there's 2 types of there's promo chips and there's vouchers. There's 2 different kinds. There's a kind that when you bet, whether you win or you lose, they still take the voucher. There's another kind that you keep betting until you lose. When you lose, they take the chips, and every time you win, they give you real chips against it. You can't cash either of them until you play through them. But the third, which is the best, is just cash. It's very common to get cash discounts. So it looks like each one of you lost $100,000, but you broke even, you have the same amount of money. So each one of your cards says you lost $100,000. So you go to your host with your card and you go, look, I lost $100,000, I lost $10,000, I lost $1,000. I would like my discount in cash, please. Boom, 15 grand. You just made 15 grand. You have the same amount of money, but you just made 15 grand, and your partner just made 15 grand. So you just walked out with $30,000 more than you walked in with, because you're registering fake losses. And there's a lot of ways that you can apply that. If you don't get the cash discount, which you should, as long as you negotiate correctly, and you get one of the promos, then it's still $30,000 free dollars in promo. $30,000 for free in promo. You just sit and gamble the promo. And you and your partner can do the same thing in real life. You can go to a real roulette table, you can go to a real baccarat. What I would recommend is baccarat, by the way. That's the hustle is baccarat. What we used to do is we play tournaments, and they'd give us like the winner get $1 million, $2 million, whatever, but there's always promo chips, and we'd sit and we put max bet bank, max bet player, and we just keep going until the money dwindles all the way down, but we've converted cash the whole way. They stopped letting us do that. But now it's you and your partner. One you bet bank, one you bet player, and you both just keep going until you have all the cash. It's the same difference, it doesn't matter. That is high elite, my opinion, a bit dirty. I personally don't do that one. Got a lot of friends that do. Whatever, all the power to them. I don't really know, it's not my style, but just some information for you. What I was saying earlier. So what we used to do, we would negotiate high discounts, and then we would play games, right? So basically, I buy in for $3 million every time I buy in. Well, I used to when I gambled, right? I had a lot of negotiations, and the best negotiations I had were against a $3 million credit line or front money. And again, I don't do lines of credit, I only do front money. So I'll show up with either $3 million cash or a bank check from my bank made out to myself. That's how it works. You make it out to yourself. So it's from me to me for $3 million, but then I endorse the back to the casino. So I buy it for $3 million. And so let's say I negotiate with 4 casinos, for example. And again, this is something that a lot of us do, right? I did, and some people still do. I do $3 million to 4 different casinos, right? So there's $12 million. And I have the same discount negotiated all of them, call it 25%. I would play at one in a game that's 50-50, like baccarat. Hopefully I win. If I lose, they give me back 25%, right? Just shy of $1 million cash. Then I go to the next casino and I play there. And hopefully I win. And mind you, it's a game that's roughly 50-50. So if I lose at one, I hopefully should win at the other. Boom. So now I broke even on the 2 casinos, but I still have almost $1 million in cash because of my first discount. And then I do it again with the next 2. Hopefully I win at both of them. But if I lose at one and I win at the other, I break even, and I still have the discount from the 3rd casino for almost $1 million. So now I've made out with roughly $1.5 million because of my discount, $1.5 million in cash because of my discount, but I'm even gambling in the 4 casinos. One says I'm down, one says I'm up, the 3rd says I'm down, the 4th says I'm up. But between the 4 casinos, I actually broke even, which is standard, but I've made 25% of $3 million from casino number 1, and I've made 25% of $3 million from casino number 3. So I break even, but I leave with roughly $1.5 million in cash. Profit. Let's see what else we got. Higher betting limits. While you're negotiating with your host, a huge part of the negotiation for me on how I won all my money, $32 million out of Vegas. A huge component was having higher betting limits. They wouldn't give me $1 million a hand, but I tried really hard for like 2 years. I tried like super hard, wouldn't do it. The most they would ever give me is $300,000 a hand in Baccarat, $75,000 a hand in 6-deck shoe blackjack, and $50,000 a hand in double-deck blackjack. I did not take, for the record, the $300,000 per hand Baccarat offer. The reason is, I would have a $2 million additional exposure for a $50,000 gain because I can save the exposure of $2 million by front money of $3 million, which is what I told you, for $250,000 a hand. So for me, I would buy it for $3 million. I get $250,000 a hand in Baccarat. I get $75K a hand in 6-deck shoe, and I get $50K a hand in double-deck blackjack. You don't have to buy in $3 million to get negotiated limits. Matter of fact, you can technically, if you can convince them, the casino, to give you betting limits for any amount, you can do it. But get negotiated limits. It's super, super vital, even if you're playing small. A suggestion that I have, if you have a large bankroll, meaning you have a lot of money in your savings account, right? I'm not saying your budget. I'm not saying what you're willing to gamble. I'm not saying what you're willing to spend. I'm just saying that liquidity exists. You buy in really deep. You do big front money. Let's say you have $500,000 in the bank. I don't know if you do. Let's just say you do. A lot of you have a lot more than that. You buy in for $500,000, but you know that you're only willing to spend $20,000. That's fine. When you buy in for the $500,000, it gives you that much more power negotiation. They don't know that you will never, ever gamble $500,000. It's not going to happen. They don't know that you know that. So they will negotiate as if they're like salivating at the mouth. They're looking at you like, what a sucker. You're about to be $500,000 poorer after this weekend, and we're going to be $500,000 richer. That's what they're thinking. That's how they're looking at you, like a sucker. But you have to sucker them, right? If you buy in for big amounts, you get way more power negotiating, even if you don't gamble. Honestly, I used to do this all the time. I used to tell the casino, yo, I want this, and this. And they go, oh no, it's gonna cost us $1 million. We can't do that unless you're playing. I go, oh, here's a check right now for $3 million. My usual, I'm playing. I show them the photo. They go, all right, cool, we'll set it all up. I show up, I give them the check, I endorse it back to them, boom, they hold it. And I don't play not one time that trip. Only thing that happens is the host blows up my phone. I don't care about the well-being of these hosts. I don't care if they get hit by a car. I don't care if their mother falls ill. They're the biggest in the world. I do not care. This guy, this girl can call my phone all they want. Mickey, are you playing? Mickey, are you playing? Mickey, are you playing? Mickey, are you playing? Mickey, I spent all this money. Mickey, the casino. I don't care. If I don't want to play, I'm not playing. So I'll just put the front money, get $1 million worth of free stuff, and at the end of it, I go, I don't want to play. Give me my check back. Give me my check back. I check out of the hotel, and I fly home. Get high betting limits. It's very crucial to you winning gambling. Here's an interesting one. When you get a host, bother your host for everything. Do not spend $1 without first bugging the jeepers out of your host to get whatever you want to buy, have the host pay for it. Bother them and try to get them to come to the tab. Dinner, coffee, Starbucks, hotel, your room, limo, Ubers, your flight,
if you're
a boxing match,
Mexican,
tickets to a concert, tickets to a show,
no?
Your wife wants to go shopping,
No,
whatever. Anything that it is,
whatever.
Do not spend the money before you talk to a host. And don't just talk to the host. Demand it of the host. And just keep asking. Just bother them. Who cares? Who cares? Their only goal is to see you broke. Who cares? It's not even their money. It's the casino's money. Who cares? They're public companies. Who cares? Bother the host. The worst they're going to say is no. When they say no, you just ask again anyway. And if they just keep saying no, they go, all right, I'll pick this one up. No problem. When the host agrees to cover costs for you, they always say the same thing. They always say, charge it to your room, and at the end of your trip, I'll review your play. It's a trap. Don't fall for it. It's a trap. Don't fall for these traps. Every single time a host says they're going to pick something up for you, tell them to drop a comp slip. Comp slips are non-refundable. Comp slips don't get charged to your room. Comp slips can't be charged to you later if you don't play enough or if you don't lose enough. And they also don't like it when you win. And the more you win, the less they comp you. Comp slips can't be affected by any of that. If your host says they're picking up your tab at breakfast, lunch, dinner, whatever, I don't care what it is, do not charge it to your room. Tell them to drop a comp slip, because then it's prepaid. They can't take that back. And they're always going to tell you exactly how much the comp slip is for. By the way, comp slips, because they're non-refundable. So let's say you get $2,000 to spend on dinner, and you tell your host, that's cool, thank you for that, drop the slip. The host goes, all right, fine. The host will go over to the restaurant before you get there, and they'll drop the slip. The slip's for $2,000. You only spent $1,000. That $1,000 is going to disappear. That is the casino's money. Make sure you spend it. This is what I always do. I ask my waiter or waitress, I say, hey, what table or tables have been the best to you tonight so far? And they'll point and they go, oh, that table there, really nice people, very kind. That table there, they're having a hard time, I feel bad for them. You go, great. I'm picking up both their tabs, put it on my slip. You might as well. You have to spend the money anyway. Find a good way to spend it, because if you don't spend it, all that happens is you don't get credit for it, but the casino pockets it. Max out all your comp slips. Don't charge to the room. This is a funny one. Way back in the day, before I even moved to the West Coast, way before all this, when I was just some broke kid trying to make it, I learned this move. When you get a room at a casino, you always have to put a card down for incidentals. They charge you like a hold. Depending on the hotel, it's like $50, $100 a night, whatever, for each night that you're there. Even if the room is comped. The first thing you're going to do
removing the camera
is you're going
now.
to say you only want one night. Because then they only charge you a hold fee for one night. The next morning when you wake up, call your host, say, I want to extend the room. And that's when you tell your host how many days you really want to be there. Because they can't recharge your card for all those nights. Not how it works. Otherwise, up front, you have to pay for all those fees. Even though it's just a hold and you'll get it back. But again, this is back when I was a broke kid trying to make it. So if you're currently in the position I used to be in, this is 2 moves I'm going to tell you. The first,
boy.
tell them one night, when you get up in the morning, tell your host, hey, I need to extend for 5 days. Hey, I need to extend for 2 days, whatever it is. They're not going to take that money out of your account. The next trick's an interesting one. There's a couple ways to do this. The way I learned it was by accident. I was staying at the Cosmo, and I had a credit card with like a $500 limit, like really like a baby credit card, like a starter pack. And I got the room for like 3 nights, whatever. It was an incidental hold, like $100 a night, $300, boom, boom, boom. So I had $200 left of credit. And I played all weekend, and I like roughly broke even. I wasn't playing like huge, but I was playing. It was all the money I had at the time. I call my host and I go, hey, like here's the charges you told me to put to the room, which again, I later learned was the wrong move. I go, here's all the charges I put to the room, like can you cover it? Me knowing I had $200 left, like on that credit card. And they go, nah, you didn't play enough. You didn't lose enough. You didn't play big enough. Whatever they told me. And I go, bro, like you tricked me. You told me that everything will be fine if I just charge it to the room. And they go, yeah, well, you don't qualify, so we're gonna ding your card for the whole balance, a couple $1,000. I'm sitting there, I'm thinking, and I go, nah, I'm gonna cancel the card. So I canceled the card. They never charged me. They can't charge me. The card is canceled. So then I later learned that if you give them a card for the incidentals, that's like a prepaid, like a Visa prepaid, put just enough on there for the incidentals. Then, honestly, and again, it's kind of dirty, and it's definitely not my style, but back when I was a broke kid, you could ring up the biggest check you want, charge everything to your room. What are they gonna do? It's a Visa prepaid with $200 on it, Anyway, I'm not saying that those are my style. I'm not saying you should do those things. I'm just saying that those things exist, right? I'm not telling you to do those things. Those things exist. That's all I'm saying. I'll teach you a really bad way to cheat. It's called chip pounding. I'll show you.
What?
There's a couple ways to do this. I have never done this. I
Called
would
chip
never
what?
do this. And I don't think anybody should do this. By the way, I don't think that people should do a lot of the things I'm telling you happens, right? I'm just giving you information. I'm just telling you, like, these things exist. I'm not encouraging
I'm
them.
not telling you to do
I'm
it.
not discouraging them. I'm not
I'm
telling you to
showing
do
you how
them.
to do
A lot
it.
of these things, I don't like them. I don't like a lot of these things. I don't like the dirty stuff, honestly. It's just not my style. Here's a way to cheat. So let's say you make a bet, big bet. Boom, right? And you're playing blackjack. They deal the cards. Whatever. They deal the card. you're looking at the dealer's face-up card, you're looking at your 2 up cards, and you go, I'm statistically going to lose this hand. So when you go to stay, you got to practice it to get smooth. You take a chip off the top, take a couple chips. Mind you, there will be cameras, so you have to be like slick, and this won't last forever, but you can do it. I want to stay. I want to stay. Obviously, you got to be slicker than that, but you get the point. The same works in reverse order. Right. I want to hit. I added chips. I want to stay. Add chips.
Well, Chad,
I'm not good at it. I've never
you know
done
anything
it.
about Mickey?
I don't like it.
You now understand
You
why
do it.
Mickey's not allowed in any casino.
It works till it doesn't. It exists.
It works till you're banned
That's
from every
why I'm not
casino
good
in
at it,
Las
'cause I've
Vegas.
never done it, and I don't like it. I'm not super hyped on a lot of the information I gave you today. I don't like a lot of it. I think a lot of it's dirty. I've actually never done any of these things ever. I've never ever done these things. I was lying. I must have read about these on the internet somewhere. I've never done any of them. I don't know anybody who does any of them. I don't like these things. Some of them. Some of them I like. Some of them I don't. I've never done any of them. I don't know anybody who's done any of them. I was lying earlier. I was lying when I told you that I did them or I know people who do them. I was lying. If you like this video, convince me in the comments to give you more information. If you can convince me in the comments, I'll do more of these. And again, if you didn't get the whole story, it's because you probably weren't following. Make sure you follow so you can get the whole message. Let me know if you want more of this. Convince me in the comments, and I'll do another one of these.
I'm not trying to support that guy. Holy fuck.
My name is Sal Piasanti. I catch casino cheaters.
Talk about some questionable morals standing there. What was that about? I was lying. I'm not lying. I'm lying. I'm lying. I'm not lying. You know what's funny?
Monday saw a
Not taking
number of
responsibility for your own actions. It's funny how people do that. They're like, hey, why is your life shambles? And they go, because my boyfriend beat me up. Okay, and what did that cause? That caused me not to ever go to work and to have sex with 3 dudes named Steve.
With Donald Trump, maybe. So on Friday, there was a guy who called up C-SPAN by the name of John Barron.
Like, does it really make you feel better to take your own choices away like that? Like you didn't choose to do it? Weird, dude.
Earlier that day, about the Supreme Court saying that Donald Trump's tariff move was
I'm
illegal.
sure your ex-boyfriend didn't want
And
you to have
Donald
sex
Trump
with you
is
guys named
pissed
Steve.
off, very clearly pissed off. So here is what this person,
Probably not even
John
one guy
Barron,
named Steve.
said. And I will tell you, you should listen closely because there are a lot of people who think this is Donald Trump faintly disguising his voice.
John in Virginia.
Ronald Trump?
Republican. Let's hear from you.
Well, this is John Barron, and this is the worst decision you ever have in your life, practically. Jack, and Jack's going to agree with me, right? But this is a terrible decision. And you have Hakeem
It's a
Jeffries,
terrible
who-
decision. It is
he's
him.
dope, and you have Chuck Schumer, who can't cook a cheeseburger. Of course these people are happy. Of course these people are happy. But true Americans will not be happy. And you have the woman earlier, I assume she's a woman, she's a Democrat. But
That's him.
she said she's
It's definitely him.
She's
That is definitely Donald Trump.
All right, John. We'll go to Texas in Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
So there are a lot of people who think it's Donald Trump for a reason. That in the 80s, Donald Trump now famously would call reporters up
Yeah.
using the name John Miller and would try and plant stories. And
Using the name John Miller? I didn't know that.
he's done it before. Here's the voice of John Miller back in the day to compare it to what you just heard.
Okay, what's your first name down in the John Barron.
John Barron?
Tell you what the deal is, just so you understand. Okay, Mr. Trump bought, first of all, most of the assets have been consolidated to Mr. Trump.
What's your name again? John Miller. And you work with Miller? Yes, that's correct. He didn't want to make a commitment. He really thought it was too soon. He's coming out of a marriage that, and he's starting to do tremendously well financially.
There you go. So he had actually used John Barron as well before. So the weird thing about the voice on C-SPAN, I want to play it again. There's like a lot of treble in his voice that you don't really hear when he was faking his voice back in the 80s. So listen to what was on C-SPAN again and listen to this treble.
Man, wild.
I'm thinking this isn't Trump. Listen to it one more time.
Legend going like that.
And you have, this is the worst decision you've ever had in your life, practically.
Okay, so that's enough.
This is the worst decision you ever had in your life, practically.
What I'm thinking...
It could totally be Trump.
I'm thinking no. By the way, Talia is... We have a live stream going. Talia is running our live stream. I'm curious whether they buy this or not.
We have some mixed comments. Somebody said, that is for sure Trump. Listen to the commentary. It's his classic way of speaking about it.
It's his cadence, yeah.
But people know that.
Right, it's an impersonation.
Yeah, but no, you can't impersonate that
If
good.
Donald Trump wanted to call C-SPAN, it doesn't sound like John Barron, it sounds like Donald Trump. If Donald Trump wanted to call C-SPAN, he'd just call as Donald Trump. Anything he said on that call as John Barron, he would say as Donald Trump the president. It's just absurd. It's not Donald Trump. It's meant to sound like Donald Trump.
Who's buying it?
A lot of people are saying, it sounds like Donald Trump is just pinching his nose and wanting to say
Yeah.
some things
Yeah.
and get them out in public.
There's a bunch of bullshit.
It sounds like it could be a really good impersonator trying to make fun of Trump to get people to believe
That's
it's
kind of
Trump.
what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
The more I hear it, the less I think it's Trump.
We're gonna go to Tim Hortons.
That I've never said before being excited about is the State of the Union address.
Fuck.
Because tomorrow night, Donald Trump is going to be face-to-face with the Supreme Court justices who ruled against him, in particular, Amy Coney Barrett and Neil Gorsuch, the two justices he appointed to the court who he essentially called morons and unpatriotic last week. So watching him look at them and watching him probably...
Oh, there's
So
iDubbbz.
So the title of this video is Enjoy Divorce Loser, talking about iDubbbz. There's no way it finally happened, right? And I want to make it very clear. If iDubbbz does get divorced from Anissa, I'll probably celebrate a little bit, but only because it is what's best for him. Because it's very hard in a relationship like that to understand that, wow, your partner fucking sucks. So hopefully iDubbbz...
That's scary.
Soy sauce.
Both of these 1 ounce gold bars have something very important in common. And it's not that they're both 999 fine gold. It's not that they're both made by reputable companies such as Credit Suisse or the Pursed Mint. It's that both...
This one's got blueberries in it. Oh, yo.
Unleash the storm. The 2026 Dodge Charger Hellcat Hemi is chaos on command. This isn't evolution, it's escalation. The 6.2L supercharged Hemi V8 now pushes a jaw-dropping 807 horsepower, launching this beast from 0 to 60 in just 3.1 seconds. Every throttle press ignites a sonic explosion, a roar that shakes the ground and shatters silence. Its wide-body stance, sculpted hood vents, and glowing LED eyes give it a predator's posture that dares anyone to challenge. Inside, muscle meets menace. Deep bolstered performance seats, red ambient glow, and a driver-focused cockpit built for domination. The suspension's adaptive muscle keeps power perfectly grounded, even as it threatens to tear the asphalt apart. The 2026...
Okay, it's fake. Everybody. That's too bad. Here. Oh, come on, that's not how it works. Oh, it's so sad that it's fake. I was excited. I was like, yeah, let's make a new Hellcat emoji.
"60 Minutes has gone out and exposed President Trump for his lies. In May, President Trump said over 1,000 white farmers have been murdered in South Africa. He showed a video of what he said were crosses marking the burial sites. But when 60 Minutes traveled to the site, the crosses were gone. Anderson Cooper tracked down the farmer who placed them there.
In the rolling hills of KwaZulu-Natal province in the southeast of South Africa, we met Daryl Brown, a seventh-generation rancher and farmer. Did you grow up knowing you would be a farmer?
It was always in my blood. It's a calling.
Yeah. But that calling has often come with risks. 10 years ago, his 82-year-old father was brutally attacked on the farm by robbers looking for guns and money. Then in 2020, Brown's friends, Glenn and Vita Rafferty, were murdered in a robbery on their farm nearby.
Of course.
Your father was attacked. You've had friends murdered. Do you live in fear?
I certainly live.
Excuse me. We're back.
Fuck does that even mean?
We're aware of what's happening around us. We don't take silly chances.
We came to Daryl Brown's farm because of what President Trump said last May about the murders of South African farmers.
It's a genocide that's taking place that you people don't want to write about, but it's a terrible thing that's taking place, and farmers are being killed. They happen to be white.
9 days later, South Africa's
Do you own
President
stock?
Cyril Ramaphosa
Have you ever wondered where that
came
word
to
comes
the White
from?
House.
Not.
What a
Elon
surprise.
Musk, who was born in South Africa.
So this was probably one of my favorite press conferences. Trump invites this guy from South Africa, and then he says, "Oh, have you seen this?" And he says, "Oh, no, I'm not sure what you're talking about." And then Trump has a YouTube video prepared for him to watch, and he makes him watch all of the crazy shit that people are saying there. And he's like, "Oh, wait, no, look at this part. This is so good."
And has also made claims of genocide was there too. What happened
Yeah.
next seemed to take Ramaphosa by surprise.
Excuse me, turn the lights down.
Turn the lights down. It's time for movie time.
Trump showed several videos, proof the White House said of the violence targeting white farmers.
These are burial sites right here. Burial sites. Over 1,000 of white farmers.
You see the crosses?
We found the spot
Where'd they go?
where those white crosses were once planted.
Uh-oh.
It's a lonely, potholed road,
What a shithole. God damn.
not far from Daryl Brown's ranch.
It definitely wasn't a burial site. I mean, those crosses were there for less than 48 hours. It was purely an avenue of crosses that we planted there in honor of commercial farmers in South Africa that had lost their lives.
Brown knows about the crosses because he put them there on the day of his friends Glenn and Vita Rafferty's funeral. He keeps them locked in a shed. In 2024, he brought them out again for the funeral of his best friend, Tolly Nell.
That's crazy.
Guys, they were not burial sites. It was a memorial for people that had been killed.
For his best friend.
Oh my God.
Who was also murdered on his farm. Tolly's
By
wife,
who?
Renee, still
So-
lives there. Her husband was killed in front of her trying to fight off burglars.
Oh.
Her son, Tienes, was tied up while they stole cash and guns. No one has been arrested.
My whole life has changed. I've
What
got
did Trump
nothing
say
to
was
look
wrong?
forward to.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It wasn't a grave site?
was right.
Tienes now runs
No,
the
it wasn't a
farm.
grave.
He carries a weapon.
There's no
with
bodies
him
underneath
almost
them
all
crosses.
the time.
Yeah. The only time I don't have
They
it
were
on
somewhere
me
else.
is when I'm in the shower.
Really?
Because I
The
don't.
body-
really
it doesn't
want
count 'cause the
a
bodies were somewhere else.
situation to arise where I feel that I'm a victim.
The Nells have hired private security guards and fortified their property
Holy
with electric
shit.
fences and cameras. Many in South Africa feel they can't rely on the country's ineffective and overwhelmed police to keep them safe.
Oh my God. So Trump was right video. Yeah, apparently claimed over 1,000. He showed a video of crosses marking burial sites. So wait a minute. It's much worse than people in America realize. Elon knows this. He grew up in South America, right?
Yeah.
No. And so this is really insane to me. The police are in on it. This video is incredible. 60 Minutes goes to South Africa, clearly looking to debunk narratives about white farmers being targeted and killed with impunity. They talk to farmers who have countless stories of their family and friends being tortured and killed with no arrests. Would this story have even aired before the Weiss era? That's probably the person that owns CBS, right, or runs it, I guess. And so probably not. I mean, let's be honest. CBS 60 Minutes was setting up the debunking of President Trump's comments under pervasive violence against white farmers in South Africa, but ends up talking to several white farmers who have lost family members during farm attacks. Wow, guys, big fucking surprise. Did the media accidentally do real journalism? They did. They accidentally did real journalism. If you genuinely consider an elderly woman being tortured to death with a power of drill is just a normal crime, you're a psychopath. Yes, this is nuts. And this has to be one of the most spectacular cell phones in media history, and that's saying something given the competition. Anderson Cooper's entire narrative hinges on a supposed gotcha attacking Trump over the white crosses. Then you watch the video, and every single farmer Anderson met over there was either viciously attacked themselves or knew farmers that were murdered or both. Wow, what a fucking surprise. Classic liberal method, say they've debunked something based on a technicality. Oh wow, they were burial sites, but there were crosses representing the lives of people that were killed. No, see, they were actually the dead people that were killed by the, crazy South Africans. No, those crosses were just representing them dying. It wasn't actually where they were buried, so you're wrong.
Mike Vallely. Oh, yeah.
I mean, I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, bro, they're literally lying. There it is. No wonder Anderson Cooper resigned from 60 Minutes now? I don't know. It's just so fucking embarrassing. But I did see this, and I wanted to talk about it because of just how blatantly dishonest.
Last month, auctioneer Supremo Ken Golden joined.
Unbelievable, this one. So chat. Apparently, Logan Paul finally sold this fucking Pikachu Illustrator card. GDDoo. Guess how much he sold it for.
Joined us with an extremely rare holy grail of Pokemon collectible cards. Just watch this.
I hear crazy music.
This is the Pikachu Illustrator 10. This is the Pokemon and Logan Paul Illustrator auction. This is currently at $6.35 million. What? Wait, the odds. Polymarket is taking bets. And there's $10 million bet on where this card's gonna go, which is crazy. and it's predicted to sell for approximately $11.5 million.
Golden is back, sitting next to me again here in New York City. He has the card with him. Now, this card was owned by Logan Paul, I believe, and it sold for a record, what was it, $16.4 million?
$16,492,000. Guinness was on hand, the all-time record for any Pokemon card, the all-time record for any trading card, the all-time record for any graded collectible.
And you auctioned it off.
Wow.
And we conducted the auction.
That was a coup, was it not?
It was great to get it. It was a lot of publicity for us, but it's a lot of work goes into these auctions to plan it, to make sure you're reaching the right people. That's why I had the card on an episode of Can Collectibles on Netflix. Sure. So let me show everybody. This will be the last time that I show the card publicly.
Wild.
Because the card, was purchased.
Who bought it,
at
Logan
auction,
Paul?
And I had permission to show it on Fox Business Today on Varney, and then it's
That would be
going
so
into a
funny.
vault because he is arranging it to have it on public display, and the
Wow.
card has already been paid for. He was that eager. The auction ended Sunday. It was a holiday Monday. Banks were open Tuesday. We've received the wire.
Do you think it was purchased as an investment with the expectation the value would go up in the future?
He purchased it because he loved Pokemon. He was part of the community. It brought back great memories to him. But yes, he believes, as I do, that collectibles are a viable alternate asset class.
But did the celebrity status of Logan Paul, did that make a difference to the price?
I think the fact that Logan owned it brought it, gave it a higher profile. More people knew about it, more people understood, and it had the history. But to me, this is, Pokemon is one of the largest entertainment categories in the world. It is the largest, larger than Marvel, larger than Star Wars even. So to me, this is
Nintendo?
the
No.
It's the one of one top possible item that you can own forever in the Pokemon world.
What would you say if I said to you, that's a bubble?
Oh man, I would tell you that I was around in 1981 when 52 Topps Mickey Mantle cards were sold for $1,500, and the Philadelphia Daily News at the card show.
I remember when Wayne Gretzky rookie card was $300.
That
I
same
got
card
accused of
today
stealing
I can
one.
sell for $40 million.
Okay, you also got another Honus
By my best
Yes.
friend.
right there. I'm allowed to touch that one. aren't
Yes,
I? But,
yes, you can. Would you want to?
Because I was 4 and 1 was missing.
That card is
It's
up
another
for auction
4K.
right now at golden.com, and the current bid is $4.88 million. It closes tomorrow night in our vintage auction, and the expectation, because not only the condition, but the provenance behind this card is unlike any other in history of cards. The expectation is that this card is going to sell somewhere between $6 and $10 million.
So you've got about $25 million worth of card on your table.
We get $25 million in front of me, which is why I've got 3 guys with guns right outside the studio.
Security guards. Well, Ken, good luck to you, man. It was great to have you on the show.
Only
and
3?
thanks for bringing that to us today.
Thank you so much. I
Good
appreciate
to know
it.
that
See
was
you
not
soon.
very
Thank
short to let go. Why do you say that?
This is Linus from Linus Tech Tips, and we hacked the phone network in order to spy on him.
That's pretty messed up, Derek.
You know what's even funnier? He
I
probably
slept
had
easier
2 guys
not
with
knowing
guns.
that.
We
And dumb
intercepted
and lied
his
about
phone
having more
calls
than he
and
did.
stole his 2-factor passcodes.
Is that your number, Linus?
Yeah, but mine didn't even ring.
We didn't touch his phone. We didn't send him an email or
What?
a text. Nothing. We did it all remotely.
Nothing.
And the worst part is, it could happen to you.
I think I'm really surprised that, no
Uh-oh.
offense, but like, you guys did it. Well, you're not a career criminal, hacker, mastermind, necessarily.
No, indeed.
But here it is, a normal looking and feeling device.
Yeah, you
no,
understand how it works.
Obvious problem with it, and you just receive my call instead of me receiving it. Just what, like on command? It's an app on your computer or what? I don't even know.
But before we explain how we did all that,
That's pretty scary.
The first startup that Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak made wasn't Apple. No, they were tackling a different problem. One where their product was actually illegal. So back in the 1970s,
Excuse me.
long-distance phone calls were really expensive. Adjusted for inflation, a call from New York to London could run you $25
Is the relay thing?
a minute. So these two entrepreneurs created a little blue box. And what it did was it hacked the telephone network. They could trick the telephone company into connecting the calls for free, among other things.
We were young, and what we learned was that we could build something ourselves that could control billions of dollars worth of infrastructure in the world. I don't think there would have ever been an Apple computer had there not been blue boxes.
Woz said you called the Pope.
Yeah, we did call the Pope. Woz pretended to be Henry Kissinger. And we got there to the Vatican and we called the Pope. And they started waking people up in the hierarchy, you know, I don't know, cardinals and this and that. And they actually sent someone to wake up the Pope. When finally we just burst out laughing and they realized that we weren't Henry Kissinger.
But how were they able to do all of this with one electronic box made from Radio Shack parts? Until the mid-1920s, most phones had no way of dialing.
Radio Shack.
When your phone was on the hook, about 48 volts was connected from the exchange to your phone. Then when you lifted the receiver, an internal circuit connected the speaker and microphone, drawing power, and that caused the voltage to drop to around 10 volts. And at the telephone exchange, this drop turned on a light bulb, alerting the operator, who would then pick up and ask who you're calling.
Boston.
Sir, get me the Bluebird Diner.
And after consulting a directory, they would connect a wire between your line and your friends. Manually connecting calls was labor-intensive. Operators had to handle hundreds of connections per hour. In 1910, one pundit said, soon the telephone system will need to employ every working-age woman in the country as an operator. By 1950, there were more than 1 million of them in the US alone.
To reduce costs, companies sought to automate the call connection process, and one solution was the rotary dial telephone. To use it, you place your finger in a number hole, rotate it to the end, and the dial rotates back. And on the inside, a metal disc with ridges turns. Each ridge pushes 2 metal plates into contact, completing the circuit to the exchange.
The dial sends pulses to match each number. For the number 2, it sends 2 pulses. For the number 3, it sends 3 pulses. This goes on up to 10 pulses for the number 0, which is why 0 is at the far end of the dial instead of beside the 1.
Those pulses that travel down the phone line, they determine how your line is connected, so they're known as control signals.
But as the length of the transmission line was increased, so did its capacitance and resistance, and this caused the clear input signals to become distorted, smoothing out voltage changes. So now the pulses couldn't trigger the switching at the exchange. While this wasn't a problem for local calls, it made automating long distance almost impossible.
Now, all phone lines, including long-distance ones, were built to carry sounds in the human voice and hearing range, mainly from 300 to 3,400 hertz. So why not use this built-in capability to carry control signals? To do this, phone companies introduced the touch tone or push-button telephone. On a keypad, specific frequencies were assigned to the horizontal axis and the vertical axis, so that each button was uniquely identifiable by the combination of 2 tones. By sending control signals within the voice band, all telephone networks could receive it using their existing systems, independent of distance. But with this innovation came an opportunity for Jobs and Wozniak to exploit.
When you made a long-distance call, it was first routed to a central node. This node communicated with a remote node, and they determined if a line was free by checking whether both sides were sending a 2600 hertz tone. So Jobs and Woz exploited this. First, they would dial a toll-free 1-800 number, which would get them into a local node. And then they would send a 2600 hertz tone into the phone. This would trick the remote node into thinking the call had been disconnected. So the remote node would start playing the 2600 hertz tone again, but Jobs and Woz were still on the line. And when they stopped playing the tone on their side, the remote node assumed a new call was being placed. By sending a key pulse tone, followed by the desired phone number and ending with a start tone, they could connect to any long-distance number for free, as the home node still believed it was connected to a toll-free number.
The vulnerabilities in the signaling system were obvious. To mimic the 2600 Hz tone, some people would even use a toy whistle from a Cap'n Crunch cereal box. It just happened to make that frequency. The telephone companies clearly needed to develop a new signaling protocol, and their solution was to use a separate digital line for carrying control signals. That way, no one could control the network by sending tones down the voice line, because it no longer controlled how the call was connected. This new protocol was called Signaling System Number 7, or SS7 for short, and it's still broadly in use today. But it may not be as secure as people thought.
Hello, my name is Latifa Al Maktoum.
Princess Latifa of Dubai claimed that her father, Sheikh Mohammed, the ruling emir, had held her in solitary confinement in the dark, beaten and sedated for several years. In late February 2018, her Finnish martial arts instructor Tina helped her escape. They fled to a yacht captained by former French intelligence officer Hervé Jalbert, and for 8 days they sailed toward India. Latifa was hopeful, but it wasn't to last. Late on the night of March 4th, a dark boat pulled up alongside. It was sent by her father. Laser sights pierced the smoke as agents boarded the yacht, abducting Latifa and taking her back to Dubai.
But how did they find her? Well, the captain had been the victim of a coordinated SS7 attack, one aiming to pinpoint his location and, by extension, the whereabouts of the princess. And I'm going to show you how, using the exact same steps to spy on my friends. With their permission, of course.
This is Karsten Knoll and Alexandra de Oliveira. They are cybersecurity specialists who are helping me spy on Linus. We took 3 steps to spy on him. First, you have to infiltrate SS7. Second, gain trust. And third, attack. Of course, the main reason any of this is possible is step 1. When SS7 was introduced in 1980, mobile phones barely existed. They were so big that they were mainly just used as car phones. But things changed quickly, and the number of mobile phones in the world exploded.
Roaming is one of the main use cases of SS7. Say, Derek, you visit me over here. Your phone would try to connect to a network that's foreign, and that network would then have to reach out to your home network in Australia asking, is this a valid customer? Are you willing to pay for the charges that they'll incur on my network? And all of that information is exchanged over SS7.
For this to work, telcos need to communicate with each other. So the way they do that is by making sure they're part of the same club. The way they share membership to this club is by using unique addresses to identify where requests are coming from.
SS7 is a global network, just like the internet. And like on the internet, you need some addressing scheme. So you need some way of saying this is me and this is you. And on the internet, we use IP addresses. On SS7, we use what's called global titles, GTs.
So to provide global roaming coverage, telcos typically establish agreements with 2 providers in each country they serve, one primary and one backup. Telcos generally accept messages only from global titles with which they have agreements. The whole system is designed to be a closed network with few barriers once inside. This is known as the walled garden approach. So this system seems pretty secure, and it was. When SS7 was developed in the 80s, the telecommunications landscape was dominated by a few large, reputable operators. These operators had established relationships and mutual interest in maintaining the integrity of the network. But 45 years on, the landscape has shifted dramatically. Now there are over 1,200 operators and 4,500 networks, many of which need SS7 access. From virtual network operators to mass text services sending Uber Eats notifications. There are so many more players in the garden that not all of them are trustworthy.
Those companies, some of them sell services onto third parties. Some of them can be bribed, some of them can be hacked. So there's probably thousands of ways into SS7 at reasonable effort or cost.
How much are we talking? Like, how much would it cost to buy access to SS7?
Buying a single SS7 connection isn't that expensive. We're talking a few $1,000s per month.
The people who do sell access, I mean, why would they do it?
People sell SS7 access for one reason: money.
And thanks to global agreements between providers, accessing a trusted GT is like gaining access to all the GTs they have partnerships with. We even saw the invoice of a valuable US-based GT being leased illegally for $13,000 a month.
Are you buying access to SS7?
I'm paying for access to SS7, yes. And we do that because we do SS7 security tests, so we need to be in a similar position as real hackers to get near real results.
So step 1, infiltrate SS7 is complete. On to step 2, gain trust. Hackers today can try many different things once they've scaled the wall into the garden. But you need more than just SS7 access and a phone number to attack.
Even a trusted GT and the phone number of the target isn't enough to uniquely identify them. No, you need something from the SIM card. The real key in a mobile network is a unique 15-digit identifier which belongs exclusively to the SIM card on the phone.
Let's go.
It's called an International Mobile Subscriber Identity, or IMSI for short, and it is very important.
Basically, to be able to collect the IMSI from a subscriber, we would launch some of the messages such as send routing info or send routing info for SM. These messages are normally used to collect the IMSI.
Networks have firewalls in place that will deny some requests if they look suspicious. Getting an IMSI is crucial to appear trusted. So let's move on to the critical step 3, attack.
Do you want to just like try the phone? Is there anything you can try to see if it works? Like call someone
Sure.
or text someone?
Sure, I'll call my wife.
She normally pick up?
Yeah, she'll probably pick up. Hello, Yvonne. This is the voice of your husband. I would like to talk to you about the payment.
Okay, hi.
No, it's me.
Did she hang up on you?
Yeah, she did. So we've established the phone works as a completely normal phone.
Do you have any important calls coming up?
I don't know if I'd say it's important, but I'm on my way to Creator Summit tonight, and James from Hacksmith was going to call me, and we were going to kind of make some plans.
I'm getting a call right now. Are you getting a call?
No.
Hello, this is Linus.
Hey, Lance, it's James. How's it going?
It's going really well. How are you?
Pretty good. Am I going to see the YouTube summit?
Yes, I'm really looking forward to that. Man, do I hate Macs. So I feel like that's your persona, man. You can't game on a Mac. Linus, you want to talk?
I would like to talk, but I never got the call, so...
What number did you dial?
4473.
Is that your number, Linus?
Yeah, but I didn't get... mine didn't even ring. I heard it ring, but I heard it through my computer, because I assume it went to your phone then.
That's right.
Or did it go to your computer?
No, yeah, it went to everything of mine. So, yeah, James, I don't know. You called Linus, and it went to me. Thank you for taking part in this weird demonstration.
There is absolutely nothing here to indicate that I was supposed to receive a call.
Yeah. And I mean, the crazy thing is that's like a regular Canadian SIM card in there. So any Canadian SIM card, in theory, could be vulnerable to such an attack.
Really?
You know, someone dials your number and it just doesn't go to you.
This is like freaking, but on a completely different level.
That's exactly it.
Now, I'm familiar already with the concept of SIM swapping, where you social engineer a way to get a SIM that is registered to someone else's account. We've actually had accounts stolen that way in the past. But in this case, my phone still works. Hey, so the demo we're doing is pretty trippy, hun. Basically, they had Hacksmith call me. My phone didn't ring at all. And instead, Derek from Veritasium picked up the phone call and was able to talk to him. And Hacksmith had no idea that he called me, and then, hi Cindy. Okay, that's fine. Just tell Cindy hi for me.
What?
So how are we able to seize control of Linus's number like that?
When you put a phone number in your address book, you often don't put the country code, but then if you're in a roaming scenario, that phone number would connect to a completely different person in the country you're currently in. So it does make sense to basically overrule people's choices as to whom they're trying to dial, because they're not going to triple check each time whether their address book entries have country codes in them.
This is a powerful function. By tricking the network into thinking his phone is roaming, we can rewrite the number he is calling to a number that we control.
What?
And so what I did at the end was, when I received this message, I sent back your number that you can see here was your US-based number. So even if you were located in Australia, I was still able to forward the call to you on your US number in Australia.
That's amazing. You just try a few times and then it works, right?
Yes. It's not always that simple, but this time it was quite effective.
So the most important question I have now then is, what did you need to steal from me in order to become me?
Yeah.
Like, is this something you can social engineer out of my carrier? Is this something that I would need to accidentally leak a screenshot of my IMEI?
At the very simplest, all we would need is your phone number. That's it. You could even do something where I could act as a middleman, where I would reroute the call to me, but also simultaneously I would dial for you the real number and I would send you through to them. And then I can sit on the line and just record that call.
What?
But this isn't the only attack. We can do a lot more with SS7. We can also intercept text messages as part of our suite of attacks. Similar to phone calls, we can trick the network into thinking the target is roaming, which reroutes their messages to our GT. We can then steal one-time passwords used in two-factor authentication. This type of attack works until the subscriber interacts with their phone network, at which point the phone reconnects to the correct GT.
But you need a few seconds only to hack into somebody's account, of course. You need that few second
No
window
way.
to receive the one-time password.
So we actually set up a new Linus YouTube channel.
Okay, so theoretically, he could get this username and password via a dump because I'm a butthead and I use the same username and password across different accounts. Or he could install a keylogger on my system. He could get it that way when I'm typing it in. So then I verify my number, but of course he has my number because that's realistically not that hard to find. And theoretically, I'm supposed to get a two-factor code right now, except...
I got it. 820299.
Wild.
I'm in.
He's in. He hacked the mainframe. Wild, hey?
Yep. We can hack your YouTube account. I'm gonna start posting science videos on Linus Tech Tips.
Oh, that's okay. I'm sure they'll get like 30 million views or whatever, so I'll be fine with it. Thanks for the AdSense.
Deal. And you could see the code right there.
Exactly. So you could see it at the bottom, 820299. So basically, once the interception is running, then I would receive any SMS sent.
He would never have known that he missed those messages or that they were intercepted.
Exactly.
Wow. Yeah, this seems pretty serious. I mean, SMS two-factor authentication is almost the default, right?
Unfortunately, yes. It's not only the default, but in some cases it is the only available option. And sometimes that can even be for accounts that should be treated with the utmost of care, like a bank account.
There's a third method of attack that we weren't able to show Linus. Lucky for him, his network blocked the requests. On many networks, you can use the IMSI number and the switching center info we harvested in step 2 to send a command deeper into the network. By targeting the switching center where the device with the IMSI is connected, we can issue a command routinely used for legitimate purposes, such as routing and forwarding calls or providing emergency services based on the device's location. Using this request, we can track a target's location. It's not as hard as you'd
E911.
think. SS7 didn't
E911.
rely on GPS to locate
It's E911.
someone. In fact, it was invented before GPS was even in public use.
Oh no.
One way to do this is if a target is in range of multiple cell towers, their location can be narrowed down to where the signals overlap.
Triangulated.
The more towers in range, the more
Yeah.
precise the location.
Yep.
A more accurate method measures the time it takes for signals to reach a phone from 3 towers.
Yep.
By calculating the distance based on transmission speed, we can pinpoint an exact location on a 2D plane. But SS7 attacks don't use either of these methods. They try to be subtle. An SS7 location request simply identifies the cell tower the target is connected to. In an urban area with many towers, this can place them to within 100 meters.
You definitely know which city block somebody is in, and if you wanted to for instance, find out whether they're at home or at work, this is a great way to do it.
Yep.
Yeah, that's it's a little bit scary.
In 2016, Karsten and his team used this method to track U.S. Congressman Ted Lieu.
The congressman has been in California, more specifically the LA area. Let's zoom in here a little bit.
So that is how we did it. We executed 3 steps. We infiltrated SS7, gained trust, and attacked. We intercepted Linus's phone calls and text messages. I'm not sure he was as excited about it as I was.
Not a bit.
This is why we can't have nice things.
Up until now, this has just been a bit of fun. I've demonstrated these attacks on a friend of mine. But the threats are real, and they can have devastating consequences.
They will kill her, the captain texted shortly before Latifah was abducted. His phone was the target of an SS7 attack that involved all 3 of the steps we explored. To start, the attackers had leased multiple GTs in different countries. Then, the following all happened in a 5-minute window. First, they sent at least 7 separate requests aiming to get the captain's IMSI from his US-based operator. When that didn't seem to work, they followed up with at least 4 location requests. So, did it work? Well, all of these requests were blocked by firewalls. That's why we have all the details. But there was a 6th GT we haven't shown. This one nearby in the US. We have no information about the requests on this GT because they likely weren't stopped. We spoke with Crofton Black, the investigative journalist who revealed the SS7 exploits in this story, and this is what he told us. It's a brilliant example of SS7 involvement because it illustrates a classic, sophisticated pattern of attack. Multiple GTs in multiple countries, it's a textbook example of telco penetration risks. Though because the Emiratis were also using other software like Pegasus and other hardware like spotter planes, we can't say that any single one of these was the thing that led to her being found. But the evidence is damning. And SS7 is used pretty widely. Criminals have used SS7 to intercept SMS 2-factor authentication codes and empty millions of dollars from bank accounts. For some, SS7 is just the first step. The NSO Group, a notorious Israeli cyber surveillance firm, acquired an SS7 tracking company in 2014. NSO is the company behind Pegasus, a spyware tool that gains complete access to targeted phones without a user clicking anything, embedding itself and erasing traces of entry. Such zero-click hacks are costly. They can cost more than $4 million per exploit. Before NSO commits resources targeting specific software or vulnerabilities on a phone, first they gather basic data, like device type and software version, to make their lives easier. And as you've seen with SS7, this isn't hard. One expert we spoke to tested a foreign network and found 20 to 30 VIPs were constantly under surveillance there, including the country's chief of cybersecurity. Accurate data on tracking is difficult to come by, but another expert provided evidence of more than 2.5 million tracking attempts per year, though they reminded us that the people being targeted are generally those of interest to state agencies. Now, we couldn't find data on interception attempts, but luckily experts told us this is far less common. So, millions of malicious SS7 requests are sent each year, but it used to be even worse. To request location over SS7, you used to be able to send a command without even knowing the IMSI, and the network would just provide it to you, no questions asked.
The classical example is the anytime interrogation request, which, as the name already suggests, is kind of a creepy command. I don't believe there's ever a legitimate purpose for one network to send this command to another network interrogating about their customers.
Karsten Knoll and fellow security researcher Tobias Engel exposed these vulnerabilities publicly in 2014.
The SS7 research that was disclosed in 2014 was a wake-up call to the industry. Most people had heard rumors that SS7 tracking and spying was possible, but they hadn't really seen hard evidence of it, and especially how easy it is. That a ragtag gang of hackers from Berlin with very amateur means can do any type of SS7 hacking that they want.
After their conference, all of the German telcos immediately started refusing these requests.
Anytime integration is the first SS7 command, everyone stopped because it was abused a lot and never used constructively, but there is over 150 other messages that need to be stopped as well to make SS7 be completely secure.
So if there are so many ways to abuse SS7, why haven't we gotten rid of it? Well, because it's the backbone of 2G and 3G communications. So what if we phase out 2G and 3G? Well, that has caused problems. Since 2018, cars in the EU are equipped with mandatory emergency call buttons that trigger in an accident. They need a SIM card to work, and to cut costs, guess what auto manufacturers are using? That's right, 2G and 3G SIM cards using SS7.
Have to have that legacy support, or when 4G connectivity drops, you have absolutely nothing left. Dude, the number of times that I'm on 3G, not insignificant, and I'm in a metropolitan area.
What's surprising, of course, is that there hasn't been a global push yet to replace SS7 with one of the two newer versions of the technology, the latest of which that was introduced with 5G, seems pretty secure, but that's now a problem of first mover disadvantage. So because of the network effects, you get nothing out of adopting a technology as the first guy. You want to be the last one when everyone else is already connected and you get the full benefit from also joining the club.
So even though the 5G signaling protocol can stop the attacks completely, and many networks are using 5G technology on their networks, when routing calls between networks, SS7 is still the de facto standard.
You create a tremendous amount of inertia, to use a term that's probably more your channel than my channel, that makes moving on extremely difficult.
So unless there are some new major events that put this back on the public radar, it could be another 10, 15, maybe even 20 years until SS7 networks are finally switched off.
What's crazy is that we exploited these vulnerabilities, and I'm just a YouTuber. I did have the help of some excellent security researchers, but I'm surprised at how easy it all is. Now imagine if I had the backing of a government. This is a real problem. So what can you do to protect yourself? On the personal side, as long as you have a SIM card, unfortunately there's not much you can do about location tracking. If possible, choose alternatives to SMS-based two-factor authentication, so messages can't be intercepted. Use an authenticator app or hardware tokens. And if you're worried about phone tapping, use encrypted internet-based calling services like Signal or WhatsApp. We've been told this is mainly used on people of interest. So should it really matter to you?
SS7 is a huge privacy intrusion, and there's millions of abuse cases every single month. Whether privacy intrusion is a problem for everyone individually, of course, is almost a philosophical question, right? Somebody who grew up more in the Berlin tradition of the Chaos Computer Club, like myself, strongly believes that privacy and the ability to kind of form your own thoughts without being observed is a prerequisite for democracy, but many other people would argue nothing to hide, nothing to fear.
Our technological world will never be perfect. By the time we secure or replace SS7, vulnerabilities will already have been found in the new system. But luckily, there's an easy way to be ready for whatever the future holds.
Hey, Kelly, how's it going?
Problem-solving skills a little bit every day, and you can start doing that right now.
I was thinking about you as soon as I
this video sponsor,
named the taco stream.
Brilliant has thousands of interactive lessons where you can learn by doing, making you a better thinker and problem solver. You build real skills in everything from math and data analysis to technology and programming, you name it. Brilliant is designed to be uniquely effective. Their first principles approach helps you build understanding from the ground up, so you'll not only gain knowledge of key concepts, you'll learn to apply them to real-world situations, all while building your intuition, giving you the tools to solve whatever problems come your way. Brilliant's new course on data clustering, for example, equips you with the same tools security researchers like Karsten use to spot trends among the billions of SS7 messages. This is really helpful when hunting hackers, but the concepts you'll learn also help navigating a world where data influences everything, from what movies are being recommended to national politics. And one of the best things about Brilliant is since every lesson is bite-sized, you can build your skills and sharpen your mind whenever and wherever you have a few minutes, helping you build a daily learning habit that sticks, the opposite of mindless scrolling. To try everything Brilliant has to offer for free for 30 days, visit brilliant.org/Veritasium, or you can scan the QR code or click that link in the description. You'll also get 20% off an annual premium subscription. So I want to thank Brilliant for sponsoring this video, and I want to thank you for watching.
Oh, now I'm hungry right now.
In 1901, this ancient Greek artifact was discovered in a shipwreck off the island of Antikythera. 3D X-ray scans have revealed it contains 37 interlocking bronze gears, allowing it to model the motions of the sun and moon and predict eclipses decades in advance. Constructed around 100 or 200 BC, the Antikythera mechanism represents a sophisticated early computer, the likes of which would not be seen again for at least 1,000 years. Now, of course, this computer didn't work like modern digital computers. It works by analogy. The gears were constructed in such a way that the motions of certain dials are analogous to the motion of the sun and moon. It is an analog computer. Here is a simple analog computer for adding two numbers together. If you turn the black wheel some amount, and then turn this white wheel a different amount, the gray wheel shows the sum of the two rotations. In contrast, this is a digital mechanical computer where you can add two single-bit numbers. So 0 plus 0 equals 0, 0 plus 1 equals 1, and 1 plus 1 equals 2. These two devices illustrate the differences between analog and digital computers. Analog computers have a continuous range of inputs and outputs, whereas digital only works with discrete values. With analog computers, the quantities of interest are actually represented by something physical, like the amount a wheel has turned, whereas digital computers work on symbols, like zeros and ones. If the answer is, say, 2, there is nothing in the computer that is twice as much as a 1. In analog computers, there is. For thousands of years, people used analog devices like the Antikythera mechanism or slide rules alongside digital devices like abacuses. And up until the 1960s, the most powerful computers on the planet were actually analog. Digital computers exploded onto the scene with the advent of solid-state transistors. And now, almost everything is digital. Most people have never even heard of analog computers. But today, that may all be changing. Moore's law, the idea that you can double the number of transistors on a chip every 2 years, it's reaching its limit because transistors are nearly the same size as atoms. Simultaneously, advancements in machine learning are straining the capabilities of digital computers. The solution to these challenges may well be a new generation of analog computers.
I don't know what to do, yo.
One of the most important problems humans have faced for millennia is predicting the tides. Napoleon and his men nearly died crossing the Red Sea due to a miscalculation of the rising tide. And sailors routinely needed to know the tides to bring their ships into port without running aground. Most coastal locations on Earth experience too high and too low tides per day, but their exact timing varies, as does their magnitude. And this is partly caused by local factors like the depth of the seabed and the shape of the shoreline. In the late 1700s, to describe the tidal flow of the oceans, Pierre-Simon Laplace derived a set of complicated differential equations. They had no analytical solution, so at the time they were basically useless. But in the process of deriving his equations, Laplace made a key finding. Tides are driven at only a few specific astronomical frequencies.
including the moon, the sun, and the eccentricity of the lunar orbit. Each one of these factors contributes a sine wave of a particular amplitude and phase to the total tide curve. If someone could figure out how to correctly combine these frequency components, well, the tides could finally be predicted. It took nearly a century, but in the 1860s, William Thomson, later Lord Kelvin, took up the challenge. Having completed several voyages to lay the first transatlantic telegraph cable, he developed a fascination with the sea, and subsequently he threw his full scientific effort into measuring and predicting the tides. Tide gauges at the time used a buoy to record the height of the sea onto a paper roll. Kelvin set out to determine how sine waves with the frequencies identified by Laplace could add together to produce the observed tidal curve. The key was to apply the work of French mathematician Joseph Fourier, who had shown how to decompose any function into a sum of sine waves. Most English scientists were skeptical of the work, but Thomson was enthralled by it. His first paper, published at 17, was a defense of Fourier. While it was straightforward to apply Fourier's analysis to tidal curves, the computation required was enormous. First, divide the tide curve up into short time intervals. And for each interval, multiply the tide level by a sine wave with the frequency of interest. Add up the area of all these rectangles and divide by the total time. And this gives you a single coefficient, the amplitude of the sine wave with this frequency. Then you have to repeat the process for a cosine function with the same frequency. Kelvin found that to make accurate predictions, he actually needed 10 different frequency components. So that is a lot of multiplication and addition to characterize the tides at just one location. For each additional location, you have to perform this analysis all over again. And this is only half the problem. Once you have the amplitudes and phases of the sine functions, you have to add them up to predict future tides. Lord Kelvin spent years analyzing and predicting tides by hand. Then he had a stroke of inspiration. Could you design a machine to carry out these calculations automatically? In Kelvin's words, to substitute brass for brains? The resulting analog computers were in use for nearly a century. They even played a critical role in the outcome of World War II. Kelvin started with the problem of prediction, adding the sine waves together given you know their amplitudes and phases. He knew he could create sinusoidal motion with a device called a star. It extracts one dimension from the uniform circular motion. But to make a tide prediction, he needed a way to combine the sine waves together. He needed the stuff on this problem in 1872. Kelvin ordered a train for a meeting with the Association. On the train, Kelvin talked to the inventor of rotary power. This was exactly the addition mechanism that Kelvin was looking for. By attaching a pulley to each Scotch yoke and running a weighted cord around them, he could mechanically add all of their contributions at once. He scribbled down the entire plan for this predictor machine by the end of the training, pitched it to the British Association, and secured funding to build it, all before he returned home. If you knew the relative contributions of different frequency components, Kelvin now had a machine to automate the tedious task of predicting future tides. This was a great leap forward. 4 hours of cranking the handle yielded a full year of tidal predictions. But for many years, the harder half of the problem was still done by hand, breaking apart an existing tide curve into its component frequencies. To automate this step, Kelvin needed a machine capable of multiplying the tide curve times a sine wave, and then taking its integral. What would such a device even look like? With his older brother, James Thomson, Kelvin came up with a mechanical integrator. It consists of a ball on a rotating disc. Due to the rotation of the disc, the further the ball is from the center, the faster it spins. If the ball is at the very center of the disc, it doesn't turn at all. And if it's on the left side, it turns in the opposite direction. Now, the motion of the ball is converted into an output via a roller. which moves a pen up or down on the output graph paper. So the way it works is you trace the function you want to integrate with a stylus, and the stylus controls the position of the ball on the disk, and hence its speed of rotation.
Glad
This
you're
is
eating, or whatever.
transferred through the roller to the output, which plots the integral of the original function. Now, to decompose a tide curve, we don't just want to integrate the function, we first want to multiply it by a sine wave of a particular frequency. And the way to do this is to make the disk rotate back and forth at that specific frequency. Now the rotation of the ball depends not only on where it is on the disk, but also on how the disk is turning at that instant. You trace the tide curve with the stylus, which moves the ball back and forth on the oscillating disk, and the roller sums up the integral of the tide curve times the sine wave. Simply divide by the total time to get the coefficient. Several of these ball and disk integrators can be connected in parallel, with each disk oscillating at a different frequency, to calculate the coefficients for multiple frequency components at the same time. Kelvin's analog computers revolutionized our ability to predict tides. Tidal curves from anywhere in the world could be turned into a set of sinusoidal coefficients using the ball and disk harmonic analyzer. And the resulting sinusoids could be added together to predict future tides using his Scotch yoke pulley machine. Kelvin's harmonic analyzers were the basis for a landmark analog computer called the differential analyzer, and his tide predicting machines were used well into the 1960s. In fact, they were later overhauled to include 26 frequency components and used to plan the Allied invasion on D-Day. The Germans expected any invasion to come at high tide to minimize the time Allied soldiers would be exposed on the beaches. So they installed millions of obstacles that would be underwater by mid-tide, many with explosive mines attached. But the Allies spotted the obstacles and changed tack. Instead, they planned to begin the invasion at low tide. This would allow demolition teams to first clear channels through the obstacles. Then the main forces could come through those gaps as the water rose. This would also give landing craft enough time to depart without getting beached. The low water times were different at the 5 landing beaches by over an hour, so the invasion times were staggered according to the tide predictions. This wasn't the only use of analog computers in World War II. Dive bomber aircraft would plummet out of the sky directly toward their targets at up to an 80-degree angle, and their rapid descents made them very difficult to shoot down. So the US began searching for devices to automatically aim guns at dive bombers. Most of the proposed solutions fell into one of two categories. Some were analog machines like Lord Kelvin's, others were essentially fast calculators. Mechanical calculating machines like the Abacus had been around for millennia, but they were far too slow to respond to dive bombers. These new calculating machines sped things up by using electrical pulses. The committee considered naming these devices after the pulses they used, but member George Stibitz proposed a more general
X.
name,
Try X
digital,
is the command.
because these machines operated on numbers themselves, or digits.
Not the letter X.
And this is the origin of the term digital computer. But digital would have to wait. Of all the proposals, an innovative analog machine from David Parkinson won out. At Bell Labs in New York, Parkinson had been working on a device to chart telephone data called an automatic level recorder. It used a variable resistor called a potentiometer to control the motion of a pen. One night, after hearing reports of the harrowing Allied evacuation of Dunkirk, Parkinson had a dream that he was on the front lines. I found myself in a gun pit with an anti-aircraft gun crew. A gun there was firing occasionally, and the impressive thing was that every shot brought down an airplane. After 3 or 4 shots, one of the men in the crew smiled at me and beckoned me to come closer to the gun. When I drew near, he pointed to the exposed end of the left trunnion. Mounted there was the control potentiometer of my level recorder. When he woke up, Parkinson realized the device he was building to control a pen could be scaled up to control an anti-aircraft gun. He shared this idea with his supervisor, and after receiving approval from the military, they set out to make Parkinson's dream a reality. Researchers at Bell Labs had recently invented
an analog electrical device called an operational amplifier, or op-amp. It could perform mathematical operations with voltages, like addition and multiplication. They used these op-amps to create an analog computer that could solve the ballistics equations for anti-aircraft guns. Using radar and optical sights to obtain the speed, altitude, and direction of enemy planes, the M9 gun director, as the computer was called, could rapidly calculate the correct trajectory and fuse setting. Potentiometers were used to ascertain the direction the gun was pointing. This was not the first electric analog computer, but it was an important one. In World War I, it took an average of 17,000 rounds to take down a single airplane. In 1943, after the invention of the M9, it took an average of only 90. During the war, the US invested big in analog computers. If you break down their total military budget, the third largest single expense was the development and production of an incredibly complex mechanical analog computer called the Norden bomb sight. Unfortunately, they didn't get their money's worth.
Designed by the eccentric Dutch engineer Carl Norden, the Norden bomb sight was built to enable high-precision airborne bombing. It implemented 64 different simultaneous algorithms, including one that compensated for the rotation of the Earth as the bomb fell. The Norden was one of the most closely guarded secrets of the war. To prevent the technology from falling into enemy hands, American bombardiers carried handguns specifically to destroy it in the event of a crash.
Oh yeah.
But despite its hype and funding, the Norden didn't work.
Where that word comes from. Not stock as in inventory, stock as in shares, as in the stock market. The word comes from a stick of wood, specifically the longer half of a split tally stick, which was given to the person who held a financial claim. The stockholder. For 726 years, that is how England tracked debt, recorded taxes, and ran its economy. Not with banks, not with paper, with notched pieces of hazelwood that were split in half to prevent forgery. One half for the creditor, one half for the debtor. The grain of the wood matched so perfectly that counterfeiting was physically impossible. This system built the British Empire. Then in 1834 they burned every last stick of it and accidentally destroyed Parliament in the process. I found this while researching something else entirely. I was looking into the origins of financial terminology, trying to understand why we use the words we use for money and investment. Etymology is often a ghost that preserves what documents do not. And when I traced the word stockholder back to its roots, I found myself staring at a currency system that predates the Bank of England by nearly 6 centuries. A system so successful it ran continuously from 1100 AD until 1826. A system whose physical records were then deliberately destroyed. The more I dug, the stranger the story became. In 1100, King Henry I, son of William the Conqueror, introduced the tally stick system to England. The mechanics were elegant in their simplicity. A stick of hazelwood, roughly as long as the span between thumb and forefinger, would be notched to indicate amounts. The dialogue concerning the Exchequer, a 12th century administrative manual, lays out the denominations precisely. A cup the thickness of a palm represented £1,000.
Oh.
The breadth of a thumb meant £100. The breadth of the little finger meant £20. A single pound was marked by a cut the width of a swollen barley corn. A shilling was narrower still. A penny was a single cut that removed no wood at all. Once notched, the stick was split lengthwise through the markings. The longer piece, called the stock, went to the person who had advanced money or paid taxes. The shorter piece, called the foil, went to the debtor, or the crown. Because the split followed the natural grain of the wood, the two halves could only match each other. No two sticks split identically. Forgery was not merely difficult. It was physically impossible for 700 years. Now I should be clear about something. This was not a perfect system. It was not magic money that avoided all economic problems. King Charles II managed to abuse it catastrophically in 1672, defaulting on over £1.3 million and destroying several prominent banking families in what became known as the Great Stock of the Exchequer. The goldsmith bankers who had trusted the crown found their tally sticks suddenly worthless. At least 5 major banking houses went bankrupt. Over 10,000 wealthy families were, in the language of the time, financially embarrassed. Charles himself later admitted it was a false step. So I'm not suggesting the tally system was beyond manipulation or abuse. What I am noting is what happened next. That crisis led directly to the creation of the Bank of England in 1694, and here is where the story becomes strange. The Bank of England was founded specifically to prevent future defaults like the stop of the Exchequer. It was capitalised with a loan of £1.2 million to the government, and subscribers were incorporated as the governor and company of the Bank of England. But the first shareholders did not pay for their shares with gold or silver. They paid with tally sticks. The Bank Act of 1697 allowed up to 80% of the bank's capital increases to be paid in tallies. The system that would eventually replace tally sticks was literally bootstrapped by tally sticks. The new financial order was purchased with the currency of the old. I keep returning to that detail because it suggests something about the relationship between these systems that the official history tends to obscure. For another century and more, tallies continued. By the 1730s, they had become the dominant form of government finance. A scholar named Mitchell Innes noted that practically the entire...
I can no longer say I've never been to a dispensary. Thanks for letting me know. It would be underwhelming, lol. Not very exciting.
I know. I expected it to be awesome, and then they really blew it. Like, they could have done awesome shit, and instead they made it like the worst version of 7-Eleven. Not even 7-Eleven. Like the worst version of a fucking
that acceptance created demand.
Check cashing place.
Gave them value. The system was self-enforcing. Then, in 1782, Parliament passed an act declaring that tally sticks would be phased out. But there was a clause. The act would only take effect once the remaining sinecure holders in the Exchequer died or retired. The last Exchequer Chamberlain did not die until 1826. For 44 years, the system lingered in bureaucratic limbo. Not quite alive, not quite dead. And during that time, 6 centuries worth of tally sticks accumulated in storage at the Palace of Westminster. 2 cartloads of notched hazelwood representing the financial history of medieval and early...
No, I am not tipping the butt tender if I'm not getting a free pre-roll.
Damn right.
Debt records from the 100 Years' War, evidence of how commerce functioned before banking, as we understand it, existed. On October 16, 1834, Richard Waverley, the Clerk of Works at Parliament, received instructions to dispose of these accumulated tallies. He decided against giving them away as firewood to the poor families who lived nearby. Instead, he ordered them burned in the 2 heating furnaces beneath the House of Lords. 2 Irish labourers, Joshua Cross and Patrick Furlong, were assigned the task. They began at dawn and continued throughout the day, feeding 700 years of financial records into the flames. Throughout the afternoon, Mrs. Wright, the deputy housekeeper, noticed excessive heat and smoke. She became puzzled by how warm the floors were becoming, but the workers insisted on finishing. The furnaces were extinguished by 5 in the evening. By 6, flames were licking through the floor of the House of Lords. The copper lining of the chimney flues had melted. The fire spread with terrifying speed. By 6:30 that evening, a massive fireball had exploded through the roof of Parliament. It became the largest fire in London between the Great Fire of 1666 and the Blitz of the Second World War. The King and Queen could see the flames from Windsor Castle 20 miles away. Both the House of Commons and the House of Lords were destroyed. Westminster Hall survived only through heroic firefighting and a fortunate shift in the wind. The damage was estimated at £2 million. The building was uninsured. No one was prosecuted. Prime Minister Viscount Melbourne called it one of the greatest instances of stupidity upon record. 21 years later, Charles Dickens addressed the Administrative Reform Association and described the sequence of events with acid precision. He mocked what he called the obstinate adherence to an obsolete custom. He noted that when the question of replacing tallies with paper records had first been raised,
the mic is so far away right now.
All the red tape in the country grew redder at the bare mention of this bold and original conception. It took from 1782 until 1826 just to abolish the sticks. Then it took another 8 years to burn them, and in burning them, they destroyed the seat of government itself. Dickens found this grimly appropriate. The bureaucracy that could not reform itself managed to set itself on fire. But here is the detail that disturbs me most.
Okay, so
in 1850, just 16
got a
years
huge
after
mess
the
behind
fire,
me right now.
Alfred
I'm right in the
Sweet,
middle of
resident
moving
surgeon
everything.
at the Bank of England, reported something remarkable. He had been investigating the few surviving tally sticks in the bank's possession, trying to understand how they had been read. His conclusion was blunt. No gentleman in the Bank of England recollects
It was
the moment
blunt.
reading them.
His conclusion was
726 years of continuous use, 16 years of total forgetting. The physical records were gone, the institutional memory was gone. Only the etymology remained.
Nice.
Stock, stockholder, the ghost of a system preserved
Alright,
in
eh?
language while the evidence burned. Maybe I am seeing patterns where none exist. Maybe the destruction was exactly what it appeared to be. Bureaucratic incompetence and nothing more. The simplest explanation is often correct.
My
clerk
coffee
made
table's a big
stupid
mess. I
decision.
put everything on it.
Workers were careless. Ancient wood burned too hot.
Hey Trace,
Parliament
was the answer clock?
Tragic, but
Did she
explicit.
leave? What happened?
Except I cannot stop thinking about the timing. The Bank of England was founded in 1694.
I don't know.
Tally sticks were abolished in 1826. The evidence was burned in 1834. Within 140 years of central banking, the physical proof of how money worked before central banking was gone. The institutional memory of reading tallies was gone within 20 years after that. By 1850, no one could even interpret the surviving specimens. What system of commerce functioned successfully for over 7 centuries and then became unreadable within a single generation of its abolition? What financial records were deemed so obsolete that burning was preferable to preservation? Why did no one think to keep specimens for historical study before lighting the furnaces? The British Museum existed. The Royal Society existed. Antiquarian scholarship was flourishing. Yet 2 cartloads of primary source documents for medieval English economic history were fed into furnaces by labourers paid to finish the job quickly. And the building where that decision was made burned to the ground as a result. Once you see it, you cannot unsee it. The vocabulary of modern finance is haunted by wooden sticks. Stock, stockholder. We still speak of going long and going short, terms that originally described which half of the tally you held. The longer piece meant you were owed. The shorter piece meant you
It was
owned.
flock. I didn't even try clock because I'm a rebel.
You are using a word that means a split piece of hazelwood with notches
funny.
carved into it. The language remembers what the documents do not. Some will say this is merely interesting history, a quirky footnote about medieval accounting. But I think about Alfred Smee standing in the Bank of England in 1850, holding a tally stick no one alive could read, trying to reconstruct a system that had been universal knowledge just 25 years earlier. I think about the furnaces beneath the House of Lords, burning so hot they melted copper and set fire to the floors above. I think about the pattern of documents destroyed, knowledge lost, institutional memory erased, and a new system stepping into the gap left behind. What if the most successful currency experiment in European history was not superseded by something better? What if it was simply forgotten? Not through conspiracy, just through negligence, through burning the records rather than studying them, through assuming that modern is always better than ancient, through failing to ask why a system worked for 700 years before discarding it entirely. The questions remain. Why burn rather than preserve? Why did forgetting happen so quickly? What else was recorded on those tallies that we will never know? And why, when you look at the language of modern finance, does every word point back to pieces of wood that someone decided to destroy? I do not have answers, only the questions, only the patterns, only the ghost of a system that survived 7 centuries and could not survive 20 years of institutional forgetfulness. The etymology remembers, the documents burned, and Parliament itself went up in flames on the night they decided to erase the evidence. Somewhere in a government warehouse in 1885, a woman named Clara Richter held an envelope addressed only to "My son, he lives out west, he drives a red ox, the railroad goes by Thar. No city, no street. Just a mother's desperate hope that someone,
What am I
somewhere,
looking at there?
would find her boy." Clara solved that puzzle. She solved thousands like them. She was so proud of her work that she kept a scrapbook,
coach is super
carefully
busy?
mounting the envelope she had decoded, writing the correct addresses on the back like answers to a riddle. And then, as the law required, she burned everything else she touched. 6 million letters a year. That was the number Patty Lyle Collins gave in 1899 when the Ladies' Home Journal asked her why so much American mail went astray. Collins ran the dead letter office in Washington, and she had seen it all. Letters to asylums that had closed, letters to orphanages enough to search for clues, and then, if it could not be delivered or returned, destroyed. Not
Oops.
lost, not misplaced. Destroyed by policy, burned by the cartload, pulped into
Ow.
paper, erased from existence. And when I went looking for the records of this office, for the archive that should document a century of American communication failures, I found something that stopped me cold. One box. According to the National Archives Finding Aids,
60%.
only one box of Dead Letter Office operational records survives. Miscellaneous records
Smell it.
1897
Smell it.
through 1930.
I said fucking smell it.
That is what remains. A century of work, millions upon millions of letters passing through federal hands. One box.
Milky Way melon, it smells like. If you don't know what that smells like,
1890 census fire following the
honestly, it
pattern
just
of
smells like
government
melon.
archives that seemed to vanish at convenient moments, when I noticed something I had missed before. The fire that destroyed most of the 1890 census happened in January of 1921 in the basement of the Commerce Department building in Washington. But the post office had been in that same building for years, and across the hall from where census records burned, another kind of destruction had been happening quietly for almost a century, not by fire, by law. The Dead Letter Office was established in 1825 to handle mail that could not be delivered. By 1882, clerks were processing 13,600 pieces of dead mail every single day. By 1893, that number had grown to over 20,000 daily. By the early 1900s, 30,000 pieces of mail
10
arrived at
seconds
the Dead
ago,
Letter Office every day.
I did not
11
have
million
what I'm going
items
to have.
per year. 80,000 letters annually had no address at all. Someone had written words meant for another human being and simply sent them into the void, hoping. The clerks who worked there were remarkable. During the Civil War, when the men went to fight, the post office hired women to handle the mounting chaos of undeliverable mail. By 1865, 38 women worked in the Dead Letter Office against only 7 men. The administrators discovered that women were patient, dedicated, and extraordinarily skilled at what they called blind reading. This was the art of deciphering impossible addresses. A letter addressed to Ireland with nothing else.
Bag full of torch
Patty Lyle
lighter.
Collins knew instantly. There was a region of West Virginia called the Island. A letter addressed to the largest dealer of old medical books in Boston. A letter addressed to the only President Street in America, which happened to be in Baltimore. These women memorized street names across the entire country. They learned the phonetic patterns of immigrants who had never written a letter before. They studied handwriting from every region of Europe and beyond. Collins herself was fluent in French, German, Greek, and Arabic. Clara Richter, the German immigrant who kept those scrapbooks, eventually became chief of the Foreign Mail Division. They were documentation machines, processing 1,000 letters a day each, and they were paid $600 a year while men doing the same work earned $900. Now, you might say that destruction was necessary.
So wait.
Privacy protection. The government could
Well,
not
that's the
keep
front door and
millions
hallway.
of private
Oh, yeah,
letters
you guys.
forever. People have a right to have their failed communications
Messy right now.
destroyed rather
But
than
look it.
stored in some archive for
So,
historians to pore through a century
there's the
later.
lights.
That is a reasonable argument. I considered it carefully, but here is what bothers me. They kept the curiosities. The Dead Letter Office had a museum, established by the 1870s, that became one of the most popular tourist attractions in Washington. They displayed the rattlesnakes that arrived alive in a perforated tin can in 1903. They kept the human skulls, the wedding cakes, the false teeth. One man actually found his own lost dentures while
Didn't
visiting
they
the
let you use
museum
to
and
take a piece of
identified
dead
them.
mail or something?
They kept a lock of hair from Charles Guiteau, the man who assassinated President Garfield, mailed to some unknown admirer. They preserved a blood-soaked mailbag from when a carrier was attacked in the Southwest. They kept the objects interesting enough to attract crowds. What they burned were the letters themselves, the human connection, the words. The most haunting items in that museum were not the curiosities. They were the Civil War soldier photographs. During the war, thousands of young men sent portraits home to their families, small cartes de visite and tintypes enclosed in letters. But many of these soldiers were poorly educated. They had never addressed an envelope before. The addresses were illegible, incomplete, wrong. By the end of the war, the Dead Letter Office held 4.5 million undelivered letters and thousands of unclaimed soldier photographs. Estimates range from 5,000 to 15,000 images. Third Assistant Postmaster General Alexander Zevely had an idea. He mounted the photographs on panels in groups of 36.
Holy shit, new camera view unlocked.
And displayed them
like
in the
it?
museum. Crowdsourcing before the word existed. Families would come searching for the faces of fathers
I
and
was trying to think
husbands
of a
and
way that I
brothers
could,
lost to the war. Women
easily
wept
make
as
things
they
a little
scanned the
different around
panels looking for someone they knew.
Skateboard.
Sometimes they found them. On June 17, 1874, a man claimed the photograph of Lieutenant S. Roderick of the 19th Iowa Infantry. On October 16, 1902, Edward Marsh of the 10th New York Battery claimed a photograph of himself 40 years after he had mailed it.
If I get one of those,
40 years.
If
The
I get an
estimates
IP
suggest
Wi-Fi
around
camera,
2,000 such
we can put one
reports.
upstairs even.
But
Not in the
thousands
kids'
more
room, but my room.
photographs remained unclaimed, a silent
doesn't
memorial
get
to the
used.
war's dead, until 1911, when the museum closed and the album
That was
privately
supposed to be
sold.
A.
I keep returning to that mother, writing
It-
to her
I
son
should
who drives
make-
a red ox. Clara
Did you
Richter
see the
solved
new
that puzzle.
emoji?
She was proud enough to save the envelope in her scrapbook. The letter inside, the words that mother chose, those were burned with the rest. The blind reading scrapbooks survive at the Smithsonian today because Clara Richter wanted to remember her triumphs. 21 envelopes,
So funny.
postmarked 1883
Yeah.
through 1884.
Bubble Boots was
with
saying she has
markings
a
like
tin of
allegedly
sugar.
addressed and misdirected,
As an old lady,
and no such
as an
office
old
or
man,
state named.
I've got
solutions
a
written
pug
back by
container full of foreign coins and a drawstring bag full of foreign coins from a different place.
Not the letters.
Thanks 111 solutions.
Maybe that is fine. Maybe some things should not be preserved. But then I think about what was passing through that office. Not just badly addressed mail from
It's a
careless
penguin with
senders.
a sombrero
Letters to
and
the
a
institutions
one of them
of 19th
blankets.
century America. I found one surviving envelope that tells a story. It bears markings in pencil and multiple colors of ink. Not at Blackwell's Island, not at Randall's Island, not at Insane Ward's Island, not at Roundhouse, not at Infants RIH, not at RI Hospital, not at Insane Asylum. In 1890, Blackwell's Island alone, now called Roosevelt Island,
That's
held
wild.
the first municipal
Pretty
mental
wide
hospital
angle,
in the
hey?
country, plus an almshouse and a prison. 5,047 patients in the institutions on those islands. Someone was trying to reach a person who had been committed. The letter bounced from asylum to asylum, hospital to hospital, and eventually ended up in the dead letter office. What happened to it then? Burned, as the law required. What would we know about American institutional life if those letters survived? How many mothers wrote to children in orphanages who never received their words? How many patients in asylums had letters
I'll be
arrive?
prepping my meat in a little
No
bit.
such person at this address. How many inheritance claims failed to reach families who had scattered? How many death notices arrived too late, to addresses already empty? The dead letter office was not just processing mail that had bad handwriting. It was documenting the chaos of American expansion, American institutions, American families torn apart by war and migration and poverty. And then, by law, it erased the evidence. Herman Melville understood this in 1853,
Where
just
is
28
my
years
remote,
after the
yo?
dead letter office was established. His story, Bartleby the Scrivener, ends with a rumour about the title character. Before he became a copyist, Bartleby had worked at the dead letter
Bartleby?
office, sorting letters for the
Oh,
Flames.
not Bartleby.
Melville wrote, "Dead letters. Does it not sound like dead men? Conceive a man by nature and misfortune prone
No,
to a
sounds
pallid
like-
hopelessness. Can any business seem more fitted to heighten it than that of continually handling these
Hello?
dead letters and assorting them for the flames? For by the cartload they are annually burned. Sometimes from out the folded paper the pale clerk takes a ring, the finger it was meant for perhaps moulders in the grave. A banknote sent in swiftest charity he whom it would relieve nor eats nor hungers any more. Pardon for those who died despairing,
like this.
hope for those who
A little
died
bit.
unhoping, good tidings for those who died stifled by unrelieved
They
calamities.
make it real uncomfortable if
Melville
you
saw it. A canonical American
masturbate in my
author,
window
writing
here,
in
but-
1853, understood that burning those letters meant burning evidence of
I
lives
step
that
over all
could
these
not
cords
connect,
now.
words that arrived too late, hope sent to the wrong address. The pattern repeats with unsettling precision. 1896, fire destroys special schedules from the 1890 census. 1911, the Dead Letter Office Museum closes.
I will say with how high this dispo weed is getting me, I need to work on my cure.
Some of it deaccessioned, which
Do you
is
think
the
it's the
polite
cure that
museum
does
term
that, or
for
just the
discarded.
THC and the
1921,
trichomes?
fire in the Commerce
Do you think
Department
it's the
building
fucking
destroys
the
most
fact
of
that
the
it's a
1890
ruderalis?
census records that survived the first fire.
That's my problem. I think the ruderalis
Congress
thing really
authorizes
fucks it up.
destruction of whatever remained. Same building, same decade.
Like the way sativas don't
Same
generally
result.
get over like 40 or
Archives
whatever.
that do not exist.
These one, this is.
One researcher
Hold on,
describes going to the National Archives looking for dead letter
This is
office
like
records
60%,
and being
but it's
handed a box
infused with
labeled
fucking-
1830 through
fucking
1876 that was not even in the finding aids.
whatever
Inside
it
were
is.
4 letters from 1889 that should have been destroyed, misfiled, and forgotten. The
Milky
only
Way
letters in
Mountains.
an otherwise administrative
Pre-rolled
archive.
cannabis
Their
joint,
presence was evidence
60%
that the
plus.
information system
What is in
had
it?
failed at every point. she
Cannabis?
wrote.
Cannabis
In the
extract.
aborted transit of the letters,
Yo,
their
infused with
survival
what? A
in the
melon?
archives of an office committed
This
to their
is so fucked
destruction
up.
and the absence of those archives from the
I don't know if
public
this is
record
safe
makes
to
it
smoke. Don't
guarantee
do
their
these, you guys.
preservation.
I haven't cured longer than a week.
Where none
Leave
exist.
for me. You know what?
Maybe the systematic destruction of dead
I told you
letters
how
was
I used to
simply
cure
good
mine.
policy, protecting privacy
I've done
in an
way
age
worse
before
things than that.
privacy law. Maybe the loss of the Dead Letter Office Museum was just institutional reorganization. Maybe
So
the one
you
box
don't
that
get high,
survives
right?
is
Unless it's
genuinely
like
all that was worth keeping. Maybe the connection to the
THC
1890
whatever
census
when you
is
consume it.
coincidence. Two archives in the
Same
same
like when you
building
smoke it
meeting,
too. It turns into that
similar for
THC
entirely different reasons.
on its way in, right?
But I cannot stop thinking about those visits to the asylums, about the mothers writing to sons
I don't
who
know.
drove red
You
oxen.
should.
As far as
about
the
11
indoor
million
goes,
pieces of
the
metal
outdoors I
parcels
cured
in
well.
hands
What's the
every
science
year,
behind it?
opened and read
All
and
this
burned
curing
without
thing.
record.
I know it makes the
We
weed
know
better
the
to
Dead
smoke,
Letter Office
tastier.
existed. We know what passed through it. We know what they did with it. The blind reading scrapbooks survived because Clara Richter was proud of her puzzle solving. The Civil War soldier photographs survived because they were too emotional to burn. The rattlesnakes survived because someone thought they were interesting. But the letters, the 6 million letters that went astray every year, the words of mothers and soldiers and immigrants and dying men, those were destroyed, as the law required, without record, without archive, without trace. What do we lose when we systematically destroy the failures of a system? The letters that did not arrive tell us something that delivered letters cannot. They tell us who was unreachable, who had vanished, who had been committed, who had died, who had moved without leaving a forwarding address because they were fleeing something or someone. The Dead Letter Office was not just a postal curiosity. It was a map of American disconnection, rendered in 6 million data points per year, and then burned. Once you see it, you cannot unsee it. A government office documenting who could not be found in America, and then destroying that documentation by law for a century. The buildings remember, even if the archives do not. One box survives. Miscellaneous
They had a
records,
legitimate missing
1897
persons list.
through 1930.
That's
Somewhere in
crazy.
that box, or somewhere that was burned, there might have been an answer to a question you did not know you had. A letter to a great-grandmother in an asylum. A death notice that never reached your family. An inheritance claim that failed because someone had moved. You will never know. The Dead Letter Office made sure of that. Not through conspiracy, not through cover-up, through policy, through law. Through the quiet, methodical destruction of everything it touched. What else vanished the same way? What other archives do not exist because someone decided a century ago that certain questions were not worth preserving? I do not know, but I keep looking. And the more I look, the more I find the same pattern. Acknowledge, categorize, destroy. And then, when someone comes asking, hand them one box and say, this is all that remains.
You guys like this a little bit. Maybe.
Actually, my heart's kind of pitter-pattering. Just sitting here with these memories and looking around. It's kind of making the hair stand up on the back of my neck, and I feel like I might puke. Yeah. Like, this is what they did to us. This is what they did to our community. And it all started right here.
Yeah. Yeah. The last time I was in East Palestine, things were pretty different.
Look at those flames.
What?
Look at that shit.
The town is under a state of emergency after 50 train cars derailed, causing a massive fire a half-mile long, which lit up the night sky and burned for hours.
I'm from this county. I went to their high school dances, barbecues, and I was there a few weeks after the derailment to document the unfolding man-made disaster.
So, you know, like the way that I arrange my furniture, by the way.
So maybe my drying process is the issue.
Do that. Like, why would you let them clean up their own mess?
Yeah, well, so,
2 years
I don't
later,
know. I
East
used to
Palestine's
microwave mine. No joke. I've microwaved it. I've put it on a, I told you, dehydrator.
But behind the scenes, a much bigger scandal.
If you, like, a food dehydrator should be no problem, honestly. Or, like, freeze dry it. You ever try to think about that?
We have been stabbed in the back by everyone.
Do you feel like Norfolk Southern paid as big a
Freeze drying
price
is supposed
as
to be
you
the-
did?
Oh shit, you throw darts?
Sure do.
Be outside your mind. You must be outside your mind.
I wish there was one smoking gun here. The problem is with East Palestine, there's about 30 smoking guns.
There are no accidents. This derailment was 100% preventable.
I'm a Trump supporter. He needs to make this right. He has the ability, the opportunity
I
to.
think they're, hold on, let me make sure.
We lived right over here in this house in the bottom. I brought
180.
my daughter to the hospital here. It was our little piece of country.
Exclamation mark high stall.
Jamie Wallace had plans of raising her daughter in East Palestine.
Every single happy moment in my life was spent right here in this town.
But on February 3rd, 2020,
I'm a boss at darts.
all of that changed.
50 train cars derailed, causing a massive fire.
5 of the cars that derailed were carrying
My,
vinyl chloride.
That's all the poison.
My brother that you remind me of. Good one.
I saw that big mushroom cloud.
My not really
It was
related
like
brother
just
is
that big
amazing
dark
at
cloud
darts.
over the whole community.
That mushroom cloud was the result of a controlled
I've been trying to
detonation
teach Tiggy.
carried out by the railroad company Norfolk
like-
Southern.
So there's
1
those
million
ones,
pounds of
and
toxic
I used to
chloride
smoke meth and
burned,
throw darts. That was
released
my
into the
life
air,
flow.
and spread across 16
dudes
states.
are
really
a little bit
sticks
later.
in your mind about
those
that
ones
whole
for Tiger. I think these are like 13 and
fear,
those are 15.
The
Those
panic,
the other
not
ones are the
knowing.
heaviest ones I could find. And
But
then
just
these
2
guys
days
are
later, residents
a
were
little bit
told
later.
that it was safe to return home.
The EPA was saying everything was fine, and as soon as I pulled in this driveway, you can
So-
see it runs along the creek.
If I'm playing with somebody
I
else,
get out of my car,
these ones
can't
could
Results.
coffins,
Bot
things
Ricks.
on fire.
1,999,999,899. A crew of pirates and raiders check their flintlocks and sharpen their cutlasses as they disembark for Black Heart Island. Ho ho. Bot Ricks made it back from Black Heart Island with a handful plunder and a tale of
But
plenty.
most residents did stay, trusting state
They're all right.
officials who said that it was safe.
When you heard that at the time, did you believe it? What was it? Yeah, it's our government. They're not going to lie to us. Why would they put us in danger?
Chris Albright lives with family a half-mile away from the tracks.
The night it happened. And which window? Look right out this window.
Just 2 weeks after the derailment, his symptoms started
I
setting
really
in.
wrecked it packaging that
I couldn't
bad.
breathe.
Wow, I'm 50.
I couldn't walk from here to the door without stopping.
Chris had been healthy and active his whole life, but by the middle of March, he was
So,
diagnosed
little
with
stainless
severe
steel-
heart failure.
I don't know
I
if they
really
label.
thought that I was going to be dead soon. I really thought I was going to be dead.
Weird.
With my health condition, like there was no way I could stay in the house. There was
And then I got,
absolutely
like,
no way.
a bunch of
So
these
he and his
fucking-
family packed
the
up
plates and
and
shit,
moved to a
and
hotel
different
outside of
shafts.
town.
I don't know.
We had one room.
All kinds of
That's what we
customization
lived
in
in
the
for
dark.
4 months.
How did it come to an end? Was it safe to
But
go
my
back
dark
or
work
something,
piece of
or
shit.
when did you move?
We ran out of money. When we left, I had $40 in my savings account. $40. I'm still suffering health
These are the
effects,
darts.
and they want me to
They
go back
came
to
with
this
that
house
board.
that I know is not safe to go back to.
To this day, the EPA and the state of Ohio still claim that East Palestine is safe.
Oops.
But in just the last 2 years,
They don't fly very
hundreds of
straight.
residents have reported getting sick.
Look at my
I had a guy come over and pull out my stolen darts. I was nice about it and offered to let him try and beat me for them. He left empty-handed.
While they were surveying in East Palestine after that derailment.
They showed symptoms similar to what other people have been talking about.
I've been diagnosed with asthma. I have periodontal disease and my teeth are falling out. And that's just what I know of.
We sort of heard the messaging that everything was fine at the same time that people were reporting they were sick. And we thought, we've seen this.
I might switch. I don't know why these shafts
That's Dr.
have little
Beatrice
silver things on
Gollum,
them.
a professor of medicine at University of California, San
These are aluminum.
Diego. She's currently
So are
conducting
the other
a
ones, I
large-scale
think.
health
Maybe it's
study
just
in East
stylistic.
Palestine.
I think where claims have been made that residents are all safe, it's been based on a lot of presumptions. The safety from many of those chemicals is simply not known. There's often no or very limited human testing.
East Point.
And even if it is true that East Palestine is now safe,
Walmart.
that doesn't erase the toxic exposure that already took place.
I think there's often a misunderstanding that when the toxin goes away, the injury goes away. But when the hammer that hit a person's head goes away, the problem from that doesn't go away.
Look at 9/11. It took how many years before their illnesses started showing up? And when they say no one died yet.
Dr. Gollum's study is still ongoing, and it could be years before residents know the full effects of the toxic plume that engulfed their town. But there is one thing we do know, thanks to a recent investigation into Norfolk Southern, which
He passed
revealed
away last
that
week.
all of this was unnecessary.
They lied. We didn't need to blow those
That's not
trains up.
good.
They lied.
What was Streamlab saying?
They were making this pitch that an explosion was
Shut
imminent,
up.
but the science of this proves otherwise.
What's everybody's problem with coffee
Jared
creamer?
Cassidy is the safety lead for the largest rail union in the country. And he
What
was
do you
part
call
of a
it,
major
whitener?
federal investigation into Norfolk Southern's crucial decision to conduct a vent and burn.
When you look at what took place in East Palestine,
Aussie girl
we
thinks
have
that shit's hilarious.
cars on fire, a derailment that has caused
I think.
catastrophe across an entire community. And so now we
Well,
have
so it's
the
just genuinely
commodity, the
confusing, in which
oxyvinyl
case,
that's starting to heat
I'm
up.
a dick.
It's becoming unstable.
That's probably the case.
The railroads call into the war room all of the major players that are part of the emergency response, which did include the governor, it did include state police, it include the volunteer fire chief.
Whoa.
And
Woo.
the railroads make the pitch that, look, this is the situation. The temperatures are rising. We believe that polymerization is imminent.
Coffee creamer is
and the
great in
best course of
coffee, but
action
not
is
in a
to do
pookie.
is burn. But outside of the room is oxyvinyl.
No
The
shit.
actual
Oh,
producer.
oh,
The room
oh.
understands the volatility.
Oh,
and
I'd
all of the
be so
reactions that
mad.
can take place. And they're not being allowed a meaningful voice into the conversation. And so the railroads just keep pushing this, hey, it's in trouble, it's in trouble, it's in trouble. And ultimately, it's the volunteer fire chief is the one that makes the decision. But because he's out of his lane, he's
Man,
relying
so
on the
when I was
railroad.
in high school,
Based upon the
I was like,
conditions
oh, I'm gonna
at
be a
hand,
chemist, fuck all
in
this.
order to do it that day, we had 13 minutes.
And
So the folks that
I
are
tried my hand at
responsible
making some
theoretically for the decision making
stuff.
don't have the education
Failed.
or the information
Didn't test
they
it or
need
anything,
to
just sold it.
properly consider what's being thrown
Don't
at them.
ever do that.
And they rely on the railroads that, hey, they're telling me the truth. And unfortunately, while they're making these decisions, the temperatures of the cars are actually starting to trend downward.
It's going down. Yeah,
His
the weather's
dumbass
going
needed the
down.
money to re-up. He didn't know me well enough to know I would have floated him the money.
The fact is we
Ah.
were heading in a good direction. And they decided to do the vent and burn anyway.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to Chair Halmody for being here and for all your work.
In March of 2024, after a year-long investigation,
That's
the National
brutal.
Transportation Safety Board confirmed what many people had feared.
In order for polymerization to occur with Norfolk Southern and their contractors'
The people that I sold
justification for
the
the
wrong
vent
acid
burn,
to got
we
their
would
money
have to
back.
have
Except for the
rapidly
guy
increasing
that decided he wanted to
temperatures
stab
and
me
some
instead
sort
of get his money
infusion of
back.
oxygen, neither of which occurred.
He just got the shit kicked out of him.
Oxyvinyls was on scene. They believed polymerization was not occurring and there was no justification to do a vent and
By
burn.
my uncle.
What you had was a railroad that was trying to rush the cleanup, trying to prioritize
What an
the
idiot,
movement
dude.
of trains
So
above all
guy
else.
grabs me, right?
And so they
He's like,
manufactured a story that
You better got my money. He's got his
ultimately proved to
fucking
not be
knife.
true.
I'm like, yeah, we just
There
gotta
was
go pick it
another
up. Come on.
option. Let it cool down. It was
It's
cooling
at the
down.
apartment, so he's like,
When
okay,
you
let's
look
go.
at the railroad industry,
It's like
there's
fucking
always
forcing
something
me,
in the back of every decision they make, and that's a profit margin.
My uncle answers the fucking door. I'm like, hey, uncle. I just walked right in, right past him. This guy's fucking standing there with a knife in my uncle's doorway. So funny.
A response
What
from
an
Norfolk
idiot.
Southern that we can look back 5 years from now, 10 years from now. We can be proud of how Norfolk Southern responded, but more importantly,
My uncle invited him in.
the
Let it
folks
talk.
of East Palestine can be proud of how Norfolk Southern responded.
Man,
5
it
years
was
from
so
now, 10 years
good.
from now. And we're on that path.
In the 2 years since the derailment, Norfolk Southern has promised to dedicate millions of dollars towards making it.
So what I
right
learned that, yeah, I'll get you some in a second.
They gave us
What I
the
learned
old
that
train
day
depot
was,
that's been
if you
sitting there
ever try to
dilapidated for
take
years.
somebody
I think they
hostage,
spent like $1 million allegedly
don't let them
to
bring you
renovate
where
it.
they want to go.
We had the street fair the one year. They paid for all the rides for everyone.
Ever.
Nobody had to pay.
Holy
anything.
shit.
But many of those promises have fallen short.
I had made a commitment that we would set up a regional training facility, and today we kept our promise.
They were supposed to not only have the training center, but pay for like the upkeep of it and everything. That's completely gone.
The East Palestine School District is the latest to sue Norfolk Southern.
Lawsuit claiming the railroad broke a $30 million promise to rebuild the athletic facilities and a wellness center.
But there was one promise that Norfolk Southern couldn't walk away from. A class action lawsuit which yielded a $600 million settlement for residents within 20 miles of the derailment.
That's a lot of money. It is. $600 million is a lot of money. Not when it's divided up and divvied up between how many people.
Right.
According to the settlement, anyone within
Exclamation mark high stall.
theoretically
happened to
get up to
Tracy
$70,000
Ahoy.
per house.
Captain Botrix is trying to get a crew together for a treasure hunt. Type heist amount to join.
So you say 70,000 per household. Let's break that down. That's in the 1 to 2 mile zone. So my household of 4, that would have been $17,500 a piece. But wait, we were in a hotel for 6 months. They're deducting all that. We got to go to 0.
Over 4 months in the hotel, with food, we ran up over $35,000. We have to give that back. We might get $35,000.
Seems like a dumb question now, but is that enough?
That's not a drop in a bucket. $35,000 towards cancer treatment.
Taking that to the garbage?
Burn it. That's not going to do anything.
Go ahead.
That's not going to do anything.
You ask people around town, not one person will say, oh, I took it because it's a good deal. They took it because they want to get out. I mean, you know the people that I know. Some of them haven't had $1,000.
A crew of pirates and raiders check their flintlocks and sharpen their cutlasses as they disembark for Black Heart Island. Ho ho. Botrix made it back from Black Heart Island with a handful plunder and a tale of plenty. Results: Botrix, 1,999,999,899.
Stock fall on February 3rd, 2023, only to completely recover in the months that followed.
They wanted to get it done, shoved under the rug, shut us up, and move on.
They took away my hometown, and they walk around, and they made money. What stops them from doing it again? Because it will happen again.
What?
Basic question, are we any safer today than we were when the train derailed in East Palestine in February of 2023?
No, we're not. And we're not partly because Congress never passed the Railway Safety Act.
That's Sherrod Brown, the former senator from Ohio. In the wake of the derailment, he and J.D. Vance teamed up to draft what could have been a historic piece of legislation.
The Railway Safety Act would boost safety requirements for trains carrying hazardous materials.
It shouldn't take a train derailment for elected officials to put partisanship aside.
The disaster in East Palestine drew
Spring
attention
season
to an
of the Hate Goes Here stream show
railroad
thing,
industry
whatever this is,
extremely
mess.
unregulated.
The Penguin Club, all this
Local
business.
officials don't even know about
Wherever
the
this is going,
contents of the
I don't know where
trains
this is
that pass
going, you
through
guys.
their
We're gonna
town.
have to go to the mall.
And there
We gotta
are
go see those
3
penguins.
major derailments
I have to go
on
steal a
average
penguin.
every single
Wait,
day.
what if I steal a pet
Critics
penguin?
in
Not
the
a pet
industry blame
penguin.
a practice known
Like a
as
stuffed
Precision
penguin.
Scheduled Railroad, or PSR.
We'll put that on
Cutting these
back
people
burner.
down to
We
the
go to the
bone
mall today and go see a
forcing
penguin.
them to work to the absolute max. They're not letting them have adequate sick time or rest time. It's just trying to do more with less, and that's the bottom line of that.
PSR is all about moving trains from point A to point B with as few stops as possible. Over the years, that's resulted in larger trains.
You see these huge trains, they're bigger than you can imagine when they jump
$100
the track and are lined to their sides.
And smaller crews.
Railroads insist that they only need one person on a train, although they want 2 people in a cockpit if they're flying on their corporate plane. So there's more than a little hypocrisy there, but what else is new?
The Railway Safety Act was designed to eliminate many of these risks.
The Railway Safety Act would have made sure there were at least 2 people driving these trains. It would have required the railroads to notify communities when they were coming through with hazardous material.
But the railroad industry had a different plan. In just 1 year, the 5 largest carriers spent an estimated $17 million lobbying to block the bill. And they were successful. The Railway Safety Act never made it to the floor of Congress.
These guys are so effective at corporate lobbying. There was overwhelming support for this bill from the public.
I'm a Republican, and I worry that there has been a movement in my party in response to the legislation that I proposed that would not hold Norfolk Southern or the rail industry accountable.
Basically what they're saying is we don't feel like we should be a regulated industry. We should have the freedom to do whatever we want.
We should have the freedom to do
As mad as I am at
whatever we
Norfolk
want.
Southern, I think I'm more pissed at my government.
We do. We all have
I
the
used to be
freedom
proud
to do
be an
whatever we want.
American. What hillbilly isn't? And now I'm
Unfortunately, sometimes that means we get punished
I'm
for
really
doing
pissed off, upset,
what somebody else doesn't want us to
betrayed,
do.
lied to American.
Because they want to
And
punch
when
somebody.
you break my trust to the level of my child's life, that's my child's life.
My child's life.
What would you do?
On the 2nd anniversary of the derailment, Jamie and Chris joined hundreds of other residents in filing a new lawsuit, claiming that Norfolk Southern, the EPA, and the CDC had all failed to protect them.
Every step of the way, we've had to fight. And that's what I learned.
Fight.
No one's going to fight for us. We have to fight for ourselves.
Oh,
Do you know
fight.
how many politicians I've talked to? And how many promised they were going to help? I don't
Couple.
give a shit if you're Republican or Democrat. If you would talk to us, we talk to you. Fast forward, J.D. Vance gets elected vice president. I've heard from none of them. We're still sitting here sick. People are still suffering. And where is he? At this point, you see the corruption, the lies from every one of our agencies. Unless the president says we're going to make this right for these people, it'll never be, made right.
In February, Jamie wrote a letter to President Trump, calling on him to sign a major disaster declaration and to deliver universal health care for anyone in East Palestine who needs it.
I'm a Trump supporter, but he needs to make this right. Something needs to be done.
Yeah.
Something needs to be done. We went through Biden, who didn't do anything. This is your chance to come here and fix this.
What?
When you get a minute, you're alone, what kind of sticks with you about all of this so far?
When I get a minute by myself, I'm not thinking about this. I'm not. I'm thinking about going golfing tomorrow. I'm thinking about fishing. I'm thinking about my family. I'm thinking about anything but this. Anything I can to not be a part of this.
I swear to God, I thought he said, I'm thinking about going dolphin tomorrow.
For your own
I'm like,
sanity,
is that like going rogue? You're just going to go hop in the
It's a
ocean
lot
and
of
fucking
weight
swim
for
along?
anyone to carry. And for one person that I knew, it became too much.
I just don't trust their results. We're all ending up sick and they're telling us it's safe and everything's at a safe level.
I spoke with Courtney Miller after my last trip to East Palestine. We texted back and forth about how she was getting sick and wasn't getting the answers or the help that she needed. But we were never able to connect in person. That's because on August 21st, 2024, Courtney took her own life. We paid a visit to her home, which sits next to the tracks along the banks of Sulphur Run, one of the most impacted creeks in town.
I've spoken to Courtney's family. The wound is still too fresh for them to talk about on camera, but they gave me permission to quote their belief that Courtney's passing was 100% related to the derailment.
For the people of East Palestine, what happened on February 3rd, 2023, was a wound. One they may be dealing with for the rest of their lives. For Norfolk Southern, it was just another Friday.
You're from this area. You know, when someone first said sacrifice zone, well, what the hell is a sacrifice zone?
That's us.
Well, but we grew up here. When it's all around you, I don't think you even notice it until you step outside the box and you look from the outside looking in.
There's railways all around this country. If you ever notice, they're not in like the rich part of towns. They're in our neighborhoods. They're in the working class neighborhoods.
There's an unwritten law of big business in America. If you have enough money, you can get away with almost anything. And if you don't have the money,
Almost
well,
anything.
That one
Oh,
there was
almost.
when my heart was
You can't
bad.
get away with everything,
And
guys.
that's
So
a
just
reminder
about.
what I've been through, what I've gone through, what I've beaten.
What does justice for East Palestine really look like for you? And how far are we away from that as we're standing right here at Ground Zero now?
You know, I don't know. I kept thinking we were getting closer to justice and accountability, but every time something comes out, it's more lies, more betrayal from our government. I know that I'll never be able to move back here again, but you still just pray that one day you might get your home back.
Hi, thanks for watching our video. If you like this story and you want more stories like this, be sure to like and subscribe to the channel to get more Perfect Union in your feed. And if you have stories that you want us to investigate, drop them in the comments below. Good.
So this is what's called a Pandora's box, literally.
inside that box are boots from a former worker at a fracking waste recycling facility, a company called Austin Master Services.
A company accused of storing illegal amounts of radioactive and fracking waste in Martins Ferry.
If you're looking at like the background earth level in this area,
We're about 50 counts per minute.
Bev Reed here is holding the Ludlam 3000, a radiation detector, the same type that the oil and gas industry uses.
Up to about 230 now.
You can actually smell the chemicals coming off of it still too. These guys get soaked in this stuff every day at work.
And that's not just a problem for the workers in the facility.
This is Austin Masters, right here.
This is how many feet from the Ohio River?
It is probably 150 feet from the river, I would say.
It could be a disaster for millions.
They have what in there?
10,000 tons of radioactive debris is inside that building right now. They're permitted for 600 ton.
They're still flooding on First Street in front of Austin Master Services in Martins Ferry.
How could you permit a facility in a flood zone that has toxic waste and radioactive tailings from this industry? How could you let them within 1,000 feet of your water source? It's just all craziness.
How do we get here?
That's a good question. My personal opinion would be greed.
This is the story of how a company put the health of millions in jeopardy.
I'm not willing to trade health for jobs. I'm not going to do that to my people.
How the fracking industry laid waste to working class communities.
Every day in little communities in the Ohio River Valley, this is what it looks like. And it's people begging for enforcement.
And how one town fought back.
The Ohio Attorney General Yost has placed a temporary restraining order on the Austin Master Services facility in Martins Ferry.
This is the Ohio River Valley. It's where I grew up and where I live now. And it helped build our country through industry. Steel mills, strip mining, and coal mining.
I think the business will take advantage of the area here.
These which ones?
All of them.
That's John Davies. He's the mayor of Martins Ferry, Ohio.
I think they target the valley because of the economic downturn in the valley, and people are hungry to get good paying jobs.
And it's history repeating itself here in Appalachia. About 10 years ago, oil and gas production began in this region, and people here, rural communities, business folks, politicians, they were all eager to welcome the economic revival promised by fracking. Even Mayor Davies got caught up in it.
Everybody's excited, everybody's applying for these jobs. They're not weighing the risk, and I did the same thing. I took one of them jobs.
What job did you take?
I actually drove one of the brine trucks.
You drove a brine truck?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Fracking produces massive amounts of waste, hazardous, toxic waste, some of it radioactive, that someone has to deal with. That's where Austin Master Services comes in.
You're getting radioactive material, you're getting just stuff that's been underground for a long time, right?
Mike Sabita used to work for Austin Master Services here in Martins Ferry.
What's it like?
It smells like sewage.
Okay.
Yeah, it smells like you're going into, a processing plant for human waste.
Austin Master Services opened here in Martins Ferry in 2015. On paper, they're supposed to be safely processing and disposing of oil field waste, including the radioactive components. But in practice, that's not what happened.
10,000 tons of radioactive debris is inside that building right now. They're permitted for 600 ton. To put that in perspective is they have, well, you could figure there's an average truck coming in is 20 to 25 ton. So you're looking at 500 truckloads more than what they're allowed to have.
The mayor gave us a contact for a former trucker who picked up fracking waste to bring to Austin Master. He says he was never told that the waste loaded onto his truck was radioactive, and he was never given PPE or guidelines for how to keep him and his family safe from exposure. When we spoke to him, he was about to be interviewed for another job, so he chose to remain anonymous. And in an area dominated by this industry, it is hard to find workers willing to speak openly about the hazards that they're exposed to.
When I read what they had in the building, I'm like, it must be into the ceilings. I mean, you must be talking about mountains of dirt all over the floor, covering the whole facility.
Mike no longer works at Austin Master Services.
To me, what they probably did is just bled it dry and took in as much waste they could fit inside of the building without shipping it to Texas, because it's very expensive. You can make a lot of money doing this. There's a big need for this. but it's also very expensive. So if you're able to take in all that money by accepting all this waste and not have to put any out, you're going to get rich really quick.
And we are on our way to talk with the lead activist of a group called Concerned Ohio River Residents.
It's when it gets in your body that it causes harm. So I'll just show you how radioactive this stuff is. So it's in the thousands of counts per minute.
That's a sample of some of the contaminated waste produced by fracking.
2.0. There's ways they could have kept tabs on that place closer. There's a million ways that you can regulate stronger, you know, but they didn't do it.
Bev got involved after first seeing an Ohio Department of Natural Resources inspection report of Austin Master Services from 2020 showing waste piled up at the facility.
And so that's when we started going to council meetings. We said, how can this be on our water source? Like, how can we feel protected as citizens? And yeah, I just didn't have much luck back then.
For years, they felt like they were screaming into the void. And then,
the state of Ohio is taking legal action against a company in Belmont County.
In March, Ohio Attorney General Dave Yost went after Austin Master Services, trying to get them to stop storing illegal excess quantities of the toxic waste.
Right in his press release, it said, there's an imminent threat to public health, egregious violations of Ohio law, all these big words that we've never heard from the state of Ohio ever. And all of a sudden we're like, hello, we said this 3 years ago.
Then, just a few days later, things got serious.
The Ohio River is officially in the flood rain.
So what are we looking at here? Yeah, tell us about it.
That's the floodwater on the beginning of April during the crest.
This is where the train cars come in, and this is the truck load, and you can see water all around it. And we went to a council meeting, and we told them 3 more feet, 5 more feet, the river would have been in that pile of toxic waste.
And that would mean potentially contaminating the local water supply, which would affect a lot more than just Martins Ferry.
These people, for years, got away with this, with ODNR going in and inspecting all the time. It's not oops. They knew what was going on. They let it happen. And I'm really ticked off about it.
If a company wants to play fast and loose in this industry, what's preventing them from doing that?
Very little. My experience is that there is not enough people to monitor this. I would say the state fails us, our government fails us.
Initially, there were no regulations for oil and gas waste facilities in the state of Ohio. And I don't think the state was prepared for the enormous quantities of waste that we were talking about.
Megan Hunter is an attorney with Earth Justice. She knows all about how the oil and gas industry in this region is regulated and how they get around it.
What happened was EPA in the 80s, they looked at this oil and gas waste and they basically issued a determination saying this should not be regulated as hazardous under RCRA, basically because there's too much of it for us to figure out how to do that, and because it would be too big of a burden on industry.
When the oil and gas boom made its way to Ohio, the state legislature had to design some form of oversight, but didn't give any powers to the state's EPA. Instead, it created a new group, the Division of Oil and Gas Resources Management, under the Department of Natural Resources, and gave it exclusive authority.
The intent behind giving the Ohio Department of Natural Resources the sole and exclusive authority over oil and gas operations in the state of Ohio, it was the legislature's intent to kind of insulate them from environmental accountability to the degree that they could. And so what ODNR was doing, the head of the Division of Oil and Gas Resources Management would issue these things called chief's orders on kind of an ad hoc basis, saying that these facilities could operate. And that's how Austin Masters came to be. ODNR just granted them authority to operate because they didn't have regulations in place. There was nothing really for them to kind of check the facility against.
And the toothless agency can only point out problems. They can't even issue fines without getting the Attorney General involved. Years of inspection reports show a pattern of carelessness at Austin Master Services. Things like waste overflowing out of bins, waste spilled from truck wash, waste stored on the warehouse floor, sludge and liquid on the floor.
The agency has discretion on how it chooses to use its enforcement resources. So if the agency wants to pretend that Austin Masters doesn't exist and turn a blind eye to them, it's basically impossible for a citizen to hold ODNR accountable for that choice to not enforce.
But the people of Martins Ferry had had enough, and they were determined to hold Austin Master accountable and drive them out.
That place should just be gone forever.
What accountability do you want to see for Austin Master in the situation that's happening?
I want to see him clean it up.
That's what the Attorney General wanted to see Austin Master do too, but it didn't happen. The waste sat there for months until
Ohio Attorney General Dave Yost is now asking a Belmont County judge to hold Austin Master Services, parent company American Environmental Partners, and owner Brad Dimitrovich in contempt for failing to meet the court's cleanup deadline.
They even had to shell out $25,000 to keep CEO Brad Dimitrovich out of jail. But when it came time to actually fork up the money for the cleanup, they basically said, "We can't." Conveniently, they claimed that the company had no remaining assets and that Austin Master Services was effectively a dead company and that bankruptcy was coming soon.
So they leave and they say, oh, well, we run out of money, we can't afford to clean it up. We took our $10 or $20 million and we're running. You guys have to clean it up. You have these people come in and they buy these properties, you know, and they don't live here. And they don't care what they put in there. It's greed at its worst, is what you have going on here. And it stems everywhere from the politicians all the way to the owners.
There is some good news though.
Phase 1 of the cleanup process is now complete.
Because of what folks in Martins Ferry have done, on August 9th, ODNR stepped in and started the cleanup at Austin Master. It's later than planned. Austin Master was supposed to finish their first court-ordered cleanup on April 17th. But the big win? ODNR says they are not re-permitting the facility for this kind of waste storage. Communities like this, across the country, do the dirty work behind every modern convenience that we don't think twice about. And in all that comfort, it's easy to miss the downside. We assume that companies care about more than a dollar, or that regulators always stand strong against corporate greed, or that dangerous, seedy industries like this are the most a place like the Ohio Valley can hope for. But stories like this paint a different picture, one where companies do whatever they can get away with and regulators go along for the ride until ordinary people stand up and fight for what's most important: clean water and air, jobs that pay well and don't kill us slowly, and a say over what life is like in the places that we love most.
Hey, if you want more stories about protecting stuff like this, hit like and subscribe and drop story ideas in the comments.
Cool.
The holy grail for a long time has been, what if we could charge every single person the maximum amount that we know they're able to or willing to pay?
They know things about us that we don't know. They're smarter than us, and we're training them in a way that is incalculable.
Walk into any grocery store, and on average, everything is about 30% more expensive than it was in 2020.
Inflation, supply chains, tariffs.
We've heard it all. But what if something else is happening? Something intentional.
What if someone is charged $2 for these eggs, but another person is charged $2.40 at the same exact store?
And it's pushing prices up. 5 months ago, a researcher reached out to me about Instacart. She'd been studying their Washington, D.C. workforce. Different pay for nearly identical work. Her question: if they do this to workers, what about consumers?
Here's the thing I want to do, right?
Before joining More Perfect Union,
should I point the camera
So I agreed to help investigate. The problem? It wasn't easy to test.
I could have both the
Grocery prices
doors
change
covered
all the time.
but
for
then
legitimate
Tiger's gonna be
reasons.
walking back and forth.
Receipts you can't compare.
in front of the camera all the time.
If we wanted to do
and it won't
this,
be fun.
we'd need a team. A researcher, community organizers, other journalists, and most importantly, regular people who care. Lots of them. 5 months of digging, what we found is bigger than Instacart. Yes, inflation is real, but something else has been pushing prices higher this whole time. There's a system, one that grocery stores and tech companies build together. It learns
So the
from
mic
every
doesn't pick me
purchase.
up?
It's
That
not
much?
just
That's
online.
crazy.
It's in the physical stores you walk into, with the primary goal: maximize profit.
Day by day, it's moving billions of dollars, one penny at a time.
Here's how we uncover
how it's turning the grocery business into a gold mine, and why, without
Good,
regulation,
Ty.
your grocery bill may keep
Huh?
climbing no matter what happens with inflation.
You don't know what you're doing?
No.
I'm now going to ask you to take out your phone, and we're going to get started with shopping for 20 items at the Safeway.
This is Katie Wells. She's the director of research at Groundwork Collaborative. She's the
Wow.
one who reached out. The
So that's the
plan
only one
is
left now?
get everyone
That's
in the
good.
room.
Now I gotta figure out why that's so quiet.
Select the same store, same items, on phones and computers. Select pickup.
I mean, it's incredibly quiet. What's up? Think this is better? Now we're both just right there, right? I like it better this way. I gotta make sure that's the right microphone though. So yeah. Well, it says it's the right one. But can you wait a minute? Sorry, I'm just right in the middle of trying to set this up. You got some bad timing. Why does that one make noise? Like, okay, this thing? It shouldn't have a mic in it right now. Microphone array, that'd be a cool setup.
Yes, it is, right?
Since I've got like 30 mics, just set them up as an array. That's a good idea.
King John of Vienna would be racist, Islamophobic, and anti-Turkish. This Austrian politician. Usual suspects. What a fucking surprise! And what is this here? The government in the United States is not founded on any religion. Since it's Christian religion, President John Adams. Well, the thing is that America wasn't founded on the Christian religion, it was founded on Christian values. I think it's pretty obvious that it was. Anybody that says otherwise is, I think, very much being dishonest. And I don't know why people are very dishonest about this, but it seems stuff like that. Well, I do know why, and that's why it's fucking annoying. But either way, yeah, it's extremely fucking annoying. I do not like that at all. Caleb Hammer made it to Fox?
Well, that was
oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Wow. That's actually fucking based. That's insane. And my boy Caleb, oh my fucking god. And watch it. What is
Hey,
this?
Americans are spending beyond their means.
Yeah.
Credit card debt just hit another record, $1.28 trillion. And
oh, that's great.
more people expect to be worse off a year from now. It's why voices like Caleb Hammer are standing out.
They expect to be worse
Hey.
off.
He has amassed millions of views online.
Yeah, you're good.
cleaning
I
up
see you.
financial messes.
Do you hear me? Do you see the penguin? Are we winning? Are we winning?
First 16-year-old job ever. Got my little card from work. Spending. I feel like you never matured past 14. I don't feel like making payments on this. That's what a child says. I am angry.
It's crazy. He looks so far away. Why does he look so far away?
There he is. Audit on YouTube, Caleb Hammer.
The reason, by the way, everybody started to hate on this guy, a lot of like leftists are starting to hate on him, is because what Caleb Hammer is revealing is that a lot of people's financial troubles
Oh, he's way far away now.
are their fault.
Come on. We'll get this.
It's not capitalism. It's not Donald Trump. It's not Republicans. It's the fact that they can't stop buying Labubu's and they have 6 subscriptions to Netflix because they keep buying new TVs and they forget the passwords of the old one. That's the real reason why they hate him.
Good to see you. You don't look angry yet.
That's it.
Maybe we'll change that by the end of this segment. But let me start with you, sir, on credit card debt. Okay, we hit another record. I know this is kind of the bread and butter stuff.
He's kind of cute. He's all the way over there, though.
Nervous about America's credit situation on the plastic.
You gotta do something about that.
It's bad. It's bad. In our consumer-driven culture right now, it doesn't matter what the job market looks like. People are getting laid off on our show. It doesn't matter. People will continue their spending.
That's right.
People will
They'll spend probably more because they're upset that they got laid off, and so they have to spend money to make themselves happy.
continue their spending no matter what in our consumer-driven culture. I mean, right now, it's not just credit card debt.
Nah, it's like a horror movie thing.
Buy now, pay later.
Yep.
It's getting closer.
If you Klarna a DoorDash, you should go to jail.
Okay, there we go.
Go get 'em. You got problems.
That looks wild. The lines and shit line up pretty good with that background. It looks crazy.
That use credit cards regularly and hold those debts are now getting into buy now, pay later.
You're able to buy what do you call it? Buy OnlyFans subscriptions on Klarna. Actually, I found out it was fake. For now.
As well. It's only going to get worse. It's headed in the wrong direction, unfortunately.
Caleb, there's someone on my panel though who once told me that debt is as American as apple pie. We just got to embrace it because eventually we'll grow, our wages will pick up, and we'll grow our way out of our debt crisis, whether it's the country or, in your case, more poignantly, the credit card crisis. What do you say to people who say that?
Yeah, I mean, it is a part of our culture, right? I mean, like I said,
Take out as much credit card debt as you possibly can. Pay off one credit card with another credit card. Lie on the application. Misrepresent your income. Do everything that you can to get as much money as possible.
Yeah.
Never give them your phone number.
I misrepresent my income.
Your address. Use as many fake pieces of information as you possibly can.
Yeah.
Take out as many fucking credit cards, rewards program, bonus, buy now, pay later.
Shouldn't you?
This is what you do.
Yeah, and pile them up on each other.
And then you don't pay later.
Ever.
You just take the money. My mom did this. She did this for over $100,000.
Wow.
She finessed these companies out of $100,000. And do you know what they got out of her? Nothing.
Yes.
Not a single fucking thing. And that was it. You can just declare bankruptcy. This is not financial advice.
W mom. W as mom.
So that's what you do, is you take out as many of these as possible, and then you just declare bankruptcy, and your credit score's fucked up. Well, you didn't have any
Go as mom gold.
What did you need a credit score for? Just do it under
That was really good for Spy right off the start.
how do you think illegals buy things? Just do the same fucking thing. You just go use somebody else, you sign under them, you have a co-signer, you figure out another way to get around it. Like there are a million ways. Listen, if you do not care about the social contract, you can become rich. Whenever you expand your mind and you're
Ooh.
existing inside of the realm of paying off
Nice.
debt with debt, now you're cooking. Now you're there.
That was the third one. Good job, Az.
We are very consumer driven, and I love my credit cards, but I use it properly. And 50% of Americans
I've never used credit card in my life. Never had a credit card. Never bought anything on time. I've never bought anything ever like that. Like never on one of my first.
How about
car,
this one?
My second car actually. My dad bought me my first car. I got lucky. Second car. I saved up $1,500 and I bought it flat out cash.
50% of Americans have a revolving balance month to month.
Yep.
That's when that average interest rate in our country of about 20% is breaking down on that monthly basis and driving people into worse and worse credit card debt. That's not building their households. In fact, 88% of Americans headed into 2026 said that they are financially stressed about their households.
I'm gonna be honest, like y'all Muslims, like y'all do this shit right. Like how you cap that interest and like that usury shit, like y'all get
Very
this
good,
right,
I
we
think.
don't. We get finessed by this like crazy.
They're struggling.
I'm like,
50% of Americans think they're
Royal,
gonna
no.
die with debt.
P.
It's there.
They won't. No, they won't. You won't die because like eventually they're gonna write off your debt as income and they're gonna send it to the IRS. That's what they do. But it takes like 20 years for that to happen.
What the hell?
Well, obviously, but this is a household problem. People are not willing to stop no matter what the economic situation in the United States looks like. It doesn't matter. To get the things they want. On our show, people think and say that it's because of an emergency.
Yeah.
Oh, it's because I had
That's the emergency right there. It's behind them. That was the emergency. It was a limited edition.
Okay, here we go. I'll get it. One try, because I know it's a trick. Watch this. They're gonna fuck us. They're gonna fuck us, Az.
average Americans. It's going to McDonald's. It's going on a trip. It's going on things that doesn't matter. Things we call BS on our show.
No, it's not the U. Fuck.
It's all kinds of stupid things like
What is it?
Like, you know, the treat yourself.
With the E?
I'm sorry, but like
People?
that say treat yourself, if you want to look at a Venn diagram, that's a circle. Treat yourself? Yeah, you did that one too many times at McDonald's, didn't you?
P.
Fat as hell. That's it.
Phil?
So fat, it's the mind. That's
It's
why
like a girl from Kansas
fat.
saying Phil. Phil.
And that's just what happens, right? Some guys are born bigger, right? Maybe they just like eating food, and it is what it is. But there are people who are spiritually fat, and that's what I'm talking
That
about.
ain't Dale, that's Phil. You know? PhD.
To make sure they're happy and living the things that they feel they're entitled to in a part of our culture. So you're right. It is American.
They're entitled. Yeah, they deserve to go on a vacation because they worked really hard being a receptionist
Real.
for 20 hours.
Peril?
This is Marcus.
Peril?
I'm entertained by the way you speak to people, but what frustrates me about the way you speak to people is I want financial literacy to be the backbone of things, and I would imagine that financial literacy is what you think they're missing. Is it the lack of financial literacy, or is it the issuance of credit by the credit card companies and the banks that is ultimately the culprit? Who's the
Neither. It's impulse control. That's the real problem. It's impulse control and no consideration of the future. It's people that are so obsessed with reclaiming their childhood. If you go and you watch Hammers videos, you're going to see a bunch of fat millennials that are retarded with Pokemon tattoos that can't figure out how to save $200 a month. That's the problem.
culprit in your mind?
That's where we're at.
It's going to come down to the user in the end. I mean, we practice personal.
How come I can't see the penguins in this shot here?
They have to. What they need to do at Disneyland is they need to make all the rides smaller. I don't want to elaborate any further, but I think that's going to solve a lot of problems.
Maxed out credit cards when I was in college. McDonald's, piano, you name it. It was my responsibility for getting into that debt. It was my responsibility getting myself out of that debt in my early adulthood.
I don't want to elaborate. They just need to make the ride smaller.
You did this to yourself. There is one exception. I do not hold people accountable for taking student loans. And I want to explain the reason why I don't hold them accountable for it, and I don't think it's a bad decision on the user's part. The reason why is because you are groomed, and I'm using this word intentionally, you are groomed from age 5 to age 18 to think that going to college means that you will be successful in life.
Yep.
And if you spend your entire childhood being groomed into this ideology, and the only thing you have to do is take on $40,000 of debt, and you don't know what debt is,
Yeah.
you're not educated, you are intentionally, in my opinion, not educated on what interest is. You understand how to divide fractions, but you don't know.
I don't know. I'm not sure. It kind of looks like Voltron. Is his name Korea Man? Yeah, that is him. It would definitely be this. The alt name used to be Korea, so probably. I probably Google searched Korea, and that was the first thing that came up.
They get groomed by their schools, they get groomed by society, they get groomed by sometimes their parents to take on these Faustian pacts that basically make
Shout out to
them
Faust.
servants for the next 30 years of their life.
What?
I actually don't blame young high school kids for making that decision, and I think that's a failure. That's a structural, institutional failure.
There you go.
But everything beyond that,
How's that?
that's the problem.
Good?
Like taking
Yeah.
out, you've got a credit card with Target or Kohl's, right? And you have $2,000 on it because you can't stop buying Chinese food. Well, that's your fault. You did that.
Making more money and being responsible and learning a budget, especially in today's culture where we have access to more resources than any time in human history. GPT, Grok, you name it, Claude, you can search anything, you can read any financial book, you can watch any podcast, financial audit, and you can get your life together. Credit cards, it's a product.
How was the best game of the year? How was one of the most awarded games of all time? Expedition 33 made. This guy goes up, game of the year, studio, fucking everybody's talking about him. He says, oh yeah.
Oh, you need chips. Yeah, you need chips, right?
Yeah, shout out YouTube tutorials. They taught us how to make a video game. Hey, yo, peace.
And why they're making that product, and we can make certain regulations on that product. But in the end, it is still someone going out, choosing to apply for that credit card, and then choosing how to use them. I don't expect everyone to be perfect at 18, 19, even up to 25, but once you're in that adulthood and you're
My mom was crashing out at 65. 70, 65. She bought
Wow.
$200 of shit that we couldn't afford at Sam's Club. I say, she said, I know, put it in there.
Whew.
You want more potato chips? All right, of course. And I say, Mom, on the way home, can we get Taco Bell? And she says, do I got I got 20 in my wallet? This is the only 20. It's the last 20 left. There are no more 20s. She got no job. And I said, yeah. You still have 20? She says, yeah, sure. Let's get that Taco Bell right now. She never even thought about it. She was like, I've never met a person in my entire life that had less forward planning than my mom. She would not even think about what's happening as it's happening.
Yeah.
She would not even think about that as it was happening.
Yeah, not even like where it was gonna end up.
Like she wouldn't even think about even in the moment. Impulsive, she didn't know. She didn't give a fuck.
using the educational resources that we have.
It's your fault. I appreciate you acknowledging learning, though.
Kaylin, I'm just wondering if you think that social media has anything to contribute here, because what I've seen, and we've always
people trying to keep up appearances and trying to live a lifestyle that social media makes them think they deserve.
And put debt on our credit cards. We've seen that over time in this country. But culturally speaking, with the rise of technology and Instagram and seeing what your neighbor has and seeing what that person has and the trip that they went on, I mean, people will kill themselves trying to take a selfie.
Then they deserve to die.
Off the side of a cliff because they want people to see that. How much of this sort of consumption is and culture and psychological aspect is being driven by social media and contributing to
I have no sympathy for weak-minded people that are addicted to consumerism.
What's wrong with me, guys?
Appearances. I have no sympathy.
Why did I answer it?
Honestly, people like this should be happy that they're alive. Natural selection would have gotten rid of them a long time ago.
Who wants to do tattoos tonight?
They're addicted to Labubu's.
Boo-boo-blues.
Always see it on our show every day.
I have sympathy for them in the same way that I have sympathy for a dog that drinks that like licks up a bunch of coolant because it smells good and the dog thinks it tastes good and then the dog dies. Like, I have sympathy for them in that way, right? It's like, damn, you're really stupid. You
Poor
just
dog.
didn't know any better, huh? You just dumb as fuck. You know, like that's the way I see them the same way.
If you remember the Labubu, the Labubu thing that was sweeping the world just a couple months ago, we had guests every single week that were maxing out credit cards just to get the next Labubu. Because it's
My fucking, there's this gas station I go to, and there's this gas station I go to that has Labubus at it, and it has gambling at it. And I see these stupid fucking, these like 60-year-old fat hogs just putting in dollar bills to this fucking. Shit. And they're just sitting there doing it again and again and again. It's like a dog. It's like a dog drinking Kool-Aid. That's what it is. Like a dog drinking Kool-Aid.
posted everywhere online. And now we're not in the era of Beanie Baby trends lasting for years. We're in the micro trend where things get replaced every single month and people just.
Ain't nobody thinking about Labubus anymore. Let me see what's there. Fuck. The fuck? Just put it in there.
This would be great if we have people over.
What? These people don't give a shit about this anymore.
No, this corner of the couch isn't on camera. What do you mean?
Wasting their fucking money. Nobody even cares about it anymore. They fell off. Labubu fell off.
Good angle. Just kidding. A little bit.
That's what's crazy. Is that they thought they were gonna overtake Funko Pop? Funko Pop is back. It's back in a big way. See, they thought it was better, right? And Funko Pop is still there. U2s? That's not really that popular. Yeah, people don't really use those. And so fidget spinners, yeah, exactly. And so this is
Fidget spinners are coming back? No, they're not.
They do. They wasted their money for a fad, and it's already over.
To be a part of the next thing, you don't want to miss it.
Yeah.
And it's a
Pogs.
huge part of our culture.
Pogs.
That's why I am
Pogs are
happy
coming
that
back.
Many states around the country, now more than half the states, have
It's an engineered part of our culture that's a psyop in order to keep stupid people spending money.
Really gotta keep you guys working.
required to graduate from grade school. So hopefully we're fighting back on
I
that.
think we need to hold more kids back from 5th grade. I think that you shouldn't be allowed to go to middle school if you can't do multiplication and division. Like, and I really think we should do this, right? Is that 3rd grade? No, I think 5th grade, right? Because it's like that's like a tier list, right? It's like kind of, you know, like in a gotcha game where like you have to do like a trial to like advance to the next world level, right? And so it's like now everything's level 50. And so, but like if you really suck, you can't even get that done. And so what I think we need to do is we need to have these tests for like 5th graders, and like if you can't pass the test, then you stay in 5th grade. And then if you can't pass it 3 times, then there's like a secondary education system that's made for people that are stupid. And so like then you learn how to like they give you a hammer, and then they show you how to take a big rock and how to make it smaller and turn it into little rocks, and that's all you're gonna be good for. And I think that's a nice thing, right? You're gonna teach them a skill. Because, like, they ain't never gonna understand algebra. Like, you can't figure out division and, like, you're fucking 11 years old. Honestly, like, you're already cooked. It's over. It's over. And I know people might not want to hear that. Like, oh, you can't just say that about an 11-year-old. Yeah. Yeah, I can.
As well. Okay, here. Caleb, Mr. Debt and Apple Pie might have a question for you. Or Larry Kudlow himself.
Well, look, I think what you just said is very good. I mean, any education regarding personal finance is a very good thing, and I don't doubt that a lot of people mismanage their credit cards. I don't doubt, but I will say this: household wealth in this country through the end of last year is $180 trillion. $180 trillion.
That's a lot of money.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's everything. Stocks, bonds, homes, cash, blah blah blah, and less liabilities.
I need that money.
So the number, your number 1.28 trillion. I think that was the number of credit card debt.
That's right.
Okay, but 180 trillion is bigger than that. Actually, I'd go a step further because I do believe.
Can you shut the fuck up? Just go back to your nursing home. Like, who the fuck are you talking about? Like, what are you just shut up? Okay, Grandpa, wrap it up. Holy, what are you talking? Like, you're insane.
Debt is as American as apple pie. The country was founded on debt. Alexander
is founded on debt. Shut up.
Hamilton, God bless him. I just spoke to him a few weeks ago.
I bet you probably did. You're that fucking old.
But the point is, we have debt in public, federal debt in public hands, which is about $30 trillion. Okay. And that's even bigger than this 1.28 trillion.
Right.
But again, compared to 180 trillion of household wealth, it's a debt equity ratio that any company would be proud of.
That's right.
And the other one,
what do you like? What was this? What was it? He's like getting paid by MasterCard or something like this? Like, what are you talking about? Like, obviously, like that's the case. But like, if you look at debt, it's primarily held by a small amount of people, right? It's like poor people. Like, I don't think that. And also, here's another factor, right? It's like Caleb Hammer doesn't bring somebody on that's been crushed by medical debt, and then he like makes fun of them for like not being able to pay for their broken leg.
Now we know where the I is and the A.
For paying for Labubu's instead of
There's
paying.
no S, no B, no.
He makes fun of them for paying for
Oh, there might be a B.
new car instead of fixing their house. So like this entire everything about this premise is wrong.
1.28 trillion. I mean, it wouldn't show.
I was trying to figure out the S, the P, the W, the H.
You have to go from
Yeah,
logs to
nice.
indexes anyway. I just don't. It's not a catastrophe, okay? And we're living in
Shut up! It obviously is a catastrophe. Like it's bottom heavy. And look at the income distribution. Like, what are you even talking about? Like, this is so stupid. Also, this is all.
Like
that this is projected. This is like saying Elon Musk has
AV.
$850 million. No, he doesn't.
Is there an N?
If Elon Musk
Avian?
tried to sell that $850
AVIAN?
million stock, it would make the stock's value go down astronomically. It's not like nothing.
Like the right way to spell it, not the wrong way.
It's stupid. It's stupid philosophically. It's stupid functionally. It's not even true. Like everything about.
Jeez, very prosperous times, and people, if you produce
like the bird flu.
Income, consumers spend their income, but the education part, I'm going to give you a lot of credit, Caleb. The education part is really important, and I think that is missing from the story.
All right, Caleb, we'll give you the last word on this
one.
one.
No? You want another one?
Yeah, absolutely.
Really?
I do agree. We live in a very prosperous country, and a lot of people are lucky. I'm not freaking out on credit card debts in terms of like collecting.
I should be. Absolutely should be, because it's a mindset.
I've seen the U.S. economy. I don't want to bring it to that level. That's not what I'm trying to say. But from a household concern, where people are maxed out, where 50% are carrying those balances month over month at a 20% interest rate. People can't afford emergencies with that. Half the country says they can't afford an emergency. It pops up with like $1,000. The majority of Americans are feeling uncomfortable headed into this year about personal finances. And credit cards are bad. Card debt can be good. Credit cards can be used right. We love mortgages. I'm assuming everyone on the panel loves a good mortgage. I'm not complaining about debt in general. I use it myself. But irresponsible credit card usage is bad for the household.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, we found agreement between the guy who helps people fight debt and Mr. Apple Pie and debt himself. That's an amazing thing. Caleb Hammer, that was so fun to hear from you. Thanks for being with us today. We'll see you again soon, I hope.
What a man. I love, just a second, sorry about that. I love Caleb Hammer. I'm gonna link y'all the clip, right? Apparently this just came out. I hadn't seen it yet.
He said, we have just unredacted Les Wexner's name from this document, but his name already appears in the file thousands of other times, and he says the Justice Department is hiding nothing. Is that the retired CEO?
Well, when you put a black bar over something, what do you call that?
that you're referencing?
It is. He unredacted it after I found him. That's a problem, and I'm glad they admitted they made a mistake by redacting that.
So
A mistake.
you're saying it was redacted, you went in there today, and after you tweeted that, they unredacted.
Correct. Now he's got 4 other names he needs to redact that he responds to that. There's a list of 20 people. I could probably say them on the floor of the House, but I'll give the DOJ a chance to do what they did in these 2 examples, where I've discovered something and now they responded.
So basically, he went out, Thomas Massey, who was one of the architects of this bill, went out and straight up said, hey guys, here's what I'm gonna do. If you don't come out and release the names, I'm just gonna say who it is. I'm just straight up gonna say who it is. Ro Khanna already did on Congress 4. Check his YouTube. So does he just name them?
Yesterday, Congressman Massey and I went to the Department of Justice to read the unredacted Epstein files. We spent about 2 hours there, and we learned that 70 to 80% of the files are still redacted. In fact, there were 6 wealthy, powerful men that the DOJ hid for no apparent reason. When Congressman Massey and I pointed this out to the Department of Justice, they acknowledged their mistake, and now they have revealed the identity of these 6 powerful men. These men are...
Oh shit!
Salvatore Navura, Zorab Nikolaj, Leopold Leonor, Nikolaj Caputa, Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem, CEO of Dubai Ports World, millionaire businessman Leslie Wexner, who was labeled as a co-conspirator by the FBI.
A co-conspirator?
Now my question is, why did it take Thomas Massey and me going to the Justice Department to get these 6 men's
It's a
identities?
mystery. Nobody knows why.
And if we found 6 men that they were hiding in 2 hours, imagine how many men they are covering up for in those 3 million files. That's right. But the story gets worse. The reality is that Donald Trump's FBI scrubbed these files in March, long before Thomas Massey and I passed the Epstein Transparency Act.
This is why I told you guys happened. And I meant this wasn't the first scrubbing. I just think this might have been the final draft. I think that probably the worst 20 to 30% of the files were destroyed.
Now my bill is clear. The Epstein Transparency Act requires them to unredact those FBI files. Yes. And yet the Justice Department said to me and to Congressman Massey, we just uploaded whatever the FBI sent us. And guess what? The FBI said to scrub the files. That is the strike statement for the FBI, naming rich and powerful men who went to Epstein's island, who went to his ranch, who went to his home and raped and abused underage girls or saw underage girls being raided. They're all hidden. They're all redacted. It's a little bit worse.
So I'm frying Tiger some spam covered in like sprinkled brown sugar and dry mustard and butter, well, in butter, and then I'm gonna throw that into like a kind of a grilled cheese. I hope he likes it.
I think that it was scrubbed 3 times, potentially 4 times. I think that it was scrubbed at whenever Epstein was killed, because obviously he died whenever Trump was president. I think it was scrubbed whenever Democrats got power again in 2021. And I think that it might have also been scrubbed at the end of Biden's presidency with him leading. And then I think it was scrubbed a 4th time, and I'm making all this up, by the way. And it was scrubbed a 4th time whenever Trump then took office and they planned on releasing the files. I think logically that's what probably happened.
A little black pepper.
Yes,
I'm making this up.
But it also asks a fundamental question. Who are they protecting? Why are they protecting
I love spam. I'm going to the mall, yo. -4. It's nice out. We can fly the drone, I think, maybe. Oh.
There needs to be, like, I mean, I don't know about treating people like they're guilty, but there needs to be investigations. They have to look into this, even if it's embarrassing.
It's not just about the 1,200 survivors. It's about tears of justice.
Someone in chat said this is anti-Semitism
in America. It's about people who can accumulate wealth and power and don't have to care about the rest of America. That's right. They have destroyed so much of this country. Income inequality is at a 60-year high.
Wait, what? I thought it was the highest it's ever been. This is the first time I'm hearing this. My understanding is that it's higher now than ever.
Worker salaries are less than they have been.
That's why I lost it.
75 years as a part of GDP. Somehow this country seems to be working for the rich and powerful, but it's not working for ordinary working class Americans. I say enough. It's time to begin with accountability for the Epstein class. Hold them in front of Congress. Those people who visited the island or did business with Epstein after he was convicted pedophile. Investigate them. Prosecute them. And let's return to democratic accountability in the United States of America. Let's return to one system of justice in the United States of America. Let's return to a place where every American has a stake in this country.
That's right. 100%, man. And I think the last part really matters a lot. One of the reasons why, I'm going to link y'all the video, right? This is a great video. I'm very happy to see this. I am extremely fucking happy to see this. I hope that more people bring it up. And on top of that, now that you even have the British Crown that's roaching out, even they are roaching out now. Buckingham Palace stands ready to support the police in Prince Andrew, previous Prince Andrew inquiries.
This relates to the release of those Epstein files because in the last few minutes, King Charles has made his first intervention in the Epstein scandal. He said that he is ready to support the police as they consider allegations against Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. Here's a bit of a statement. The King has made clear in words and through unprecedented actions his profound concern at allegations which continue to come to light in respect of Mr. Mountbatten Windsor's conduct. That is according to a Buckingham Palace spokesperson. While the specific claims in question are for Mr. Mountbatten Windsor to address, if we are approached by Thames Valley Police, we stand ready to support them, as you would expect. Now, this all comes after Thames Valley Police confirmed it's assessing
We talked about this, right? You want me to dip it in an egg too, right? Okay.
Republic, which reported Mountbatten Windsor was suspected.
You gotta, I mean, like, really, I mean, this dude's crawling around on the island with a bunch of underage girls and there's accusations. Like, you really think that there's not a reason to do an investigation? I'm not saying he's guilty, but, like, damn, you know, that's pretty bad. What should the punishment be for the most egregious examples of the files? It depends. So, in my opinion, I think that I can't say what the Bible is.
specifically to Mr. Mountbatten Windsor's conduct and saying that it was specific claims in question for Mr. Mountbatten Windsor to address. If they are approached by the police, that they are willing to support. I mean, that in itself is extraordinary, isn't it? It is. We know that the King has previously put out various statements, and in this statement,
I totally forgot. Not just that, as he wants it dipped in egg. And then fried. Not you, Five? How about, nice.
There's even a terminology for talking about this phenomenon. It's not like this is some kind of crazy thing nobody saw.
Well, I think that there's some phenomenon, but I also think that as the depending on the severity of
they're both victims and also perpetrators. It's not. This isn't simple.
what you're doing. I think that there's a grayer than a co-conspirator.
Yeah, exactly. Put a person in hell, yeah, you should do a segment every day where you see code words and the Epstein files, you look them up, bro. Yeah, maybe I should. It's more simple than that. They get used up, they tell them if you want to stop getting molested, bring me the next victim. Yeah, that seems like that school pictures and yearbooks like a shopping catalog. They could identify and locate children like they were ordering them from a menu. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. That is crazy. I don't even know if they should. I mean, what the hell do you expect they do? Like, this is 100% is what they do. Absolutely. And so, no, it's even probably going to get worse, too. This is the guy. Billionaire Les Wexner, founder of Victoria's Secret, is now unredacted as a co-conspirator. He gave Epstein power of attorney and the Manhattan Mansion. Wait a minute. So this guy gave Jeffrey Epstein the Manhattan Mansion? Well, why would he do that? That seems a little bit like that's weird. Why would somebody just give away a mansion like that? Wow. What are the odds of that? Do you think Wayfair was actually in on it? I don't think they were in on it, but they were probably used as a tool for it, yeah. So this is just more, and then also keep in mind, apparently, this is what's so fucking insane. I did not expect this to happen. Is that a lot of people are now finding out that Trump was one of the first people who fucking was a whistleblower on Jeffrey Epstein. More evidence that Trump was
You want ketchup?
Jeffrey Epstein whistleblower is coming out in the court documents. Trump was responsible for Epstein's
I thought I just heard TCS.
and Epstein knew and was livid. Oh my god. So you remember whenever this came out?
Sorry if I'm really quiet. I'm trying not to be. I'm yelling like a motherfucker a lot. Not right now, I'm not, but I was. Hey, Bubble Boots. Hey, Bubble Boots. Hey, Bubble Boots.
In 2009, when I served a lot of subpoenas on a lot of people, or at least gave notice to some pretty connected people that I wanted to talk to them, he is the only person who picked up the phone and said, "Let's just talk. I'll give you as much time as you want. I'll tell you what you need to know." And it was very helpful in the information that he gave.
What do you think, Boots? Do you like it?
Whatsoever that he was involved.
Hey, girl. Do you like it? Does it look cool in here?
Whatsoever, but had good information that checked out and that helped us. A deposition of him. That was 2012.
You want to cut it?
I can tell you that I talked to President Clinton. I'm sorry, President Trump back in 2009.
You want me to cut it?
And
You
several
want
times
ketchup?
after that,
On your eggy sandwich?
In fact, he helped me. He got on the phone. He
Hey,
told me.
you look that and grab the knife and I'll cut it for you.
Now our
Have a
investigation
seat.
wasn't looking into him, but he was helping us then.
This was in 2009. So
Look up.
apparently,
Okay.
and here's
We're
the
gonna talk it up,
article
right?
here.
Yes. Looking good.
This is the file. New Epstein was disgusting. Trump said Maxwell was Epstein's operative. She is evil and to focus on her. As I said, generational, massive bitch. Like, nobody has said a single, I have not heard a single good thing about Ghislaine Maxwell from anyone. At least, like, I mean,
Well, my kids all
Jeffrey
separated,
Epstein,
eh?
there's like people smiling with him, and like, you know, it's like he's hanging out with people. Like, nobody
Hi.
liked this bitch.
Looks good.
Nobody liked her. Oh my god.
Mm-hmm.
Trump told Blank that he was around Epstein once when teenagers were present, and Trump got the hell out of there. Trump was one of the very first people to call when people found out
Give me the lowdown. How is it?
Epstein. No one could explain how Epstein made his money. They knew he worked for Bear Stearns. Blank was told that Epstein was kind of a technical guy that would make it happen if you didn't want to know how. None of the victims that PBD spoke with
Damn it, Streamlabs.
sexual contact with
I hate you, Streamlabs.
Epstein while in Epstein's orbit. Blank had one time went out screaming. Prince Andrew was a fixture in Palm Beach and he had no protection while there. Blank had done interviews in the past, and this is all the rest of it, right? So Jeff
Bubble
Epstein thought that Trump ratted him out. Wolf alleged Epstein came to believe that it was
Not
Trump
only-
who had first caused him to be investigated by the law enforcement in 2005.
There's that too.
Man, you were right. People don't care. They're already convinced Trump's So, Trump will resign by the end of the year? I don't know, guys. I'm not sure. I mean, it definitely makes him look pretty good to have this happen. For it to come out, look, this is proven true today. Yeah, President Trump was an FBI
Thanks to all those gifted memberships that has hooked us up with out here. Dude, we got a lot of extra emoji views. Lots of extra emoji spots.
No, I don't. Why was Trump buying hoax? This is some other reason. And we solved the torture video false narrative. Now, what is this here? If I can find it, there's some other bullshit.
Oh.
And let's see
Oh,
if
this.
there's anything else. Let me info after.
Yeah. That's. Remember I told you there's some really nice stuff I got that smells really good. It is Febreze. You're right, Az. It's funny. It's whipped warm sugar shea butter. It smells like so good, dude. It was just out here somewhere. Just made a Tiggy, isn't he cute? How do you know he's Mexican? Well, Mexicans are little dicks, aren't they? Ha 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 ha. Just a bunch of dicks is all. I'm kidding. I'm so kidding. My favorite people in the world. Except maybe Chinese people are better. A little bit. Because I worshipped them, remember? With my first baby. Japanese people, whatever, it didn't matter. She's crazy, dude. I probably sound crazy right now, that's good. Look at. You see him? We got our own little Buddha. Our own little Buddha, dude. Tons of sage. We're cleansing up the place today. Cleansing. We got a end of the world to usher in, and it should be nice and clean around here. Or something. I don't know. I'm just talking shit at this point. Trying to maintain some semblance of a storyline. Ow! Oh, kicking over bottles of cola. With the champion. How you doing?
Place to stay.
Right.
I've gone through this in my mind so many times. At the end of the day,
I like this. Everybody's cleaning up today, hey? The change is coming, Bubble Boots. You feel it too, huh? I was walking around here going, I wish I had a baby because I would clean the floor more often. I wish I had a baby so I could do work more frequently. What the fuck is wrong with me, yo? Babies aren't enough work. I want the housework that comes with babies. Woo! That's how you curse yourself, you know. End up having octuplets. I'd be rich as hell if I had octuplets. We walk on the table now, and nobody can stop us. Just stand right up on the table. See? See? Nobody saw me. It's called being in charge. I don't know, dude. Woo! I know, right? That's okay with me. I don't mind. I don't mind that at all. At least to keep me from dying early. Give me a reason to stick around longer and longer. I don't know, it'd be alright for a craft or something.
So anyway, holy fucking shit. This is insane. I don't know what to think, right? I mean, I don't think anybody really predicted that, you know, people
15 darts? What the hell's going on?
Trump actually ratted him out this early. Files confirming Donald Trump illegal whistle on Jeffrey Epstein's disgusting activities in 2006 phone call with the police. So in 2006, this is before
There they are.
Epstein was convicted
Boots.
of anything.
Gimlets.
This is before anybody thought he was this horrible guy or
Well, I can't do it.
sort of implication at all.
You're right. You're 100% right about that. I'm taking applications now.
Holy fucking shit. I now see why Biden didn't release the Epstein files when they had 4 years to do so. I mean, I don't know, guys. Death of flattering distortion of facts, Trump's Epstein's friend, shame on you? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, I don't even know if this is a real photo or not. I have no idea. And did he even have gray hair back then? I've never seen this. I feel like I'd probably be seeing this.
Want to be a useless mom to one of the smartest kids you'll ever meet?
This has got to be an AI photo. I've never even seen this. Man.
I'm just kidding. Moms aren't useless. Not all of them. Not the ones that you would call mom. I need one of them baby what?
To know this, and I do think that this is very, very complicated.
Uh-oh.
And I don't think that either, like, obviously Jeffrey Epstein, but like, I don't think that Trump was like completely in the right.
Oh yeah, once I just said that, right? I gotta put this bread away though.
There's just something about it that just doesn't really.
Okay. You wanna fight? No. No, you ate that whole thing already? You are a fast eater. Your mom's worried you're gonna get diabetes from eating so much. You know that? I don't know if that's a thing. Her mom was born with diabetes, so I don't think she knows what she's talking about. Like womb donators? There you go, buddy. There you go, dude. Yeah. I got Chalkies, and 60% joints. Milky Way melon infused something. What don't work? Your gummies? Do you keep getting full spectrum or something? Okay, Bubble Boots, I'm going to teach you a secret about gummies, okay? About edibles. This is what the doctors taught me too. If there's CBD in there, it cancels the THC out. So if you get like 1-to-1 ratio, you don't get high. Which is why you never usually see 1-to-1 ratios in plants. It's just in the extracts and shit that people have like concocted. Or if you get those high oleic, like the CBD strains. Yeah. Exactly. I was gonna buy a pack of 20 candies for, or 10 candies for $20. I'm really thinking about buying this ounce of keef for 100. That's kind of sus though. Why is it such a good deal? Why wouldn't they just smush it into hash? It says 55% THC. Why wouldn't you just make it into hash and sell the hash? It's too much work. It's basically sift. Like that static sift shit. How much was that for you? And how many milligrams? Sorry. Yeah, how many milligrams of THC per... I'm like right on top of the microphone here. I'm trying to figure out how to get me over here a little bit. One gummy is 2 doses. How many milligrams? These chocolates are broken like that. So they're like supposed to be 2, but 5 milligrams ain't gonna do shit. I need to eat like a whole box of those gummies. Oh, and we got the Dancing Penguins back. You see that? We're rocking here. You want some chocolate? No. 100 milligram? Really? Here. Here. Oh, my finger. You know how I said I cut my fingernail? 100 milligrams is pretty good. That's like 10 of these ones. Yeah, that's really effed up. What's up? Oh, okay. Is this the Guthrie house? Oh. Oh, okay. Yeah, I hate that. We used to get like 200 and I don't even know what they were, like 500 milligrams somethings. So it's 2 different weed brands that come with Croc. Why don't they make another thing that these can hook up to, like a keychain or a belt, a dude's belt? Just put little gimlets on there. That's so stupid. A coat with Croc holes. Hey, you gotta plug them all up. Shut your Croc hole. Brandon Buckingham. Okay, where is the grinder? That's crazy, Kelly. Ah! Oh, that hurt. Wow. Oh, right in the open wound. Nice. Why is it so sharp? Holy crap. It's like a fucking little knife. Ouch. You gonna smoke some weed, Tiger?
No.
Oh. You sure?
Yes.
When?
I don't know.
How old do you have to be before you smoke weed?
I don't know.
Are you ever gonna smoke it?
No.
Okay. It's up to you. That's his own choice, you know. Just saying. Maybe children are a lot smarter than people give them credit for. I never once told my other one not to ever do it either, and doesn't Not even interested. I just did the exact opposite of what everybody did with me. Basically. No, don't do it, don't do it. Oh yeah, boots, for sure. If you get used to eating 2,500 in a sitting, you'll like a month or two into that, it's hard to even get high anymore. And if you're growing and making your own edibles, yeah. No, you're good. You could probably eat 20 of those things, honestly. Don't do it, maybe, but I bet you could. I bet it would be safe. I bet they engineered the pack so that if a little kid got a hold of them and ate them, they still wouldn't get very sick from it. Yeah, that dabbing, man. Whee! Okay, so we're down to a month left. Let's not waste any days. What are we gonna do? If, I said if, in all likelihood we may be, what do we do? Cut my feet open again? That hurt.
Thank God, unsolved crimes did not stop Cash Patel from not only attending the men's hockey game, but, oh boy, did he party.
You would have thought he was a member of the United States.
My foot? No.
Just defeated Canada. They win an Olympic gold.
No. It's, exposed, or whatever. It's not even that foot with the blood on it, it was the other one. I don't know, I'm probably in some trouble here. Bloody feet and shit. Oh yeah, I was gonna say, when I cut my fingernail the other day, remember I said it was on with a chef knife, and it wasn't. It was the cleaver, and it was too late by the time I felt it. It had already gone through my fingernail. It just didn't go all the way through it missed my fingertip, but went right through the nail. Oh yeah, look at my nail. This is so cool. Well, it's not really cool, but I don't know if you can see the edge of my index finger's nail is like straight. Chopped it right off. Really lucky. It only just like it. If my finger hung out a little bit further, it'd be gone. Absolutely lucky.
Gold medal. I love the dude who got his teeth knocked out during the game.
He should melt the gold medal down and do like gold teeth.
Shut up, lady.
C-SPAN got a very interesting call from
Oh, wild.
some thoughts on the Supreme Court's ruling on the tariffs.
Look, this is the worst decision you've ever had in your life.
People are speculating that it was actually President Trump. There's no
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Well, I know who the boss is there. Them cleavers ain't no joke. $1 million reward, hey? That's something. I wouldn't mind collecting that $1 million. Bubble Boots. Here was my plan from earlier. So what we're gonna do is everybody on Earth find the person directly to their east, the next person over, and report them. And one of us is gonna win $1 million. Hey, look, it's the Scribbles guy.
Come on, man. What's up, brother, man? What up? Not much. Just trying to see how my boy's doing. My man.
Run, Scribbles. It's pre-op Scribbles.
In case you haven't noticed, things are really weird with the Nancy Guthrie case. I'm gonna need you to pay really close attention to this because
Is that Mel?
since back then, and I took it as this guy, Sheriff Nanos, misspoke, but now everything's come into question.
It is Mel. Huh. I didn't know he was really taking this all that seriously. I know he likes to do the body, like the live chases and shit. Cool. Well, I'm glad he's doing this. He probably, you know what? He probably seen the way Portland Andy took off. I sure did. During that fucking truckers convoy, dude. I was like, holy fuck, okay, Portland Andy knows what's up. I'm coming back. Okay, I'm gonna expand the size up here a little bit. Here we go.
With what I'm going to show you after this.
Really is about getting our
Hey.
players out there. To be fair,
What are you doing?
We went to that scene the first night,
Guys.
Saturday night. It was just us. Since then,
When we went to that scene Saturday night, it was just us. What scene? Because Saturday, January 31st, is the evening she goes to Tomaso's and Annie's house. She gets dropped back off at 9:48 p.m. 9:50 p.m. the garage door closes. I guess you waited for the door to close.
I don't know. He's been weird for a long time. He's one of those.
In the wee hours of the morning.
Us OGs don't know how to take each other
Now,
sometimes.
again, I said maybe he misspoke. But then take this into context.
He's not weird. Have you ever seen what happens when you go show up at Zobezi? Anywhere around Zobezi? Holy fuck.
January 31st, 2026. Yes, this involves Nancy Guthrie, and there seems to be some confusion regarding that report. So let's go into it. Here's the report that we're referencing. Here was one of the
Getting banned is nothing. Portland Andy beats the piss out of Chicken Andy if you're walking on a block behind him somewhere.
You guys see here, the County Sheriff's Department is urgently requesting your assistance in locating Nancy Guthrie, last seen on January 31st. So what some people are confused about is they're saying, well, when this was filed on January 31st, 7 p.m., that's when she was last seen. That's not true. When she was last seen is currently right here. Okay? It says it very clear. Looking for assistance who was last seen on the evening of January 31st, 2026. This was when the actual report was physically filed in.
Was he
Now, you have to
11?
understand what's going on here. Okay?
What?
How would the report be filed on the Saturday at 7 p.m. when Saturday this is still happening? She's supposedly having dinner. Then she gets dropped off at 9:48 p.m. Then they
Wait, what?
put this on their own website in Pima County that this was filed, missing and endangered at 7 p.m. That's why I'm questioning the time.
Whoa.
I'm questioning all the details that they're putting out and what details are we missing?
In their system. Not when she was
Missing and endangered. Then
filed in.
now you have to understand what's going on here. Okay? How would the report be filed on the Saturday at 7 p.m. when Saturday this is still happening? She's supposedly having dinner. Then she gets dropped off at 9:48 p.m. Then they put this on their own website.
Said she's missing at 7 p.m.?
Missing and endangered at 7 p.m. That's why I'm questioning the timeline. I'm questioning all the details that they're putting out and what details are we missing.
In their system, not when she was last seen. And the next way I'm going to prove that to you is, how can anyone right now say that she was last seen at 7 p.m.? I thought the entire world was told she was driven home around 9:45,
I thought it was 2 o'clock in the morning.
by a family member. So wouldn't that be the last time the person was seen?
Exactly.
Not 7 p.m.? Think about it.
And one other thing, I know I guess the sheriff had addressed the Adult Protective Services that was left at...
Because the last time she was seen by anybody that's not a suspect was at 7 o'clock.
Online rumors and speculation. He said that
No
when
way.
they called Adult Protective Services on the day she was reported missing, February 1st.
Yeah.
APS sent an investigator to check on her welfare, and since no one answered, left the car.
The Adult Protective Services
Or
sign.
her to contact them if and when she returned safely. This was presented as a welfare check. Okay? And the weird thing about this, and some people have pointed this out,
JLR.
you mean to tell me that this lady, and it is possible, just walked over and stepped over the blood. Excuse me. Oh, there's blood all over the place. Here's my card. If you're okay, call me. Here's my card for the person that isn't there and there's blood all over the floor. I don't know, man. I'm just putting it out there. It's weird.
Yeah, they had a suspect before they even went there.
Trust anything at all.
Are they just doing... Did they already know she's dead? Or are they faking everything? And trying to shake some fucking...
A driver loses control
Shake the
of
trees a
highway
little bit.
Within seconds. Several cars
Beat
are
the
caught
bushes
in the
or
chaos.
whatever. Wild.
In case you haven't noticed, things are really weird with the Nancy Guthrie case. I'm gonna need you to pay really close attention to this because it didn't make sense back then, and I took it as this guy, Sheriff Nanos, misspoke, but now everything's coming to question with what I'm gonna show you after this.
Really is about getting our partners out there. And to be fair, when we went to that scene the first night, Saturday night, it was just us.
3 years?
Since then,
When we went to that scene Saturday night, it was just us. What scene? Because Saturday, January 31st, is the evening she went to Tomaso's and Annie's house. She gets dropped back off at 9:48 p.m., 9:50 p.m. The garage door closes. I guess he waited for the door to close. And nothing supposedly happens until in the wee hours of the morning on February 1st. Now again, I said maybe he misspoke. But then take this into context. It took me a couple of times listening to this guy to understand because I misunderstood last night.
It's on the fridge.
1st, 2026. Yes, this involves Nancy Guthrie, and there seems to be some confusion regarding that report. So let's go into it. Here's the report that we're referencing. Here was one of the statements that was made in some of the comments, that this was the last time she was seen, Nancy Guthrie. If you guys see here,
It's
the County Sheriff's
clipped to
Department
the
is
fridge.
urgently requesting your
With little
assistance in
magnet
locating Nancy Guthrie, last seen on January 31st. So what some people are confused about is they're saying, well, when this was filed on January 31st, 7 p.m., that's when she was last seen. That's not true. When she was last seen is currently right here.
Oh.
Okay? It says it very clear. Looking for assistance who was last seen on the evening of January 31st, 2026. This was when the actual report was physically filed in.
Now you have to understand what's going on here. Okay? How would the report be filed on the Saturday at 7 p.m. when Saturday this is still happening? She's supposedly having dinner. At 9:48 p.m.
Now it's gonna sit on the table.
Then they put this on their own website in Pima County that this was filed missing and endangered at 7 p.m. That's why I'm questioning the talent.
I'm not averse to change. I'm an intelligent individual, thank you. I love change. If I can modify my life for the better, I'd do it. Won't catch me blaming other people for my problems. Not even the government. If the government's a problem for me, that's my problem. I should have deposed them years ago.
In case you haven't noticed, things are really weird.
It's like opposite narcissism. I think I'm the best, so it makes me be responsible for everything. instead of blame everybody else. Maybe that's the difference between, I don't know, fuck it, I'm sorry. Don't even listen to me. Breaking new video. I'm filming it right now, JLR, he says. More gunfire in Mexico. Fuck. El Rancho Diablo. Yeah, let's see. What is it? You guys ever been to Rancho Diablo? I have not yet. But let's go. I don't even know. Are we supposed to be starting a contest or something about babies? What is happening, you guys? I made a famous commercial and somehow never knew. What?
Experienced in my life, but right now a big portion of the general public are convinced that I created a famous classic Super Bowl commercial for Doritos. Please, if anybody has any record or archive or artifact of this thing airing.
Because like I made this up. If people seen it, it's fake.
Kind of spaced out here. It's on Amazon among over 10,000 reviews.
I'm a strong believer, by the way, in not necessarily the Mandela effect or whatever people call it, but that. So when I identified it, nobody had ever heard of it before.
Handle must need to be assembled. Well, the extended handle that you can't see.
And then online we had like a debate about all this shit, and it ended up being called the Mandela effect because everybody could remember this Mandela shit. But there's other things that are before it that other people do and don't remember too.
They say for a commercial grade product that has a small footprint, easy to clean and never
Either way, I definitely do believe in that there's some kind of thing going on there. Shared false memories and shit.
Some people said that these suction cup was not very good. A few people said they received broken or used units.
Hey, it's this guy again.
Didn't cut potatoes at all. One thing to note though is even though it has high ratings, a lot of the photos are complaints. People showing it was broken, that they didn't hold up, arrived dirty. At first
Fuck
glance,
this.
doesn't look dirty. I'm looking over
I had it.
before I get started, which I'll do as soon as I read the instructions. All right, I have read over the instructions. I washed off this part of it, which detaches. I think I'm ready to get started. Now, I should point out, this did, as I said, this does detach. There's a couple of wing nuts in the front that just come off. All right, it is back in place. And by the way, I did install the handle very simple. There's just two parts to it. This part right here just screws off. If you want to have it break down for more compact storage. And here's how it works. You put the potato in there and it should just do the rest. So let's follow the instructions now and see what we're supposed to do with this. Cutting potatoes, step number 1. Place the cutter on a flat, smooth work surface. Check. Now I'm going to press this down so the suction cup hopefully holds it in place. Next up they say pull the lever so the compartment is completely open, which it is. They say to put a potato in, but it's recommended to cut an edge off the end.
Fry chopper.
Easier to cut. Let's do that next. I'm going to place this mat.
Yeah, it looks like it.
To receive the cut potatoes, cutting off the end of the potato.
Like a really weird one. Why don't you square your potatoes up, buddy?
They say when cutting,
That seems like a lot of work so far, hey? Right? You know you worked the
Not
effort of
worth
setting
the
it
effort
up.
or clean up
I'm not
emo.
sure where I put my hand on this. I mean, I assume
Don't put your hand anywhere, bro.
I'll stabilize this, but I'm not really sure.
Is he gonna cut its own potatoes?
Smash onto it with the handle. That seems kind of, I don't know. All right, so I looked at the Amazon videos there, and it looks like most people are holding it right here, which it just seems kind of, there's no handle, it seems a little bit awkward. Someone was holding it back here, which that seems even more dangerous because you got the handle for it, moving past it. Let's try and see what happens. And, well, the first inch was easy, let's keep going. Maybe back here is better. Oh, wow. I'm gonna lean into this thing here. Because right now.
Buddy.
I'm halfway through.
So are you supposed to mount it on your counter?
It went a little bit into
I had one of these.
Second of
It
all,
used to
I
sit.
used two hands on the handle and I felt the suction cup completely give away.
Walk up, put a potato in, you thump.
Did I go too slow?
And potatoes fly into a bucket underneath it. Never this way. That's insane. No, you pull it down, bro.
Now, this is not
That handle, honestly, the handle looks like the one that we had at the restaurant, but mounted, not mounted sideways.
That's right. It just glided out of there like butter, or not. I don't know, man. That first one was kind of rough. That was
You have to put it on a
Maybe that
thing.
was just my first attempt. Maybe there's a technique.
Cut a hole in your table.
Many times, and my first
Let's go.
attempt isn't very good. Let me try.
Lots of money
See
there.
what happens.
Screw it to the
I've got
wall.
a pretty standard sized potato here.
Bolt it to the wall.
I've got bigger ones and smaller ones I want to try, but I wanted to start off kind of standard size here. Placing it in the unit. Read these over one more time.
You have to be able to do it hard.
Then push it forward rapidly.
Yeah.
Hess doing
Oh,
something
they're
wrong
telling
as
us to do it
usual.
laying down? Okay,
Oh.
that's never gonna work.
This, I was completely confident. Now, doubt is setting in. Here we go. And now wait a second. Now
That.
wait a second. Now that did glide out of there like butter. Why did that one go so much better? Maybe I
Because-
went too slow in the first one. I don't know.
Yeah.
I got more potatoes.
If you go slow, it's not gonna go.
The second one looks beautiful. Look at that. Perfect.
That actually,
Let's
maybe
keep
it's really
going.
good.
So far, I'm kind of 1 for 1. Now here's kind of a small potato. Let's see what we got here. Put it back slightly.
Small
and
potatoes
go
should be easy.
fast. Whoa. All right. Hey, I don't know, man. That first one was rough, but the second two have been pretty
Was he
easy.
really trying to do it
Let's try another
slower than
one.
that?
Very small in here. Let's try it.
Ours, like, you gotta do it
That's a
fast.
small
Fast.
potato.
Like
They
you're
say that.
busting the
Pull
potato.
it back slightly and then go
Blowing them
quicker.
apart.
Wow. And the final result, very nice. Let's try a little bit misshapen one. A misshapen potato. Placing the misshapen potato in there. Now that's going to be weird. because
Okay.
it sits in
Oh,
You don't have to
then
hold
it's fine.
it. It has the suction cup of the button.
Not bad at all.
It looks like it's spring loaded maybe too. Like it lifts itself back up. So you just have to whack, whack, whack.
Look at all that. That's a lot of potatoes. Here's a pretty large potato. Let's see
Thank
how
you.
this works now. Now in this case, the handle doesn't go back. I don't have a lot of leverage. It's pretty far back. But let's see what we got here.
Let's go fast. Like you do it.
Oh, it got stuck.
Okay, now back it up and do it again. Oh, stupid.
It seems like once it gets stuck,
No, you gotta jam it in
it's
there.
not easy to get out of there. If it doesn't get stuck, it's butter. It's kind of feast or famine.
Okay,
Now-
fine, he
now I
did
got
it.
this to deal with. Now I gotta be careful because I'm afraid that if I apply a lot of force, it's just gonna give way real fast, and I don't want to hurt myself. And the suction cup is sliding around.
You have to do it fast, guy.
There it goes. There it goes. Man, I think I need to do another round where I
I think he's
separate
weak.
the sizes and see if that's the issue.
Oh, Boots, I think he's
Two of them
weak.
didn't go very well. The rest did. So.
He might be only like 3 feet tall if I'm looking at him right. He might be a really little
I was
dude.
just curious. I went on Amazon. I was reading over the
Like a
comments
really,
there.
really
I
little
did a
dude.
search for the word stuck, and I saw quite a
Like
few
a
people
leprechaun.
that said they got potatoes stuck in the unit like I did. Some people seem to think it was kind of random.
His
Some
fault
people
for
thought
putting the
maybe
misshapen
it was large.
potato.
There really is no rhyme or reason to it, but I'm gonna see if I can figure it out. I've got another batch.
Sounds like a
of potatoes
leprechaun.
through here from small to large, and we'll see if the small
Get him a
ones
little
will be
green
large
suit and a
ones.
hat.
Maybe they'll get stuck regardless of size. So here we go for round number 2. I have 3 small potatoes here. These should be easy, but what it should be may not be what it ends up being. Let's find out. The smallest of the bunch here, very small potato. Here we go.
Look
All
at
right,
those
see, now,
huge
I just
leprechaun
hit my thumb
hands.
on that. I just hit, what happened? All right, so they were, I knew it was going to happen. They were showing people holding it right here, right there, but I actually held my thumb. I mean, on the good side, the small potato cut, but I got to be careful. They need a handle on this. They need somewhere to hold it. There's no really good.
What an idiot.
Let's keep going.
What?
Making adjustments as we go.
What do you want? You want me to open that?
I gotta be careful. I gotta be careful with a hole like this time.
Exclamation mark high stall.
I got stuck. What happened? Why is this one stuck? So maybe it's not a small thing. Maybe it's
Ahoy.
something else.
Captain Bot Riggs is trying to get a crew together for a treasure hunt. Type heist amount to join.
Another smallish one. This one's a little skinnier. The last one was kind of fat. It also could be maybe the angle that you cut it and put it in there. Maybe if the angle isn't right. I don't know. Let's try that. Let's try that as well. I'll make sure that flat side is completely flush against it. Here we go. And oh, smooth as silk. Let's move up now to a slightly larger batch of potatoes. These are, like, I would say these are my medium potatoes. I'm gonna see if I go fat in first, if maybe that makes a difference. Instead of cutting the small end off, I cut the bigger end off. And I'm making sure that's flush in there. Making sure I don't hurt my thumb again, and oh, nice.
I don't know.
How many potatoes does he actually intend to eat in one sitting?
I honestly feel like he's gonna throw them away too.
The end of this medium one. Placing it in the unit, making sure that it's flush. Holding it back slightly, and
Like, I don't see any fries yet.
boom. Third one of the medium crowd here. And
Maybe the next
A
thing's
crew
fry
of pirates and raiders check their flintlocks and sharpen their cutlasses as they disembark for Blackheart Island. Blackheart Island has taken another soul. Botrix was sent straight to Davy Jones's locker. I think he's proven it works.
Why?
That
Another one.
flimsy ass handle.
Bro, just cut it squared off.
I'm gonna cut this one right down the middle and see if I can go two half.
Exclamation mark high
All
stall.
right, got one half in there, which makes it kind of more of a medium-sized potato. But here we go, and no, nothing. Did not go.
Why would you do it that way and not the other way, bro?
Wow, I don't know about that, man. Here's another half potato.
Pound per square inch. Do it the other way.
It's actually flush.
Do it the other way.
Pulling it back slightly.
So you're pushing on the one with the bigger.
No, not again.
It's leverage. This is stupid.
And
Why
when
do
it
I have to
gets
push
stuck,
this 10
they
times?
need to get out of there. That was one of my big ones. Now this one also wasn't going to fit. Let me try this. This one fit. None of my really large ones even fit in there. I got to cut them down. I'll quickly go through these last couple of big ones here. Come on, I need some success here. And all right, that wasn't too bad. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. I got fries to make, and that one was smooth as silk. Man, is it inconsistent. That was easy, and that
Like a
was easy
potato,
as well.
almost.
Well, I have two thoughts. First of all, there was an inconsistency there. When they get stuck, they're hard to get out of there. When they don't get stuck, they glide through it.
If you learn to use the machine properly, they never get stuck.
Number two, I've got a lot of fries to make. So I'll come back a little bit with some finished fries and show you how they turned out. All right, well, I just had a gigantic lunch consisting entirely of French fries. I pull out a few choice ones for you.
Put a potato size with pumpkin in there.
Pretty good, good sized fries. I've got like, I probably made 6 pounds of French fries, and I probably ate about half of that, so I feel kind of sick right now. But the fries turned out quite well, but as far as the cutter goes, I'm a little bit on the fence. It seems like when it works on the first cut, it's perfect. When it gets stuck, it's kind of a pain. It seems like a good solution, but not a perfect one, so. A lot of people seem to like it, and even those who liked it on Amazon
Learning
did
curve.
also experience getting stuck, so maybe it's just something you have to deal with. It didn't even seem like the size of the potato really mattered. I had small ones that got stuck too, so I don't know. I like it, I don't love it, but I'll probably continue to use it because it does, even when it gets stuck, even getting stuck, it does produce really fast French fries. So it may not be perfect, but it still works quite well. Next up, if you want to
Every
have some
problem you
spiral
have in
potatoes,
life.
this might be
Never
the
mind.
gadget for you. Let's take a look at this spiral potato slicer. I paid $24.99
Close
for it on
system.
Amazon, where it currently has a 4.1 star rating among over 300 reviews.
If you can't figure it out, you don't have all the information yet. It's like, come on. Look at your potatoes.
Now they claim that it's an easy to use spiral cutter that allows you to twist the hand crank and get pretty tornado potatoes in seconds. Made of food grade stainless steel. Simple to
Wow.
operate,
That's a way nicer one than that plastic one.
supposedly hold it in place. Now people online don't like it. They say it works great. It cuts through potatoes easily and creates perfect spiral potatoes in seconds. Now the main cons I saw were that people received damaged or used items. Some people also said it wasn't very durable or there were no instructions. I guess there are no real instructions on here. So I guess I'll clean this off and then get started. All right, I looked over the Amazon listing and watched all the videos how it's supposed to be used.
How do we end up with damaged and used items from Amazon?
Not very well worn.
It looks like they used the same frame as the potato chopper.
Yeah, just bent.
To get the blue film off most
Yeah,
of
it
the
does.
most
Whoa.
left, right here.
Is it the same brand? It must be.
But now I think I'm ready to get started. So the way you're supposed to do it is place their skewer or any skewer repair.
It must be the
through this
same
box
brand.
right here.
Cause that's like it sits on the same
Here's
kitchen
the
counter
potato.
or something together.
Lift this lever so you can adjust the screw holding the potato in place. Lift the lever.
Like cheap restaurant quality, not
Nice pleasant
cheap
sound. Once your potato's in place, all you do is turn the handle.
commercial grade
very simple,
stuff.
actually.
I
I think
guess.
we're ready to get started. Now you can use peeled or unpeeled potatoes.
It's not industrial.
So I'm using unpeeled potatoes because I'm lazy and don't feel like peeling. Let's start off with a small-ish potato here. Now I have a couple other skewers here as well.
It'd be good if you had like a
There's couple.
cooking show and you
So
wanted
let's
to look
place
like you were
the skewer
professional,
up.
but you didn't want to really be
We're going
professional.
to pierce the potato. We're supposed to go all the way through.
That's not what he's doing. He's just teaming. Or Amazon.
Now, there's a little hole right there that the skewer goes through. We are locked and loaded in place. I'm ready for my first.
You know what's crazy? They sell these at the dollar store here.
This way so you can see the final result.
Should I get
as it
one?
comes out of the unit itself.
Well,
Do I
unscrew
think
some
it's gonna
potatoes.
work? I do, based on what I saw online. The only complaints were that it was dirty. Mine's not dirty, so I think it's gonna work. Here we go, turning the handle.
Because the guy returned it. You know what's funny? You better wash it anyway.
Oh, it looks good. Not only that, but I'm requiring very little force. Wow, this is.
Oh, yeah.
This is almost. Oh, and it just stopped. It just stopped.
I pierced my own
I
nose
guess you're not going to be able to do the
in
entire
school with
potato.
the skewer.
I have that much left. Let me see if I can kind of push this on here.
Grade 8.
All right, now it's over. All right.
A turkey lacer.
Yeah, kind of spaced it out here. That looks pretty good. What do you guys think about that? That's pretty nice. That was effortless, and it was very fast, too. I almost feel like this skewer is a little bit too small, because this is a relatively small potato, and I can't even get the full.
The girl that like pierced her belly button.
The function of the unit itself was excellent. All right, on the heels of that success,
I was
let's
like, well,
keep
what?
going. I
I'm
have a
poking a hole in
bigger
something.
potato here that should still fit in the unit. Let me see. I might have to cut it down now. Is that going to fit in there? It might. It should. And I have a much longer skewer here, so this should certainly work. Skewering the potato.
That was not an accident.
Be careful not to
I got
stab
skewered.
myself in the hand. All right, now I've got my second potato here, but one thing to point out is it's hard to get, and not all potatoes are perfectly straight. To get a skewer through the exact ends of each side
I
isn't
didn't know
always
they
that
gave
easy.
potatoes.
I kind of I did my best, but we'll see if that's an issue or not. Because it's straight
Looks
here,
like an
not
issue,
straight
bro.
there. If it was straight there, it wouldn't be straight here. So.
Well, it's not going to be a perfect spiral by the time you get to the end of it. It's
Here we
not
go.
going to be still in the potato.
Well, that did not work.
No.
Houston, we have a problem. We have a problem. Now, I had noted
The
earlier
cook's
that
not
this side
smart
is gonna have to be
is the
flush.
problem.
It's gonna have to
He
be-
doesn't get leverage at all, hey?
Line with that screw, which is
Cut that stupid end off, you idiot.
I gotta start over again. Since I
The potato's
use
pulling
one
itself
potato, I'm
off
gonna
the
try again
thing.
with this actual potato itself.
What a
All
dork.
right, let's see if I can salvage this potato. If not, I got more to try.
I don't like how you have to put the potato in the
I think he's
skewer
an
while
idiot.
inserted on the
Oh.
machine.
I think he's doing it wrong, and that because of it, he's not leveling it at all.
Both ends. Let me try a smaller potato here. Maybe I'll
Why don't you just stab it through the longest point of the
First
potato?
one's kind of small, worked perfect. The bigger one, not so much. The other one, look at that. Look what it did. Not so good. I have a
It's
small
you.
potato here. And you know, most of my potatoes aren't perfectly shaped.
You go right through the middle.
Potatoes will
Right
be
through the
my
middle.
best here.
Don't, you son of a bitch. Look, why is he doing that then, if he did it right? He's so stupid.
Well, I guess that's it on that one. I mean, the second
It's
one.
killing me.
First of all, it did work, but
He doesn't even know what he's doing.
the more I use it.
A quick timeout while I run to the store because I have a hunch. Now the first one I
Mother Nature just said Mike doesn't smell like alcohol, but Melissa
He needs
does.
a friend who
That's
knows
ass
physics.
backwards low.
more misshapen, irregular, curved potatoes, and they didn't do so well. And I checked my bag, and most of my potatoes there are kind of irregular shape. So I'm off to the
That's
store
not
to see if I can
backwards.
find a
That sounds right.
It's in the machine.
Mike smells like poop.
It's the build.
and see if they work better. Because maybe that's a trick. They don't say it, no instruction. All the videos on Amazon that I
Oh,
saw,
is it?
there weren't that many, but a couple of them. The potatoes were kind of straight and regular.
Oh, because he can't skewer it while he's holding it. He's got to put it in the machine and then stab through it.
Regularly shaped potatoes.
Shouldn't it level itself out though?
See if I'm right or wrong.
All right, it's time for take two.
Like you should be able to like hang it there almost and then push it through. Just off the tips of it, and the weight would like naturally balance it. It's so weird. This is a
I
problem.
think this might be the winning hand here. But we shall see. I got one loaded up here.
Okay.
Let's do it.
They need to make the machine so you can
I think
insert
you
it off the
can.
machine.
Oh, you can.
Four of them are in contact with
What?
each other. When the potatoes curved, I wasn't always getting that. It was like one or two were attached to it.
I see what you're talking about.
I have a much
Why is
better
it?
feeling about
Hold
this
on.
one, so let's get started right
Oh,
now.
because
Here we
that's the
go.
blade. Because that's the blade. It's got to go through the blade somehow. Sucker. Oh, the other ones have it just hanging in the middle. You're right. Yeah, it's pretty stupid. I don't know why it's getting pushed through a whole
Almost can do
plate.
my hand here.
It really is stupid. That other one is way with the little, like a record needle.
All right, I'm gonna get it more
Way
aggressive
better.
here. All right, I pushed it in there as hard as I can.
Yeah, this machine's stupid, bro.
If this doesn't work, I don't know.
It's not about hard.
This has to work. Oh yeah. That one did work pretty well, although it was
We need the rotato.
occasionally spinning in here. I think I gotta keep going. I pushed that on there as hard as I possibly can. I can't go on anymore.
Yeah, exactly. So you shouldn't have to put it in there. There should just be a thing.
That's right. There we go. I'm doing it. The handle's all the way at the end. I can't push it anymore. The potatoes are...
Mother Nature's funny, by the way.
I mean, the end result is good. I
She's
guess
a
it's just
sweetheart.
going to have to waste a little bit of potato.
I didn't even harass her last night.
The moral of the story here. Is that okay to have if you waste this much? That is the question. Attaching the skewer to the device itself. Getting rid of all the slack. So far, so good.
It takes too much drive and effort and patience. Who wants to wait 15 hours for these springy potatoes?
Continue to turn.
Can you imagine
But it's not going, I can do it by hand.
if the McCain factory used this bullshit technology?
Do it this way. Finish
You like
it
walk
off.
in there, there's like 2,000 potatoes
right there
and
next to my finger.
dudes just picking them up, putting them in.
Oh, well, I saw Melissa for a beatbox straight off.
Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Smaller potatoes are better than bigger ones. Straight
Oh.
potatoes are certainly better than ones that are regularly shaped. Even then, it still doesn't work every time. You can kind of finish it by hand if you have to, but to me, it works, but it's not perfect. A couple quick notes about this item. First up, if you have a skewer without an end to it, you can actually pierce the potato outside of the unit and then add it out.
Okay, there you go. It's his problem.
Exclamation
It's
mark
him,
high
bad
stall.
skewer. It's his idiot skewer.
Large potatoes, medium potatoes. I tried cutting them down.
Ahoy.
I tried straight
Captain
potatoes.
Botrix is trying to get a crew together for a treasure hunt. Type heist amount to join. No, it's a no.
It's inconsistent. I went on Amazon. About a third of the people said their item was broken or used. About 1/3 of the
Okay,
people
you
said it
smart
was great,
dude.
and about 1/3 of the people had somewhat inconsistent results, like I did. So based on my experience, it's just inconsistent. But that's all I've got. If you've tried either one of these products, tell me what you think in the comments below. I appreciate you watching, and I'll see you next time.
Inconsistent.
Him, I mean. Wait, the machine didn't come work a proper skewer?
No! I don't think it even needed a skewer. I bet you, if he would have just put it in there and pushed it against the blade and spun it, it would have just... It might have chipped the potatoes up.
Some of these products I continue to use and some didn't. So let's see which ones made the cut.
I don't know why he needed a skewer. You'd think that would mess up
Blackheart
the
Island
blade.
has taken another soul. Botrix was sent straight to Davy Jones's locker.
Egg poachers, which is a very niche product. But did they work? Let's see how my test went. This is the Eggland Egg Poacher by Ototo. I paid about $12.
What? This is obviously from China.
Instructions, put it in there, cover it, turn the heat off, and let it set for 10 minutes.
This is awesome.
All right, here we go. Let's see how's it look. Maybe it's done. Let's see.
It looks cool and awesome.
All right, it's a little more set than maybe I would have liked, but it certainly has a poached feel to it. So
That's
I
not a
like
poached
that
egg,
texture.
buddy.
Next up, this is the Skoo Egg Poaching Cup.
That hurts me.
4-pack. So they say to spray the nonstick cooking
I make
spray in
perfect
the cup,
poached
you
egg.
crack an egg in there.
Chef Ramsay
Lids are
perfect.
only for the microwave.
French cuisine
So
perfect
that there,
poached
that's
egg.
all we're supposed to do. Egg in the microwave. And we're off. We shall see. Oh, that's bad. That is not, look at that. I'm already seeing egg business. Oh! Wow. That is a no-go on that one. Whoa. Well, that's a disaster. Not good. And we're off. All right, the 5-minute mark.
They always told me not to cook any eggs in the microwave.
Well, the handle is it's pretty hot. All right, here we go. 5 minutes.
Now it's like supposed to be the perfect way to
There's
cook
the
eggs
5-minute
somehow.
poached egg. Let's cut it open.
Boo. Oh.
I think 5 minutes is not enough. Here we go, 8 minutes. Dump it right out.
No.
Now that looks more like it, I think.
Ah.
There's the 5 minutes on the right, 8 minutes on the left. That seems much better to me. This is
Mostly
the
running for me.
cooker and poacher.
I like my eggs.
It's supposed to explode. That's how you know it's done.
For 2 to 3 minutes. They say to
That's
lightly
funny.
oil it.
They do blow up.
That's what we got. Let's cover it up. Put it in the microwave.
Hey, I had that. I had that exact one. Not that color
These out
though.
of there and see what we got. It seems like
It's called the microwave egg cooker.
out of here.
I used to use it to cook everything in the hotel.
It's good. It's certainly edible.
Even I know that.
I'm not sure. It's funny, as many egg gadgets as I've tested over
Poached
the years,
fish.
I rarely end up using them because it's not really much better.
If you're living in a hotel and you need to cook some real food or
So
something,
while
and you're
those were
just
fun
hurting,
to test out, I didn't find any of them useful long
that works. Or like make ramen with like a kettle and then drop an egg in it.
Number 502 was kind of an interesting
Still
looking
cooked.
multi-slicer I saw going around online. Let's see how my test went. Here's the unit itself. It looks like a regular mandolin slicer, but it comes with attachments that can be removed. So you have multiple attachments here. It's really a slicer with 4
Oh, yeah.
attachments. It also has a brush and a glove.
When it comes to the gloves, you know it's dangerous,
It's
man.
official here.
Woo!
That feels kind of awkward. I'm kind of feeling the red carrot.
I'm scared of this thing.
That's actually pretty good. Now on the carrot, they were only going one way.
Nah.
So they're just
Woo!
like this. Just across the line.
Yeah, push it real hard. Add pressure.
A couple of things I think will work on the thick slice. Let's try the potato now. This feels more solid. This feels better.
I got that glove. Did my mandolin.
I would say it's kind of on par with those.
I was in the when I was in the hospital.
I would think in some realms this would be considered a thin slice.
You guys were around.
It's working.
One of the last times here.
I'm not sure what the end result is yet. Let's see.
I'm in the emergency room. And this lady came in.
And we're going to attach the grater now.
And I looked at her arm. I was like, holy fuck, she cut herself with a mandolin.
That's a very fine grater. And I feel like
It was real obvious.
That's almost too grated. All right, so
From her hand right up her arm, man.
So we got on the other side. That's pretty fine, but not terrible really. I'm pushing it across there. It takes a little bit of work.
She like fucked herself
It's
up.
more difficult than regular graters. Put the julienne blade on there now. So let's try that for a carrot. See how that goes. All right. Well, I'm getting some cuts here. I'm getting some.
It like slid up it or something.
It seems kind of slow. Like I feel like I should be further along in this carrot than I am. I'm not sure what the official definition of a julienne cut is, but this seems like it's too small for me. Maybe not, but it does seem pretty fine. So this is one of those products that even during my test didn't really work that well, so I really didn't have much of a reason to keep using it. I also haven't had really anybody ask me about it. It's funny, I saw these going around quite a bit last year, and I barely.
I hear that they're really, really good slicers, but if you don't know what you're doing with them, the learning curve is so high that maybe don't play with them.
Number 503 was a collection of soda games.
I've had a couple things where it's like counterintuitive the way they work and stuff, and like it's likely that you're gonna hurt yourself.
First up, this is a soda dispenser. Have not even opened it up yet. All right, so
Soda dispenser. What's that?
On the top. That seems
You wanna go to the mall?
pretty tight.
Why?
Oh, it's leaking out.
You should, bro. It's like
Oh, you know it's working.
it's -3.
But it is working. This is so slow.
Hey?
You can actually put the handle up.
So you wanna go to Walmart or to
Next up is soda
the grocery store or to the mall or what?
This is what it's supposed to look like. Let's open it up.
You wanna walk to the mall today?
So we have a gasket to put there, a gasket to put in here.
You gotta shower first, or you just gonna get ready?
Here. Put this on top.
Ah.
We're supposed to flip it over. Let's see what we got. All right, so far so good. Now I've got to poke a pinhole.
Funny thing is, ensure we could get that dumb mandolin he had to work. If he had the
Oh.
right size bow for it.
It's working. Number 3.
What if that is idiotic?
Fizz-keeper can pump.
That was
You
stupid.
just place it over your can.
Don't buy that thing, that last thing.
It keeps your soda from going flat. All right, 2 clicks. Let me see if this
Or whatever this is.
Exclamation mark high stall. Ahoy. Captain Bot Ricks is trying to get a crew together for a treasure hunt. Type heist amount to join.
Why?
See how the can pump worked. Okay, it's not leaking. That's a good sign. Oh, wow. Now, that didn't happen the first time. And it does seem to have more foam than the first time. So as I suspected, based on some of the Amazon comments, some people were saying that there were duds among the batches. It seems like my first one lost a seal overnight, my second one did. I only got it for a couple bucks. It was on clearance. It's called the Grab and Pour. I don't see any information on this. It seems like it just no longer exists. So the way this is supposed to work is you have your 2-liter bottle of soda here, and it just fits over.
Have you tried nitrogen Pepsi?
There's a kind of a gap, so when you squeeze it together, it's going to hold the soda bottle.
They're cool.
I love soda and
Do
lids
they
like
work
that.
forever? Like, can you
Well,
keep
know,
doing
actually,
it?
It does provide a pretty good grip. Right, so I left the Grab and Pour.
The soda lids, I mean?
Keepers out. The other ones I kind of put away.
I like that too. I like how it
Didn't
pop
really
make
put
that
much
pop
use for
noise.
it. I probably used the Grab and Pour the most, but
A crew of
eventually I just
pirates
felt
and
like
raiders
it was
check their
more
flintlocks and sharpen their cutlasses as they disembark for Black Heart Island.
Or like,
Results. Bot
you make
Ricks. 1,999,999,999,899. Ho ho. Botrix made it back from Black Heart Island with a handful plunder and a tale of plenty. Really just for making sure bugs don't fly in.
Cool.
Yeah, you just take it off.
This is a little pump.
Take the ice out of the mold, which goes out nicely. They say if it's domed, put the dome
Like a burper for Tupperware?
the dome on this side. So we just place it in here.
Tupperware!
All right, so we put the motor on there. Now we're going to hold the button down and press at the same time. I have a glass bowl here, which will allow you to see it a little better than a regular cup would be. Oh, wow. Wow, that is loud. That I did not expect the loudness. But that's nice. Look at it.
Shit.
No, that is pretty good.
Bubble what do you think?
Put some regular ice cubes in there.
Is Tupperware still around?
Let's see. I've got some just regular ice cubes out of my fridge here. Let's see what happens. I guess I'll just use this container to collect it and see what we get. I have no idea what it's going to look like. Let's see. It's pretty snowy.
Exclamation mark high stall.
I mean, it looks pretty good.
Oh, if we had an ice
I have the good
shaver
old
here,
hand cranked ice
we
shaver.
can make snow penguins all year round.
Not as fluffy as when you use the ice block, so I get it. Ice block is better.
You have an ice shaver? How you don't have any snow penguins? Do you know how awesome that would have been if you would have did that?
Shaved ice, so I think it works. Now, shaved ice is not something that I really consume regularly. Maybe a couple
I can't even believe
I
it.
probably use this unit maybe twice after my review is over, but eventually the summer ended, I put it away, and I haven't seen it since. It certainly does what it's supposed
I'm
to
almost
do.
insulted that I haven't seen another snow penguin someplace else on the planet. You guys, what's going on?
Number 505 was a collection of 3 kitchen gadgets. Let's first flash back to the original review and see how.
I think I heard they were going into bankruptcy.
Flower power. Now the claims for this one is
That
they say
sucks.
it's the ultimate steam releaser.
I think something like that would be good for
Steam coming next to the flower, but it's not spinning.
like promoting on a YouTube channel.
Position it so it'll actually spin.
If I had like,
Maybe there isn't enough steam. I don't know.
I wonder if
see some
there's
steam
if there's like a
It's not spinning. Come on, spin. Is it gonna work? Is it gonna work to stop it from overflowing? Let's see.
like Cuisinart probably doesn't have a
It's not gonna work.
promoter
I
program
mentioned
or whatever you
it.
call
I
it.
also mentioned that I could create shaped ice in my blender.
Now the flower power works well as a steam releaser, although the flower part is a bit touchy and I wish
Oh
it
yeah.
stopped. Next up is the Zip Quicker. Sorry for the Ziploc bag. Now, what you're supposed to do this?
Well,
is
I
you're
don't
supposed to
see
just
how you've never done
put it
it.
over one side, and then this bends. So
That'd
you
be
just
so
pull it
cute.
yourself, put it over the other side, and it's ready to go. Very nice, very nice. Add some chicken breast here.
Are you really?
But I'm waiting for my molds to arrive. N.
Let's see what we got here.
Do you want me to get you some? They'll be free if I get them.
Nothing bad to say about this, except for maybe the cost. I think $26 is a bit steep for what you get. But on the other hand, it's probably my favorite of the bunch. I'm just going to find a place in my kitchen I think that it really works quite well. And finally, this is the Pan Buddy. This attaches to pan. Not only does it add a more ergonomic handle, but also supports your wrist. All right, so to use the Pan Buddy, all you have to do is
Should we go to McDonald's or something? No? You sure?
So it just
Okay.
slides on here like this. Then we turn it a few times, and now we can pick it up just like this. It feels pretty solid though. I do think this would be beneficial to people that have strength issues or arthritis.
Who is that? It turns your frying pan into a nightstick?
You'll probably find this to be a little bit easier.
That's crazy.
Now, I've tested hundreds of kitchen gadgets over the years, and it really has to be kind of special for it to end up in my regular rotation. So the only one of these 3 I've used with any regular
Cast iron pan, somebody in the back of the head with that
Ever
thing.
since everybody moved out and I'm living here alone, I've actually kind of come in handy once in a while. It's not something I'd use a lot, but once in a while I reach for it. The other 2 products were fun to test, but I did not keep using them.
Oh, cool. Where from?
It's supposed to arrive
You know
on
where
the
it's coming
28th.
And how much did you have to pay for them? Because
Set of smart cutting boards. I'm not sure how smart they really were, but let's take a look at my original review.
if they're like more than $1 each, I should be selling them on Amazon myself.
And matching knives. It also has a drying and sanitation feature. So not only are we looking at the cutting board to see how it holds up, but we're also looking at the knife as well. All right, well, the knife
Let
is
me
pretty
check.
sharp. Cutting board seems
I'd have to go around to
so
like
far.
I just have to get everything from every dollar
I like the
store.
knife. The knife is very sharp. The cutting board seems fine. Let me see. Did I get scratch marks? Maybe a little. Oh, I did get some scratch marks. I'm not sure that's an issue for you, but it is there. Next thing I'm going to do
Really,
this
hey?
board, which is supposed to
Well,
be
you
some
definitely
serious
more than
board.
$1 each.
Now, one minor issue is that this bread.
Oh, or
doesn't
if
even
it's
fit on
shit for you, no problem.
Cut it right in half. I mean, it's very sharp. The problem is that without the serrated edges, it doesn't start as easily. But it does, once it gets started, it cuts very nicely. Let's move on to the meat cutting board and accompanying knife. I think this is more
Trader hates. They're already calling me a traitor. Don't do it.
Certainly, there are certainly better ones out there, but it gets the job done. It seems pretty sharp. And finally, we've got the fish cutting board and corresponding.
Traders.
There's one problem with the size. I mean, you can see the salmon's hanging over both sides. And it is sharp enough to cut through there. That's good. Really only about 2 passes to make it all the way through, so it's pretty good. I try to leave a little bit of moisture here and there just to see what happens. And the knives are even wetter than that, so that's also on purpose. Now to activate the UV, you press this twice.
Oh.
Blue means UV.
Oh, a cat was the other
A
mode.
little kitty.
I look on the side there, I see one UV light on that side. Oh, I see one on that side as well. They're very dim. I'm not sure how effective that would be as dim as they are. All right, so taking a look, it looks like everything dry. So
I wanted to get one of these UV sterilizers for tattoo stuff, but I couldn't get a straight answer from anybody on it.
Forgetting the fact that there's really nothing smart about this, and the
Like,
drying feature didn't
I don't know, is AIDS gonna exist on this cell phone after we put it in that blue light for a minute?
because it didn't work in the first place. But I find the knives and
AIDS
the cutting
won't.
boards
AIDS
always pretty
gets
good. The
whatever.
green
Shut
board
up.
seems to be the one I reach for the most. I guess just because it's the back of the unit. And it really has held up pretty well. There's only a few scratch marks here and there. I have no real complaints about
The
it.
little snow
Life
kitty?
also is looking
Oh.
pretty good still. What's disappointing to me though is that I see a lot of these on Amazon between 80 and 120 bucks, way overpriced.
Is that a knife
I probably wouldn't
block?
pay that if I didn't review this.
22.99 for the
Holy
4-pack. The individual penguin was 9.99.
Color-coded cutting board set. Drop the price
If I
in
bought
half
him
and
solo.
call it good.
Huh. I wonder how many of those they sold this year.
Number 507 was a collection of sunburst lights. I bought
That's
2
pretty
different
wild,
sets of
man.
them, one from Temu, one from Amazon. They're kind of interesting lights that look like fireworks.
Buck eats.
Let's see how my original review went.
Here.
are 4 1-packs from Temu.
Maybe
2
two.
of these are 240 lights, and 2 of them are 150. Both Temu and Amazon are solar powered. Both of them.
Plus shipping after that, or is that Amazon Prime shipping included the?
Last 8 to 12 hours. Temu's supposed to last 8 to 10
No, it can't be
hours.
Prime shipping because it's coming on the whatever the fuck.
Sun's intensity. As you
And
can see, they
fucking
have
next
lights
month.
on the top. They each have a solar panel. They each have 2 buttons on the back, one for power, one for the mode selection. They also come in 3 parts. There's this top part with the lights on the panel. The extension
I've been eyeing that penguin for years actually, and they were more.
in the ground more easily. So I'm going to put an Amazon and a Temu
Prime.
kind of in different places in the yard, groups of 2. It's 2 here, 2 there, 2 there, 2 there.
Wow.
All right, it is
I wish there.
16 south, we're ready to
How do we
go.
take advantage of that, eh? That's a lot of money that I don't know how many one would sell. We don't want to hold up a bunch of stock, but if I could find like
Alright, the sun is
just
going
list
down
the
to
stuff,
now the left is
and then if somebody
Amazon,
orders it, go pick it up.
Temu, much larger.
I don't have to
Let's
hold
take a
the
look at
stock,
next
right?
batch here now. Once again, Amazon left, Temu right.
Huh.
This one came out pretty good. The Amazons look
Right.
a little bit ragged. Before the sun completely sets, I want to move these. I want to make kind of a cool pattern out of this. I want to see how it looks when they're all together.
It's like what those Uber drivers do at
They're all
Walmart,
together. It's pretty cool. 4 corners are the Temu, and the ones in the center are the Amazons. I think they all look pretty good, honestly.
Yeah.
Seasonal though,
Better than I
so.
thought I was going to. Very festive.
but every season has something. There's stuff every month, right?
These kind of 4th of July looking, but you can get the other ones for
What's up?
Christmas,
You need me to open that?
Labor Day.
You have a lot of those
I'm
little
happy with this. We'll
Slim
see how
Jims.
long
Are you
it
sure you don't
lasts.
got diabetes?
I like it. So this is the
I don't
only
know
one
if I
left
really
that
do.
works. The rest of them crapped
Everybody
out
keeps
about
telling
9
me I
months
do.
ago. They only last about
Nobody
3 months.
tells me that is
There's the
wrong.
one that works. All the rest of these, no go. I do kind of like
I'm
it.
not sure if that means I don't have diabetes or I'm just real stubborn about it. I'm pretty sure my doctor said I don't have it. But all my meds say I do.
Beach gadgets I've tested out on a trip to Huntington Beach. Let's first look back.
But not insulin.
First up, the Shark Tank towel. Some very hot sand. This is about 1,000-degree sand. Let's try it.
Pre-diabetic, maybe?
How's it look? Pretty sand free, I think. All right, I'm not seeing any sand whatsoever. None. So I think
That's when they thought I was on drugs before?
less sand in the beach towel.
That's where all the real confusion came in.
These are the beach can and bottle holders. I paid $14.44 for a multicolor 7-pack.
And what I think really aggravated my situations I was in, the emergency situation I had there when the police beat me up.
No sand in any of them. They're all
Could I live in sugar? No.
Because you live in sugar?
But this is a travel-on antimicrobial.
Oh, I do. I drink a lot of soda.
So you can just pull out of here.
I have to. I live on sugar, yes.
And then you can just kind of shove it back in there.
But that's, I shouldn't be diabetic, right?
And then you can wash them when you get home later.
That's just, I'm a human being, I'm trying to exist.
Activate and then wipe the sand off.
But it does lead to like,
Alright, seems like it's working. Will this do the same thing?
Hypokalemic reaction.
It's doing the same thing. Let's take a look at this bag cleaning ball. It's a new and easy way to keep
It's
your
like not
bags
enough
clean.
salt.
The sticky ball collects dirt and crumbs.
Oh
Just
yeah.
take apart
Well,
and reuse.
You have mentioned your love of sugar
I keep
items.
moving. Something's gotta stoke the fires. I don't eat.
So let's take a look here. Wow, every inch of that scissor is covered. Squeeze it together, open it up, and see what we got. Wow, look at that. It is completely covered with sand. All that would have been in my bag.
Yeah, let's turn it on.
Unfortunately, that's the last
It's like that, what's that diet? The snake diet or something?
But I have continued to use the sand
Or before that even?
not as a beach towel, but as a throw on my old couch whenever Bailey gets on there to keep some of the hair out. So I thought it was a fun collection to test out, but unfortunately, I haven't been back to the beach since then to try to move it. Number 509 was a comparison of Temu versus Wish. Let's first flash back to my original view and see what happened.
Except not so much protein anymore either.
A couple of cheap generic baseball caps. Got the
Yeah, like that one with killing people. That I was natural. That's just naturally what my diet is like. I think.
Temu won the shipping, and I would say they were a draw as far as the quality goes. Next up was a couple of different neck fans. Temu neck fan first. It doesn't stretch out when you put it on. It's pretty rigid. Let's try the Wish one next. The button over here is a little bit harder to find. This one's flexible. Much better. You can flex it, you can adjust it. Price goes to Wish. Shipping goes to Temu. Quality is a tie, so this one is a tie.
I used to listen to this guy on
Which is an egg cracker. Temu egg separator. Oh, look at this. It looks like it's not coming out as easily as with the original. So as far as this one goes, I'd say the price goes to Wish, the shipping goes to Temu, quality is a tie, so this one is also a tie.
Promoting the snake diet.
If I can sneak,
a little bit tight for medium. And
Who?
honestly, it
That's
I think,
funny.
kind of feels like a Halloween costume. And now this one
Ty's
feels
mom.
a lot better. The size seems
Exclamation mark high stall. Ahoy.
probably,
Captain Botrix is
some
trying to
lady I
get a
used to
crew
live with
together
one
for a
time.
treasure hunt. Type
to watch
heist
some
amount
fucking idiot.
to join. You'll have to find his channel sometime.
I heard him saying, like, describing the snake diet, and I'm like, what the fuck?
The 11 was a good size for me. The soles are hard as a rock like the other one.
The guy just eats the way you
The
do.
sole is not centered
Well,
in the shoe.
why is it a diet?
Shipping was Temu and quality was also a tie. This is the only item that's not a
Yelling it.
comparison. I went each site's deal.
Yeah, I think
Now,
that
the
is
band
it.
is not very comfortable.
Yeah, she was,
Clunky to adjust.
babysitting
It's
for the
kind of
hooker.
difficult to see the hands, even in the daytime. It's dark out.
That was so weird, dude.
Works about like a normal laser
So,
pointer.
yeah.
It seems perfectly fine. Now, as far as the quality goes, I'm going to call it a tie, but I am a little bit more impressed by a 2
Lady going to work,
Now, if we take a look at all
Hoeing.
6 of these products, we had 2 ties. We had the neck fans, the egg crackers. Those, I would say, were a tie.
And she's like babysitting the whole kids.
If you take the shipping out of the equation, those 2 ties are moving to the Wish column, but Temu still wins 4-2. So
And
both
making
these baseball hats
more
A crew of
proud.
pirates and raiders check their flintlocks and sharpen their cutlasses as they disembark for Blackheart Island. Blackheart Island has taken another soul.
She's like going out to
Botrix was
work,
sent straight to Davy
pay for
Jones's
babysitter.
locker.
design on the front and the back. I'm not wearing this.
That's like my wife was like a
Number
pimp.
510
But,
is a Dippin' Dots maker. Now, is it possible to make homemade Dippin' Dots? Put it to the
like a
test.
legal pimp and no pressure.
Reviews are not very good for this one, but hopefully my experience can be better than average. I'll fill it about halfway up. And it's leaking. It is already leaking. Hold on a second. All right, after filling the dispensers, next up you're supposed to put one of these trays in the base. So there's a hole here in the base, and there's a cup that you're supposed to fill with, and that goes in the
Nah,
hole itself. Oh, it's
that's
filling.
what our whole society is. That's it. Bunch of babysitters are worse than pimps.
So this tray is done.
Kid
Press the
thieves.
lever in, and you can see how it's filling up the mold. That's pretty cool. I like the way that looks. That is
Go
kind of
love on your own kids.
like that. I've got all 6 trays here. All right, it's been 4 hours. They say 2 to 3, so they should be nice and frozen by now. It doesn't sound like anything's breaking. I honestly don't have a very good feeling about this. That's what we got, but they haven't really come apart yet. Oh, I'm making a mess. I wouldn't say they're Dippin' Dots, but they're not like.
That's not Dippin'
treats. I guess in that respect, like
This is
Dippin' Dots.
stupid.
It's pretty good. It's a nice frozen treat. It's not a Dippin' Dot, but it's a frozen treat. Real Dippin' Dots, fake Dippin' Dots. They are not the same thing. These are real Dippin' Dots. These are real, not Dippin' Dots.
Real Dippin' Dots are made with liquid nitrogen, aren't
It's
they?
not terrible, but it's not the same thing. The bad news, these ain't Dippin' Dots. Now, the day my review is over, I put this one away and I never saw it again for one reason. These ain't Dippin' Dots. Well, that was a fun collection, and I would say of all these, the ones I probably use most are these cutting boards. I've had a lot of people over who have asked about these, complimented them, and then I tell them the price and they don't buy it. But that's all I've got. I'll be back in about
How much is it, like $100?
I appreciate you watching. I'll see you next time.
What you doing? You don't know? Are you really opening another one of those? Why don't you, really? Isn't that a lot of salt?
Welcome back, everybody, to my 58 update video. This is a go back to 10 past product.
You should take better care of your kidneys. Your dad might want one of those one day.
Once my review is over, the reviews covered in this update are
Have
numbers
kidneys?
571 through 580. That's
Got
March
one
through
kidney?
May of 2024. So without further delay,
No?
let's get right to update number 58.
Anyone need holy pepperoni though? Okay. There you go.
Number 571 was a comparison of an $8 Martha Stewart versus an
I'm just
$80
kidding. I don't want your
Keurig.
kidney.
Let's see how my test went. Here it is, the Martha Stewart
first
Everyday
place.
Pan. I've got no packaging for it. It's funny they put a sticker inside the non-stick surface. Now let's move up to the big leagues here. This is the expensive Caraway. 90 bucks I paid for this. And we are off.
This
We
is
got
a nice
Martha
looking
in
pan.
front. We got Caraway in the back. What will happen? We shall see.
Oh, I like the white one.
Martha does release, and oh, not too bad. Not bad at all. How about Caraway? Releases nicely. Not bad at all either. We got after the flip. There is Martha, looking pretty good. There's Caraway, looking pretty good as well. Martha.
Oh, it's a
Martha's
Martha
done.
Stewart
Martha
pan.
is done. Caraway, not quite done yet. Martha was faster. Martha's side 1, side 2. And we'll let this one rest. Caraway is done. There you go, side 1. Side 2. Let this one rest and cut it open. All right, let's cut open the Martha first. Let's see how that looks. Pinkish on the inside. Not too bad, really. It's pretty even. What do you guys think? Caraway next. Caraway inside. Looks pretty even as well. I think they both did a pretty good job on that. Final cleaning test. Caraway first. And some of this here, which is not good. Let's try Martha next. Right now, both pans are giving me a little bit of issue on the rim there. After my final cleanup, here's the 2 pans. The Caraway, after a little bit of soaking, looks pretty good, but of course the bottom, this is even after scrubbing, so it's definitely not perfect looking after only a couple of uses. Martha Stewart has also cleaned up pretty well, but once again, it has even more markings on the back, so.
Sounds so funny.
After a year of use. So we shall see how that goes. So in the end, I end up using the Caraway long term because the results were slightly better. Now, I mainly only use it when I'm having an egg sandwich, but the surface has held up perfectly. So I would say with moderate use, it's actually a pretty good pan. Number 572 is a collection of viral gadgets going around last year. A sliding pizza peel, a microwave caddy, and a Stanley Cup snack tray. Let's flash back to the original review and see how that went. Let's try the sliding pizza peel. I paid $22.99 for this. Claims that this allows you to effortlessly transfer pizza with a subtle pull and push. Oh, not bad. Oh, what do you know? It feels like it's weighing it down. Look at it bowing right here. Look at that. All right, that worked.
What the heck?
Oh, I got it. I did it.
Oh, it's got like a
just slid right off.
conveyor belt in it?
That's just one use. I've already got like a thread hanging off there. Cellophane microwave cool caddy with handles. It claims that it protects against burns with this microwave caddy. Includes cool touch handles, ideal for bowls and plates. Let's start with a basic bowl of soup. It doesn't feel too bad. I was also thinking that certain microwave covers may not fit over because of these handles, so that might depend on which one you're using. See what we got now. Well, the soup is steaming. Let's see how the caddy works. Not too bad. And seems like it's pretty sturdy. That bowl is pretty well situated in there, so that's kind of nice. Stanley Cup snack bowl. They claim that it's a snack tray that allows you to sip beverages while holding snacks all in one hand. All right, easy enough. This is what we've got. Now let's load it up with some snacks and see how it works. Put some fruit on one side. Let's go healthy on one half. Over here we got some grapes. Let's load this up. And there we go. Bailey wishes she had one of these. It is very lovely though, isn't it, Bailey? Oh, she's getting excited. I got company over here.
Okay.
I think Bailey likes this idea. She has the snacks up on the couch with both of us. I didn't really think I was going to use the pizza peel because that really didn't work that well. I didn't really think I was going to use the snack tray because it's not something that was up my alley. I did leave the microwave caddy in the kitchen for an entire year. Never reached for it once. Whenever I have a microwave bowl, I always use the bowl holders, which are much more compact. They're washable. They don't take as much space. So I tried to use it.
I like you guys. Much
In
chance.
fact, now that I mention it, I think it's time for that caddy to get the boneyard.
I'm playing fucking some kind of new Tetris here. They recommended to me one of these
Sandwiches fresh. Let's first flash back to see how my original review went.
whatever app sites.
Very standard Ziploc bag sandwich bags. Next up, I got a 2-pack of these sandwich containers. This cost me $14.
I love Tetris. This is not really Tetris. This is more like that skills game I used to play with the blocks.
Sandwiches. I'm gonna do all 3 of these for a 1-day test, 7-day test.
Skills.com.
With no protection at all.
I don't know if they're still around, but I keep getting. Man, they called me one day. They wanted to talk to me about the games they had. I'm like, what the fuck?
Paper towel with nothing else, no container whatsoever. So it was just kind of sitting there naked. Now I can already tell the top piece of bread feels hard as a rock. It almost feels toasted. All right, it's been a week now. I just pulled them out of the fridge. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at this Ziploc bag.
I don't know if you ever even heard it. Skills.
I can tell this is gonna be.
But yeah, they had like you play like blackjack for money from like free and shit. It's pretty good. I think they're all like Apple now though.
Let's try the beeswax paper. And the bread, the bread doesn't feel nearly as wet.
They used to pay people to stream on their platform
Turkey
too.
doesn't look too bad. Doesn't smell too bad either.
It was all like inside the game. Then it's cool, dude.
This is gonna be a wilt fest for the lettuce.
Great idea. I don't know what happened to
on
the
the
dude.
mustard side than it did in the Ziploc bag.
I should find out
Alright, doesn't
actually.
look any worse for wear. Let's see what we got here. Oh, the bread
'Cause I'm really
feels-
familiar with their
doesn't feel as
setup.
wet as the,
And they just basically
Ziploc bag.
you
This
take
side
games
feels comparable
and
to
upload
the
them to
beeswax
them,
paper. This
and they
side
would like
feels maybe not as firm as
mod the
beeswax
game
paper.
into like
Turkey still seems to be in pretty good shape. Lettuce once
game
again
that
is-
was somehow able
that is
to
just not lettuce.
make
And
money
the mustard side
on
of the bread, I would say this one held the best
pretty
as
sweet.
far as the mustard side of the bread goes. So really, I would say it's kind
Look,
of
watch
tied to
ads,
the beeswax paper and
get
the
paid,
sandwich
and then
container
gamble it.
Ziploc bag way in the back. So after a year, which
Great,
one of those
great
methods do I
platform.
still use? Prior to the video, my go-to solution for keeping
Earthquake
sandwiches
seemed to be the
were
key
Ziploc bags. But after that,
force
now I use
behind the
sandwich
creation
containers.
of large gold
Beeswax
nuggets.
wraps were good, but they're not as reusable as the containers are.
Really?
So
The
now
Earth
I've
makes
been
gold?
converted to
Is that what
sandwich
we're hearing?
containers.
Crack open a chunk of white quartz from a gold mine. You might see bright metal streaks inside. For more than a century, geologists looked at scenes like that and said, "Gold here is God.
See how my original review went.
Gold God here in hot water."
Brownie pan, I paid $55 for this on
It
Amazon.
meant the super hot fluids moved through cracks in the rock, carried dissolved gold, and left gold behind in condition streams.
Now pour the brownie mix in the pan. It's going to be a pretty thin layer, I can already tell though. I mean, the fact that it's so thick makes it a little bit more difficult to spread. I don't know if it's that bad or not though. All right, this is what we got. This is what we're going with. Toothpick test.
Mmm.
Tooth's looking good. Time to come out of here. All right, so right out of the oven, it looks pretty good. As soon as it cools off,
Causes quartz to emit piezoelectric.
It does seem like the batter did initially even out.
That's where the electricity came from, on the crystals. Fuck.
Because it just fits each brownie shape, so it's pretty cool.
Quartz created us.
The three-edged brownie. Here we go.
Maybe. Mmm. That's a stupid gimmick. I hate this guy now.
Alright, so in the end, I would say it does exactly what it's supposed to do. It creates brownies with 2 or 3 chewy edges, and it works quite well. I even like the non-stick surface, and even the spatula, which seems like it's well suited toward that pan. Now, I want to say I only use this once or twice after my review is over. I don't really make a lot of brownies. But I must say, I do love the final results. All those edges, if you're a brownie edge lover, this is a must-have. I still think it's a bit overpriced, but for brownie lovers, it might be worth the cost. Number 575 was the Nostalgia of S'mores Maker, which allows you to make
That's enough of that. No, is she live, is she? Walking around? That's good. Is she with that Mother Nature chick or what?
Did you see the video? Polish parents are furious after discovering Kraft mac and cheese contains 0 actual cheese. It has 47 ingredients and is legally classified as a cheese sauce mix. This is so crazy. 1 box of mac starts as liquid cheese waste spray, dried, bulked with corn syrup, and lubricated with palm oil to create an artificial substitute. That's ridiculous! It gets even worse. Sodium tripolyphosphate binds it all together. An emulsifier also found in industrial cleaners has been linked to kidney damage in high doses. Oh my, that's insane. Polish parents are furious after discovering Kraft mac and cheese contains 0 actual cheese. It has 47 ingredients and is legally classified as a cheese sauce mix. This is so crazy. 1 box of mac starts as liquid cheese waste spray, dried, bulked with corn syrup, and lubricated with palm oil to create an artificial substitute. That's ridiculous. It gets even worse. Sodium tripolyphosphate binds it all together. An emulsifier also found in industrial cleaners has been linked to kidney damage in high doses. Oh my, that's insane. Did you see the video? Polish parents are furious after discovering Kraft mac and cheese contains 0 actual cheese. It has 47 ingredients and is legally classified as a cheese sauce mix. This is so crazy. 1 box of mac starts as liquid cheese waste spray, dried, bulked with corn syrup, and lubricated with palm oil to create an artificial substitute. That's ridiculous.
No, you're ridiculous. The AI is crazy, yo. Anybody know where I put the remote? For the lights? Jesus Christ, I could wash this table off.
At this line with the FBI, Turkey, FBI, Turkey Run, there's Monsoon Monkey, Mount Lemmon, Arizona. Go right here. I'm not digging this right here like I was the other place. Let's go down. She could be on these roads on the other ones. Now this would be a better place. That's a home. Cabin area. That looks like it's kind of underground. So something like that. But this Gross Peak, East Cap Rock Trail, this could be more like it.
Welcome back, everyone. Today I'm back with 2 interesting kitchen tools for coring, peeling, and cutting. Let's see how they work in today's video, starting with this unusual.
Yeah. And here she wouldn't be contained, she would just be laying out in the open, out in the weather. So these are the places that I'm really zoning in. Really zoning in, guys. That is if Kayla, Luke, William, if they are any suspects with the Nancy Guthrie race. Because if they are, yeah, they would be, you know, then I would definitely be looking here in these places that I've shown today. no doubt. We could even, you know, it could be even, we don't even have to go all the way up to the mountain. Because they're pulling big time on this angle. If I go down further, we can see little, you know, these little trails here. But you're not going to be able to just drive. You would have, nobody's going to be able to carry her on her back. You can't drive through here.
Oh, I didn't eat my whole chocolate. That's good.
So, what do you guys think? What do you guys think?
I think my fingers are all swollen up. I'm probably dying.
Campo
Here.
Bonito. I think I just showed that. Didn't I just show that? Seems familiar. Bonito. I think I was just there. Here it is. Campo Bonito right here. This could be a body. This could be where her body could be found. But I don't see, the thing about it is, I don't see where, you know, the FBI is way over here. Kayla is way over here. They're not that close like I just showed you. You know, you want to,
Well, this will be good.
as somebody that maps
Thank you,
everything,
so.
I want to see the lines close. Close. So if we come this way with the FBI, if we were looking for her near that camp, it's going to be right here where American Flag Tank is. It's going to be right through here on South Wildcat Trail. But again, anybody that's transporting Nancy has got to be transporting her via car. Via car. Arizona National Scenic Trail. You know, we can't just be walking on trails with Nancy. That's just not going to happen. So we would have to be able to get there via car, right? So if we look at the Camp Bonito area, let's go right here. This would be with the FBI, right here. Let's look at it on Google Maps. This is the FBI line right here. And out here, she would just be laying out there. Yeah, the cross is definitely, the cross is 26 miles from her home. 26, 27 miles. So we could go this way and still be on that line with the FBI. Again, you know, she could be just out here in the open. And while everybody is, you know, doing their thing, she could just be out here in the weather. You know, I hope that she is still alive. I hope she's not deceased. But if we are looking for a body, see, the NATO Mars, that could definitely pull the body. Or a vehicle. Something happened to do with the vehicle. And I think that what this is it's going back to Luke's house. I think that that's what it is. It's going to go back to Luke's house. So I'm not really on that line. But yeah, that's what I wanted to show you guys today. I thought that was pretty relevant. You know, when it comes to mapping, I want to see all of them right there. I want to see them all right there telling a story about, you know, that perfect story of when that person is found. So, I don't know, guys. You know, let me know in the comments. Let me know what you think. Let me know what you think. It's just located at a desolate area off highway with runoff ramp.
Exclamation mark X Stowe.
Is not geared up 10-15 miles out of zone for housing development. What's the Pluto line show? What Pluto? Which Pluto? Which one? The missing? The missing or the natal? This is where Nancy's got a relationship, guys. You know, she's got a relationship right here. I can't, you know, I do this every day, looking for the missing every day, and it's got to align. And right there, it's just, that's where it's aligning for me. I wanted to come and bring it to you, this South Kinney Road, you know, right here where they do a lot of crazy stuff. You got a lot of abandoned buildings, you got underground bunkers and underground stuff here. There's a lot of terrain. But right through here where the FBI, Luke, and William are, I mean, you could even look at the missing line is right there, going right over it. I mean, right over that place. And that's where all the wisdom is. All that wisdom. And Jupiter, in Cancer, the expansion of the law is in good standing here. So I like it. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. So this is that area where she's hanging on the cross. She is literally hanging on the cross here. Kayla is. You know, Kayla. The one that's locked up.
Exclamation mark X latte.
To the corpse. That is buddy with Luke. This is where they go. So, aerial photos of the ranch on Facebook that you can zoom in to see details, including the cross. Gabe Smith's post and aerial photos. Okay. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it. What is it? Gabe Smith's post in aerial photos group. Aerial photos.
X. Lodge.
Let me look for it. Where it says share your aerial photos. I'm not finding it, honey.
Exclamation mark X Lodge.
I'm not finding it. Let's see. Maybe I need to search for something else. I'm not finding it. Oh well. No, it definitely is not a safe place. Doesn't sound like it. It's right there. It's right there. If you could send
Exclamation mark X audio.
to my email, jennifertjennings@gmail.com, I'll pull it up. I'll pull it up. The lines are explained. So the lines are already explained on the map. They're already explained. I put a note. Wisdom with home, courts, religion, law, other people's money and sex, taxes, trash, containment. So we've got, you know, there's a lot of wisdom when it comes to the things that are hidden here.
Exclamation mark X spout.
This took place during the missing event, and this is definitely connected to Kayla. So I like this. I like this area. It's definitely pulling past the present and future, guys. Leads are coming in with Arizona here. So if we look at, I wish I could see the cross. Wish I could see it. I can't see it. I don't even see a shadow of it. Don't even see a shadow of it. But yeah, when we first looked at this area, I was like, huh. Has this place been burnt down? But no, It's just
Exclamation mark X Rogue.
from the 40s, from the 1940s. It's just wild. Just absolutely wild to me. Absolutely wild. Google Earth structures. Google Earth structures and okay. Earth structures and anomalies. Hold on. What? I'm not finding it. Group. Okay, gotcha. Group. Let me add in group to that. I see. And then what do I put in with the search? Let's see. What you say? Bottom right. Mara said the guy staying at a hotel. I don't know who Mara is. Don't know who she is. This is astrology, and this is mapping the missing. This is astrology for missing. Jen. I'm Jen. So when I go on there, okay, so the bottom right. On that group, what am I going to search for? Arizona? Am I searching for Arizona? Let's see. Are there range? Dang. This is a good group to be on. Oh my gosh. Because they're talking about things that if I, looking at the map and I wonder, what could this be? Wow. But I don't see it. Don't see it yet, Janet. Let me see if I can find something else. I don't know how you found it, girl. Don't know how you found it. Let's see.
When you think rogue is definitely the word and it turns out it's not.
Yeah,
You're a
it would be
fucked.
nice if he could. I mean, I tried to tell him yesterday, but he doesn't read his chat. Even the super chats, he's not reading them, so I don't know. It's called okay. I'm looking for it.
Okay, Google set an alarm for 1610.
Okay, here we go, guys. Okay, so that's one of the photos that we've seen already. Let's look at another one. Get back to where I was, where I'm at.
Hey Google set an alarm for 1610.
Dang. There's the ranch. I mean, it's bad.
Exclamation mark high stall.
The structures there.
Ahoy. Captain Botrix is trying to get a crew together for a treasure hunt. Type heist amount to join.
I mean, and I hate to say it, but she could be encased in any of this stuff. Anything that is on here, on this property. That is insane. This place needs to be searched in a bad way. Bad way. This place needs to be searched in a bad way, guys. I didn't see the cross, but I wasn't really see the cross here. wild to me. Just wild.
Ho ho. Botrix made it back from Blackheart Island with a handful plunder and a tale of plenty. Results: Botrix, 1,999,999,899. A crew of pirates and raiders check their flintlocks and sharpen their cutlasses as they disembark for Blackheart Island.
That's my favorite one so far. That would be, you know, I think that that's going to top the mountain. I think that that's going to top it. So, I just wanted to come on and let you guys know that I've been working. You know, I'm not going to stop working on the map. I'm not going to stop looking for places. Because if Kayla, you know, if Kayla she visits here. This is that ranch. She visits here. Luke, all of them would visit here. The cross is far left, white building. The cross is far left, white building on Facebook. Okay. Okay. White building, far left. Oh, right there. I gotta look sideways. I gotta look sideways here. The white building, far left. Is that the one? Is everybody looking to the left? Everybody's looking. Oh my gosh. Yeah, this has got to be searched. Got to be searched. And if you're confused about what I'm talking about, this area, just watch the live. Go back to the beginning. So yeah, that's it, guys. I can't, I can't go to Arizona. But any of the locals, if any of the locals watch this, those are, that's the places that I've just shown. Those are the areas that we need to search for missing. That really is. I'm bringing the science, I'm bringing the metaphysics to an innovative way to search for the missing. I'm the only one in the world that I know that does it this way. I can't, I've got videos that explain how I do it, what the method is, all of that, and it can only work when we work it. It can only work when we work it, and I've shown time and time again that it works. I show it on live that it works. So, and the map works, right? Yeah, I mean, Kayla, that was definitely Kayla. That was definitely Kayla in that picture. This is Kayla. This is Miss Thang. Oh, right here. That's her. That is Kayla. And the law enforcement in Arizona, they would know, they should know this area like the back of their hand. I mean, she is literally hanging upside down across and holding a cross in her hand, and it's upside down. It's some weird cultish shit, fetish stuff. Yeah, it's a definite excellent hit on her, for sure. With everything else that is showing up on the map, it's too good of an area to search, to not search. So if you guys can, anybody that, if you're talking to JR, I don't know JR, I don't know that I was phone number, I met him with the, or not met him, but I know him from the Sebastian Rogers case out of Tennessee, but I don't know how to get in touch with him to ask him, and I don't know that he would want to be the one to find Nancy. I think that professional searchers, a grid And they could even ride around and try to ping, you know, her pacemaker. If she's enclosed in anything, I don't know if it'll work. But for all we know, she could be, if that pool has any water left in it, and if it's, you know, a couple of feet deep or something, she could be there. We just don't know. We just don't know. Someone wrote in his feed in JLR's YouTube was weird, swore it was her, said she was the only one in the country that knows where she is. I reported it, but I'm in Ontario, so not sure if got text. Kayla is locked up, and she is going to be forced to go to court by any means necessary on the 27th. And I'm going to be waiting for that day. I'm going to be waiting to see what they do. Because it's strange that she goes to jail right before midnight on the 12th of February. That the 13th, they go to Luke's home, her buddy Luke. She gets locked up on the 12th, her buddy Luke goes to, you know, he gets pulled over, then they raid his house. I'm talking about a lot of feds and the SWAT. So if we're looking at Luke, if we're looking at Kayla, we also need to look at Kayla's boyfriend, William. So this is the area to search. Until this area is clear, or until she is found somewhere else, that's my favorite hotspot. I think it's the perfect mileage too. I think it's absolutely the perfect mileage because Kayla and Luke and Nancy and the missing event, that 27 degrees is a good place. 26 miles, 27 miles, that's a great mileage for her to be found. Whether it's going to the mountains or whether it's coming down here, it's great. It's great. I think that they are all dealers. They're all dealers. They know how to get across the border. They know people across the border. These people know people. They know bad people. They know dangerous people. Dangerous people. Dangerous. So, all I can do is hope that somebody will watch this video that is local, that knows how to search. I think so too, Shauna. I do too. I think it definitely needs to be sent in. A girl that messaged me, she messaged me this address, and she said where you were showing is, and she showed me where this is. You know, she gave me the coordinates, and I'm like, oh my God. She's called it into the FBI. She called it in a week ago because she recognized this place. And I said, girl, I wondered what the hell that place was, and it's right there on my hotspot. I just didn't know what it was. I knew she wouldn't be at the shooting range. This would be perfect. This place would be perfect. And the fact that, you know, Kayla and her boyfriend, William, and their obsession with natural born killers, so much so that she's gotten the tattoo, he's got the tattoo. They call each other Mickey and Mal from Natural Born Killers. I would definitely be looking at them hard. And I think that they have been. She's locked up. Luke's house got raided. And then Nancy got their case, so. Could they have been paid? Could they have been hired? Maybe. But my goal, my job is to find the missing. That is my goal. And all the people that think they are psychic is going to say, I told you so, that she was here or something like that. I can't speak for them. I don't know. That's not my problem. What they do is not my problem. I'm an astrologer that maps the missing. That's my problem. is me, just me. And what I do works. It works if we work it. Oh, Barbara, you be quite a bit, girl. You will want to go back and you will want to watch this live from the beginning. You will definitely want to do that because I think that this is now my favorite hotspot. You know, the trash from this area to that landfill. Oh yeah, but it's before I found out about this. And we looked at this so much, we just couldn't figure out what it was. I was thinking that all of this was burnt down.
You're gonna come to City Hall Food Weekly?
Baffled.
What do you mean no?
Baffled that.
Why not? You're not gonna come up with
the
it?
search team should be right here. Anybody in Arizona should know that this is the place to go. This would be the place to go to look for her. Man. Yeah, you know, I'm an astrologer. I use the tool of astrology and then geometric angles to place it at ground level to look for the missing. So a map, I draw the lines, I draw the angles that are telling me a certain story, you know. But this place, guys, where Kayla goes, they all go. There's a lot of them. Dangerous people that go here. They go here. And that's what that woman was saying. She was saying that there has been unalivings here. There's been people found here. This is a bad place.
No.
And it's a lot of terrain right here.
Yeah.
A lot of terrain. So, y'all be sure to like, subscribe, you know, do all that good jazzy junk. And, dear Dad,
Need your help though. There's a little blue piece of plastic.
check a location that was reported. Barbara Sharp uploaded what Dad's gone viral.
Right.
Too scared to do. Girl, I'd be scared.
I don't
I
see
would be
it.
so scared. But I would go. I would go because I'm not, I mean, I'm a good aim. I might be scared, but I'm gonna get an aim. But aim it just right. Gonna aim it. I'm gonna stop them in their tracks. Had a guy, Jeff and I, y'all, let me tell you a story. Jeff and I, we were in Kingsport, Tennessee, searching for Layla Santinello. And we were at a ran down, I'm talking about nasty ass hotel. Ran down, it was closed, nobody was there, it was just, the only people that go there are the losers, right?
So what do you want me to get?
And so we were there searching for Layla,
What do you want me to get?
and two guys come up, we could see two guys, one of them was over here, one of them was over here, they were kind of coming this way, and I'm like, alright, we're about to get into something, because you could tell that they were on a little something. You know, they were mathing it up for sure. And the guy comes out and he's swinging it around while he's talking to us. I mean, it's a big old chassis. And Jeff got out his little, you know, that little pew. He got his pew out and he just held it like, okay. You can swing that around and try to intimidate us, but here you go. Look what we got. So, you know, that's what, it was very intense, Jeff. It was very intense, wasn't it? It was very intense. You just never know. When you're on a search for somebody, and you walk up on somebody that's got, you know, that's masked up, you better be prepared. That's all I got to say, and I know I am. I'm gonna be prepared. I'm gonna be prepared. I might be scared, but I'm gonna be aware. Y'all, I'm gonna be aware and prepared. All of it. It was wild, though. It was wild. I thought, really, dude? You're just gonna come out talking to us, you know, with your big old machete, like we're gonna be scared. We're gonna intimidate us. We're deep, attack me, okay? And we're both great aim. We can aim. Oh, anyway, guys. I thought that was a great story to tell at the time because that place reminds me of that. That place reminds me of that. So, if y'all haven't checked out the whole live, you want to go back and you want to rewatch it, okay? If you haven't liked it, you want to like this, okay?
No?
You want to subscribe.
Oh, you do want one?
You're never going to see anything else like
Okay, give me
this.
20 minutes.
I mean,
Okay?
I'll be doing cards
It takes
later.
like about 15, 20 minutes to make
I
one.
like to divine.
Before you
I
go.
like to, get in touch with the divine.
I know why you don't learn how to do
We
this.
don't do it differently.
Here, come here.
And we don't, this isn't. I hope that you can. I hope that you can send it to Brian.
So,
Brian needs to
I'm gonna give you some
know.
instructions, okay?
If
So,
Brian
come
doesn't
here.
know, Brian needs to
So,
know. This
before
class
each
is
one of these instructions in the middle here,
bad,
I
and
want
these
you to
people
read that
are
word
connected to
connotation.
it.
Number one.
So,
And a quick sway.
well, let's get the
And
word
then
out.
that,
Let's push it
and
out.
the number, and then whatever.
Let's
in
bring
there.
Nancy
And
home. I
then
don't know if this could be where she could be
and
found
that
at,
is number one.
but I mean, it's a great hotspot.
Read it.
It's a great hotspot. Oh yeah, please.
Okay.
Yeah, please send it to.
Number one.
That would be wonderful. That would be wonderful.
Proper place in the air fryer.
It would be wonderful because the way that I read
Put it in the air fryer today?
and the way that I'm mapping everybody and the way that I can see all of them coming
Put it in
down
the
to
air
the
fryer.
story.
Okay,
Okay, it could be
wait. Okay, now what?
further. We could be giving
But I just put it in there. We've got number one. What comes after
This
that?
place needs to be clear.
Cook 8 minutes.
It needs to be clear. It's got to be clear.
Okay.
Unless she's found or,
8 minutes.
if she's not, that place needs to be
Are you
searched.
watching? 8 minutes,
That's
right?
a lot. We're talking about 2 miles,
Temperature,
a 2
360.
mile
Okay.
radius, 2 miles. I mean,
Go.
it's going to be a lot of terrain, but
Okay, now what?
that
Step 3.
the Dapper Dogs,
Flip, cook, and
that's going to be the way to go.
Okay.
Taking dogs down there.
Step 4 is wait 2
Taking
minutes
dogs.
to eat it. Okay.
That's going to be the best thing.
So, you
Not
just taught me how to make
the
a
little
coffee.
snipper thing to,
I knew to
no, I would take
You
the
know that?
dogs there.
You just told me how to
A
do
lot
it.
of them. A lot of an army of them.
You know what that means? We do a pizza pop video.
Yeah,
You
your
can
houses,
narrate
yeah.
it.
And that's a great
Blah, blah,
thing
blah,
too.
blah,
that
blah,
they
blah, blah, blah,
finally-
blah, blah.
That they have
Right?
finally offered a $1 million award. I think it's a beautiful thing that they have.
A million?
Given
A million?
$500,000
A million, million,
national missing and
million,
exploited children because
million.
now they know. Now they know what it feels like to have somebody missing and not having any answers. For them to be lost.
Chocolate kept in anti-theft boxes
Nancy will
as
be
shop
covered. If
warned.
she is not found
Warned
soon,
it's being stolen to
there
order.
is going to be somebody else. There'll be somebody else that's going to be, taking the media attention away from Nancy. And she's going to be like everyone
Water
else.
spilled onto 97th Street. Uh-oh.
Lost. No attention. Yeah, I think it needs to be clear.
Some of the cracks had penetrated through. Chinese astronauts revealed new details of spacecraft trying to get into space last year.
To tag him with the live, but once the live is over, you can tag him, but he's probably not going to see it. He's got so many people that are emailing him, that are tagging him, I'm sure. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Sheena. My condolences, sincere condolences. I think that this case is, you don't even have law enforcement looking for her. I don't know why they're not looking for money for remains, because by now, unless she's, living it up, sipping margaritas and on her medicines, she's not doing good, for sure. So, anyways, guys, I'm gonna jump off here. Thank you so much for joining me.
5,500 years ago, teenage girl was buried with her father's bones on her chest.
Looking at the map, invested with me in the work, great work, and if Nancy if she could be found here, if she can be found, then, you know, I think that this is a great place.
Oh, wait.
Right here. That area right there. And on the map, it's pretty telling. It's pretty telling. It's pretty telling, guys. This is such a great place to find her. I don't have JLR's number, honey. I might could get it, but I don't know that he's changed his number since then. But I might could get it. But I don't think that he needs to be the one going search here. But I guess anybody could, you know, if you're prepared to find. See, this is William. He's been here before. And he could have, if William has done anything really bad to somebody else, they could be here too. They could be here too. That's I don't know. But Luke is also here a lot. This is his Pluto, the FBI, and this is where I want to hone in and look for Nancy. So. And it can't be too far off the road. I mean, I guess it could. And here's Arizona. And there's the missing. And they're coming in way too close for me not to take note. Because this is 27 miles away, and look how close they still are. They're just right each other, you know? They're just right each other. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for joining me. I'm going to jump off here. I want to come back live later, do some card reading, some astrology reading, do it live. And y'all are more than welcome to come and join. Come and join if you like that kind of thing, if you like astrology, if you like, you know, oracle cards or something like that. But we're going to be doing live readings, so it'll be fun. It will be a lot of fun. Well, we need to ground ourselves. Because we got a week of looking for, or talking, you know, not looking for, but Sebastian Rogers. Missing Sebastian Rogers. It's okay, Cajun. It's okay. Yes, Shauna says, woohoo! Let's do it! Let's do it, girl! The cross is about 10 foot above that blue marker of Caleb. It's a white square. Okay, let me look. It's a white square. Right above the blue marker. Are you talking about like right here? Right here, Janet? Off the green line, I mean. So it's right here by the green line? Oh, Sheena, thank you. I am legit, girl. You've met me. I'm legit, babe. You can see some science and some metaphysics here. You know, you can see the geometry come together. This is different. It's innovative. It's not something that you've ever seen before. Stay with me. Stay with me. Just like, subscribe. Come on. Yeah. You're welcome, honey. So off the green missing line right here, Janet, right? See what you're saying? Yeah. Okay. Well, it's right off the line. I don't doubt it. I don't doubt that it would be right there. Yes. And that square, really? And that square, like the red square? Wow. So this square right here. This is where the so that's where the cross is, right here. Holy shit. So it's right there on the line. So it's right there on the line. So that cross is right there. And look, remember the missing Jupiter. Remember this missing Jupiter. It was a 1720. It was a 17-degree, 20-minute. Kayla has that degree in her chart all day, every day. All day. It doesn't matter what time she was born. She has a 1720. So does Annie. So Jupiter was activating at the time. Jupiter is activating. It's expanding it with Kayla and Annie. So Kayla hanging upside down on the cross right here. Right there. Yeah, see it square. I see it. Yeah, I see it. Wow. Wow. Okay. That's wild. That's the cross. Really? Hold on. Oh my gosh, you're right. Wow. Holy shit. That's it. That is the cross, guys. Wow. Can't make it up. I can't make it up. I mean, the map don't lie. People do. That's the saying on this channel. The maps don't lie. That's the cross. Can't make it up, Jill. We can't make it up. Can't make it up, y'all. The lines are impeccable. And see, this is the reason why I like to map not just the planets, because this is Poseidon. This, yeah, right there, Jeff. I mean, it's just like when we saw, you know, the Circle K. The Circle K, the missing line is coming there, and what do we see? The camera. The line is coming right over the camera. We're talking about Culver's. It could be an arrest there. Next thing we know, Luke is he's getting detained there. You know, I mean, we can't make it up. We can't make it up. And that's why I love showing it live, because then you guys get to experience it with me. You know, I'm not just doing it alone. You get to experience it with me. Yeah, Michelle. I'm saying. It's wild. 100. It freaks me out still. You're not alone. It still freaks me out, because I'm like, how can this be so amazing? It just is. It just is. And thank God that I listen to my inner self. And instead of selling real estate today, I'm mapping the missing. Being a starving artist. You know? I'm not selling real estate. I'm sitting here just trying to become better. Because I think that our kids, our future kids need this. They need us to be doing something innovative to find them quickly. But without the law enforcement's help, without the information, without the search teams, I'm just by myself. You know, I'm just by myself. So you've been here the whole time in the bushes. Well, I'm glad that you've been here. You can tell that she can be that type of person. Yeah. She can definitely be this type of person. She can definitely be this type of person, guys. Look at her. There it is. That is wild. Wild. Oh, thank you, Rich Glam. I don't really think it's a gift. I think I'm just, you know, I listen to my higher self. I listen to the Jesus in me and say, hey, you know, I would love to have all that money that I was making in real estate, but our kids need this. I needed it. And God brought me to it, you know. When God brings you something, your higher self brings you to something, you can fight it. But it don't work out. It won't work out if you keep fighting what you are being led to do. It is fascinating, and you're welcome. I appreciate you being here and allowing me to share it with you and having the interest. I really do appreciate that. I really do. It means the world to me. It means so much. Yes, I'm finding, yes, that's a great way to think about it. But I'm finding very important real estate. That's right. That's right. And this real estate, I think, it's permanent. I think we really need this cleared. This area's got to be cleared. Poor Nancy. I mean, could you imagine? I can't imagine waiting for someone to come and look for me, and they just haven't come to look for me. Okay, honey, you sleep good. Sweet dreams. Sweet dreams, honey. She's a bit of a freak. I think so. Yeah. Yeah, I'd say so. I'd say so, hon. This is pretty freaky. And I can even, look, I can... Let's see. To me, it looks like she's holding a cross, like a rosary or something. I don't know what she's holding. I mean, she thinks this is sexy or something. And maybe to other people, maybe to some people it is.
What is it?
The girl has got a lot of issues.
What are you talking about, lady?
And it's, you know,
By the cross there?
that we've got to think about. Or I think about is
Hold on.
let me make sure y'all can see that.
I can't.
I think they can.
No, I can't.
I don't know if y'all can see it when I was...
No.
I'll leave it, damn it, sorry. I'm looking at it and expanding it, but I wasn't expanding
Make it better, bitch.
She pierces.
Is she hanging on
She
something?
works in a tattoo shop. She pierces. Her boo-boo, William.
Show it.
tattoo artist. So if you have a tattoo artist, you have a piercing artist. They wear gloves. A lot.
What?
They have a lot of gloves. A lot of black dad gloves.
Haha.
Yeah, far from sexy. So they would, you know, I don't know if
What?
you've ever been to a tattoo shop, if you've ever been to a piercing shop, but they put on those tight black gloves. So, there's our gloves. There's our, you know,
Okay, I need to find my wallet right now.
those are the people that
I don't give a shit about this lady.
have gotten,
Do you know where it is?
you know, they went to Luke's house. She's locked up. Don't know where William's at, but y'all only run. And they have gloves.
2029.
Full of gloves, right? Full of them black latex gloves. So, just saying. But anyway, guys, thank you so much again for hanging out. I'll be back on live later. We're gonna do some cards. Feel free to come in if that's your thing. If not, it's okay.
Yes.
I'll be doing the maps again, talking about Nancy, talking about somebody else. Yeah. But anyway, thank you guys so much for joining. And if you haven't hit that like button, please do that. At least for me, please. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And I'm going to end this stream. Have a good night, guys. Peace out.
I want to talk about the Savannah Guthrie latest statement. There's a lot actually to go through today. That statement, plus there's a couple of other pieces, as I mentioned. Something's just breaking about the DNA. What jumped out at me was, I don't know if she intended to or not, but she made a little news about the actual crime, where she said, "It's day 24 since our mom was taken in the dark of night from her bed."
Yep.
No one has ever said that before. In fact, the sheriff said it early on and then took it back and said, I didn't mean to say that. I'm not confirming whether she was taken from her bed. But there it is, straight from Savannah Guthrie herself. That's news. I mean, there was speculation, even we speculated just last week on this program, about whether this intruder was possibly knocking on the door before he was like messing with that Nest Cam, because it almost looked like a knock. Other people have speculated he rang the doorbell to get Nancy Guthrie to come downstairs, because there didn't appear to be forced entry, at least at the front. Ashley Banfield reported early on in this case that her source told her there was forced entry. We don't know which door. She also reported that the back door to the house was left wide open, so presumably it was the back door. But in any event, in her bed is, or from her bed, taken in the dark of night from her bed is new. What, if anything, does it tell us?
Yeah, good for you. That's why you're an investigative journalist, because that's immediately what I picked up on. You know, that, okay, this is, wait a minute, is she just saying that? Is this to say, you know, sometimes in kidnappings, you know, like a JonBenet Ramsey taken, you know, from her bed type of deal, and it's almost like, you know, something you would say, but I'm with you. I think she was literally, that Savannah knows something that we didn't know, and now we do know, that she was taken from her bed. Well, that rules out, you know, that Miss Guthrie, you know, answered a door. There was a knock on the door. She went out, answered the door, then the guy took her. That rules that out. If there was forced entry or any, there had to be some type of entry, you know, either forced or she left the door unlocked, God forbid, and they rousted her from her bed. Now that's a totally different thing. And so, yeah, that's significant.
It also seems to me, Will, to suggest that Savannah believes her mom did in fact return home to her house after having dinner with Tommaso and Annie, Savannah's sister and brother-in-law, earlier in the evening. You know, we've all speculated about whether, like, what's the proof that Tommaso actually dropped her off at 9:48 with the garage door opening and then closing again at 9:50? Like, why do we believe that? Now, we believe the pacemaker continued to work until 2:28 that morning at least. But what's our evidence that Nancy Guthrie was actually in that home? And our only evidence was really that the police said she was, and they seemed to believe it. And you tell me, Savannah saying her mom was taken from her bed seems to tell us that Savannah believes that too, which means that's what law enforcement told her.
Yeah, I think that's the only place that she could have drawn that information or gleaned that information from. And that's not uncommon, certainly, where family members will be told a little bit of detail, asked to keep it to themselves more often than not. But the care management of families in these kinds of situations, whether it be abductions, whether it be kidnappings or otherwise, when someone's gone missing, will be to try and keep them having a little bit of hope wherever possible. But I think, you know, I was speaking with my other panel members, with Eric and James, in the break, and I think we're all in the agreement that there's most certainly is an abduction. As to when it exactly happened, again, we're relying on certain information provided by family members. Again, how precise they are on their timings, again, is potentially questionable and is very difficult to evidence unless, again, this is captured on the Nest camera and there is evidence of when Nancy actually walked in, or whether she went in via the garage, which is believed to be the case. But I think in terms of this abduction, you know, it is an abduction. If it was a kidnap, again, my fellow panel members, we all agree, you know, ultimately they're looking for some sort of ransom. But because of the amount of publicity this has garnered, and I certainly know of many, many cases where someone has been kidnapped by unsophisticated criminals, that as soon as it gets some attention, as soon as they believe they're on the radar, it's not a closed affair with family members or whoever they may be demanding the ransom from, then they can panic because of their fear of apprehension and dispose of the hostage. So I think, regrettably, you know, this was an abduction. If it wasn't for kidnapping, what was the motivation? What was the reasoning behind that?
Eric, what do you think?
Well, I'm going to agree, and we did talk about this earlier during the break. It certainly looks like an abduction. We don't know the reasons they were there. It could have been a shakedown. It could have been some other angry event. And then, of course, the abduction happens, and you have a trail of blood leading out of that house. You know, it's interesting that we have the forced entry, and that quite possibly the back door is wide open, and that she's in the bed. Now, one thing that I take from Savannah's newest video is that there's more despondency and less hope in the family. She certainly is starting to come around to the fact that 24 days into it, it's
Lil
very unlikely
Penguin.
that we will ever find Nancy Guthrie alive. I mean, that is heartbreaking. I think it is now worse for the family that they have no way of contacting the alleged kidnappers, and that's why we're saying it's an abduction, and that they don't know. And the scary thing here is, I think eventually that the FBI does catch this individual. I mean, it's just an odds game. You know, with enough time and enough data and enough work, they tend to catch the perpetrator. But do we ever find
I'm thinking I
Nancy?
might actually make tacos
And
tonight.
It's not likely that we're going to find her alive at this point.
Right, it's been too many days. The other thing that jumped out at me about Savannah's statement was hope against hope. As my sister says, we are blowing on the embers of hope. She mentions the sister, James, which is interesting, given all the focus on the sister and more accurately the sister's husband. To me, that's a way of endorsing the sister and reminding us they still believe in her, and probably in Tomas too. I don't think you mentioned the sister unless you're looking to rehabilitate them both. So I think she communicated something with that too. Your thoughts?
I do, and I think we don't know. I don't know enough about their family. She doesn't mention her brother very much, but I would say that caught my eye, but my ear rather. What I really heard was the $1 million, and I know we talked about this. I think 2 weeks ago when I was with you, and the reward was 50 grand, and I was set.
You said it needed to be higher.
Yeah, and now here we are.
You said 500,000.
Right.
And they went up the next day to 100, and now they've gone up and then they doubled your reward ultimately.
Money talks, and for me, it speaks to what I felt the whole time, just the lack of urgency in this case. I mean, 24 days, it feels like we're working this like it's a robbery or a burglary. It just has never felt to me like a human life abduction story. And the cases I've been involved in, right? Like the case I've been involved in where someone is missing, there is a sense of urgency. And you're everything you got, you're throwing at it. And a $50,000 reward did not seem like urgency. And now here we are 24 days later, and okay, $1 million. Well, hopefully somebody finally says something, but let's keep going. Because again, the woman is still out there. Whether she's alive or not, we need to find this lady.
James, that is so true, because one of the things that was so weird about this case from the get-go was within 24 hours of realizing Nancy was gone, they called off the search and rescue. The sheriff said, we've called it off. He said, permanently, but he said, but we'll restart it if we need to. The FBI got in and started to deploy resources that, I don't know if it was looking for Nancy or looking for clues, but they were looking. But who ends the search and rescue after 24 hours?
Well, you said it. And then he said something else I read this weekend that, he said something like, we're not giving up. What are you talking about? How do you get that option? You don't get that option. You don't get I can just give up on finding a person.
Yeah.
That's just not an option.
Not on the table.
Right.
You're right. And so it's like, the sheriff, of course, is like, we're going to find her. We'll do whatever it takes. Could take days. Could take years. What? Right? Like, again, who talks like that? But you're right. The lack of the sense of urgency has been right there in our face all along. And now, only now, Will, that Savannah sounds hopeless. Let's face it. She's talking about, the sister says, we're blowing on the embers of hope. She says she may already be gone. She may already have gone home to the Lord that she loves. She's dancing in heaven with her mom and dad and her beloved brother and with our dad. If this is what is to be, we'll accept it, but we need to know where she is. And then says at the bottom, help us bring her home, our beloved mom, so we can either celebrate a glorious, miraculous homecoming, or, she specifically puts this in here, celebrate the beautiful, brave, and courageous, noble life that she has lived. So she's being very explicit here that we recognize there's a very, very good chance that she's dead, and it's hoping against hope that she's not. But now here's $1 million. So what's that about?
I know, it's bizarre. And again, this is pure speculation, Megan, but your point and what you discussed with James just now about the 50,000, which initially came out, any open source research, just a simple Google of Savannah's salary, would bring you into the context of 50,000 is the pittance. and it doesn't communicate any sense of urgency in terms of wanting to determine or establish where her mother is. The other thing is, again, this is speculation on my part, is that certainly the beginning of communications in the event of it turning into a kidnapping will be too lowball to a certain extent until the figure is actually presented, because it gives some sort of indication of what funds may be available or what funds could be readily accessible to resolve or to settle any kind of ransom. So this could have been as a result of poor advice that she was given to only cap it at about 50,000, because I think any child of a parent that's gone missing is going to offer unbelievable amounts of money to determine the whereabouts or the safe return of their parents if they've gone missing. So I think in this instance that...
Well, and there are reports now today that she was reportedly ready. Michael Ruiz of Fox reporting on X. Sources with knowledge of the family's thinking say the Guthries initially raised the idea of the reward, this bigger reward, on the first day of the investigation. They were advised by law enforcement to hold off, as, quote, doing so earlier might overwhelm the infrastructure set up to field leads, tens of thousands of which have been coming in organically. They are now offering the seven-figure sum after coordinating with investigators. I mean, that makes sense to me. I'm sure Savannah's definitely got tens of millions of dollars in the bank. There's no way she would hesitate to say, here's $1 million to save my mom's life.
Yeah, this is poor advice, I think, initially, because you want to set a sense of urgency. But I think even this $1 million sort of reward is a mute offer. Because ultimately, whoever has been involved in the abduction of Nancy is highly unlikely to provide any kind of evidence unless it's someone associated or a family member or a friend who knows the individual or the individuals that are responsible for Nancy's abduction, who are going to furnish that information. And ultimately, it's a little too much too late.
All right, I'm just going to go cynical reporter for a second here, because I believe that story that Savannah was ready to offer the money from day one and was told by seasoned law enforcement. That's just going to bring every single crazy out of the woodwork who thinks they know anything, because $1 million is a fortune and everyone's going to want it. So she held it. But there is also, I'm just going to say, there's also the possibility that the reason somebody close to Savannah talked her out of offering $1 million early on is they thought somebody might come out of the woodwork and point the finger at them. You know, I mean, it doesn't, just because Savannah believes in the sister and the brother-in-law doesn't mean the rest of us have to say they had nothing to do with it. You know, the cops keep going there, they keep searching the place overnight, they towed her car, and so it's also possible, Eric, that Sister Annie or brother-in-law Tomas were quick to push law enforcement's thing, saying that's going to cause chaos. Hold that one back. And it would certainly help us understand why only now, when they're completely forlorn and they're desperate and seemingly out of leads, did they try to throw some money at the problem.
Yeah, it's certainly possible. You know, when I look at this, I wonder, was the sheriff initially thinking this is easily a kidnapping because he saw a ransom note come into TMZ, and which might be why he releases the crime scene way too early, and then sets...
But he released it before the ransom note came in.
Right.
He released
and
it
then sets
on Monday. The first ransom note, I think, hit Tuesday evening or Wednesday.
And he sets the, then the family with law enforcement set the reward way too low, thinking that this is a kidnapping, we're going to work that chain of investigation. And now realizing that this is not a kidnapping, it's an abduction, because kidnappers actually want to make money. They don't send a note and then never respond to you and give you no avenue to negotiate with them. And here, finally, they're looking for those tips. I like the idea that was raised that, you know, they got 40,000, 50,000 tips, and a lot of those tips were nonsense. They were things like, I've got a theory on the case, or, you know, I don't like this person, maybe it was them, right? And they have to sift through that, and that's a lot of infrastructure to do that. And then maybe it's fear that if we raise it too much, we're going to invite a lot more of that. But at this point, look, $1 million is a lot of money. Somebody knows that guy, and there's no honor among thieves. Maybe that person, some person will say, hey, I can make a cool $1 million and just give up on my friend.
International disputes, inflation, rising national debt, digital currency. There's a never-ending list of reasons gold has risen over 700% in the last 20 years. and a never-ending list of reasons smart Americans diversify a portion of their savings into precious metals with Birch Gold Group. Gold can thrive during uncertainty, which is why it's a crucial part of a balanced financial strategy. It gives you peace of mind, given all the events that could impact the U.S. economy. See if holding gold in a tax-sheltered retirement account is right for you. Birch Gold can help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold. Just text MK to the number 989898 to receive your free info kit on gold. There's no obligation, just useful information. With an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau and tens of thousands of happy customers, consider letting Birch Gold help you diversify with gold, so you too can have peace of mind, regardless of the uncertainty.
Hey, it's my old
Text
apartment.
MK to the number 989898.
Chris.
Thanks so much for watching.
$76 e-bike. Yeah, right.
Hit the
That's the
subscribe
fuck
button for more clips and full episodes.
$35 for a real Dremel? What? 200? It's gotta be a piece of shit, right?
Multiple outlets are now reporting that sources have confirmed, as we discussed right here on the MK Show, these two photos taken of the intruder on Nancy Guthrie's
$35 every 2 weeks for an e-bike? What?
were taken on 2 different days. According to those sources, the image with no backpack was captured sometime before the day of Nancy's suspected abduction.
I want an e-bike.
The source is declining to provide a specific date, citing the ongoing investigation. Sheriff Nanos, however, telling Fox News, quote, "The info that it occurred on a different day did not come from the FBI or from us," meaning the Pima County Sheriff's Department, and that the reports are, quote, "purely speculative." But there are multiple outlets now.
No, wait a minute, they're not
all went to
speculative.
their phones and their digital posts immediately, so clearly somebody decided
They're
to
saying we
spread
never
this
came
word.
out and said that,
And
but
I'm not sure
that's
the sheriff
kind of
can
what we're
speak for the
saying.
FBI, although it is interesting that he tried to here. But in any event, clearly
We never
somebody
came out and
indicated
said that,
this
but that is what we're saying.
multiple news organizations last night that these are two different people. Sorry, not two different people, 2 different days. Well, we've been saying on this show for weeks now that the two images look like they are from different evenings. If you look at the skyline in the background, one is a much lighter sky the night she was taken, and the other is much darker. And you know that is alone reason to ask whether it's the same night, even though the outfit looks the same, but it doesn't have the backpack.
It's the same outfit.
It didn't look right. Now we also talked about maybe it's just a weird angle on the one. Maybe it was this dark or this light. I don't know, but we discussed with our panel a couple of times about whether these are 2 different nights, and why wouldn't the FBI tell us this? The FBI actually told us in the release of these photos that they were both from the early morning hours.
No, they didn't.
Nancy Guthrie.
They said one was from like
It's a chilling
the
detail.
10th,
It suggests
and one was from the
that this
31st.
guy, this masked
You guys are
suspect,
idiots.
got out the home in advance.
If people don't listen, yeah, he did. He Google searched it too.
I mean, it's possible he tried to get in the first time and couldn't. But this guy, this was no accident. This obviously was no accident. He didn't just stumble upon this, go on some drug-fueled binge, and decide to rob or take something from Nancy Guthrie's home, including Nancy. Clearly, the guy had been there beforehand, if these reports are true.
Did these guys really not know that?
Went back with a plan in mind.
I thought everybody was acting like everybody knew all this stuff already.
Heartbreaking plea on Instagram this morning, saying the family still has hope,
Huh.
but acknowledging that Nancy may already be gone, and also announcing that the family is now offering a reward
$1 million for her dead body. Her alive, she was only worth $100,000.
$1 million for information.
Now she's dead, it's $1 million.
Day 24 since our mom
Isn't that wild?
was taken
I don't know if that's okay.
in the dark of night from her bed. And every hour and minute and second and every long night has been agony since then. We still believe in a miracle. We still believe that she can come home. Hope against hope. As my sister says, we are blowing on the embers of hope. We also know
I'm just gonna message one of these ladies on Facebook and be like, hey, you watching this Nancy Guthrie shit?
She may have already gone home to the Lord that she loves.
Hey, why are you guys promoting us on your Facebook and
We
shit?
will accept it.
You suck too much?
But we need to know where she is. We need her to come home.
I mean, I don't care.
For that reason, we are offering a family reward of up to $1
I don't know. I would think that just based on who you beautiful people are, you have all kinds of Facebook friends that you want to talk to on
Please come forward.
YouTube.
Tell what you know. And help us bring our beloved mom home. So that we can either celebrate the glorious, miraculous homecoming,
Or commit suicide together.
celebrate the beautiful, brave, and courageous, and noble life
I like
that
this.
she has lived.
I can walk around a lot more in here. See like this thing like this?
I mean, you can't help but feel for her. You can feel the stress. Just
That was almost
looking at her
good.
expression and her
We
attention.
need a
to the
little
tears
bit more
she
room.
takes, but her mother now openly acknowledges that she may already be gone. You
Go,
know?
Lord.
I think most of us have come to that realization, and I'm sure the family will be the last to actually get there. But it sounds like they are getting there. Savannah Guthrie's not done. And I'm sure she knows full well the odds of her 84-year-old mother being held
She was
captive
so
for
host
over
for
3
today's
weeks
show.
now by someone
Didn't have her own
who
show.
does not care about her. Is not a good way of fostering real illness and more longevity for an 84-year-old. It's just so awful. And it certainly seems like the case does not have a bunch of new leads. And we'll talk about that too with our panel. Here to react is Will Gibbons. He's a security expert and founder of International Corporate Protection. James Hamilton, former FBI supervisory special agent and founder of Hamilton Security Group. And Eric O'Neill is back on the program, national security specialist, former FBI counterintelligence operative, and author of Spies, Lies, and Cybercrime. And also, Eric, the guy who brought down Robert Hansen, one of our best known, most nefarious spies ever. We had a great episode with Eric where we talked all about it. So we've got some guys who know what they're doing on this panel here. But let me just start with you, Will, because we just talked about this, about whether these were two different images, you know? The one sky was dark, the other sky was light. The guy doesn't have the backpack on, the dark sky, and he does have the backpack on with the mouth light.
Sometimes got a
in the
backpack,
lighter
sometimes
sky.
wearing green pants.
So now, what do you make of the fact that they're admitting somebody's
Because
admitting
one
and
time,
spreading
I thought
to
he was
news
Mexican guy,
that it's
the
two
next
different
time,
things.
he
And
definitely
then the
goes
sheriff
Chinese.
weirdly saying, and speaking for the FBI, saying, none of that came from us, that's speculative.
Firstly, Megan, thanks for inviting me back on. Firstly, this is quite bizarre, but again, it seems to be following the same traits that we've already seen with the sheriff, with evidence being cloaked and reshaped in various different forms, and him not being able to send a very linear message of progress as things are going along. It certainly falls in track with what we discussed before, where there was a presumption of some advanced reconnaissance, which for me kind of discounted it from being a burglary.
Why did you say that?
But there was some advanced
I don't
sort
want
of
to go there
visiting
either,
to the
buddy.
property, some monitoring to see potentially what the landscape was. And when I say landscape, I mean in terms of security, whether it would be the Nest doorbell, whether it be intruder lights, alarms, anything else like that. But the key question for me, Megan, now is the tie between those photographs. That would tell us an awful lot about potentially the degree of motivation behind this individual. And if there was a very short or long period.
I love you, buddy. That's not, I don't know. You should think about going to your mom. She would like to, she'd really like to see you. She said she got presents for you. Maybe she got money. You want me to ask her if she got money for you? I'll ask her if the presents are money, okay? If the presents aren't money, then we're not
It
interested.
might have been on January 11th, because you know that they've asked, the authorities have been going around to neighbors asking them to check their Ring cameras specifically on that date. Now they've also said go back to January 1st. This event happened overnight.
Okay, what if
January 31st
what
to
if
February
it's
1st.
$1 million?
So
Can we
we
go?
can't be sure
Come on.
that the other event may have
$1
happened on
million.
January 11th, but that's one of the other dates that cops have been asking about Jim, and we've all been scratching our heads saying, what happened on January 11th? Like, none of us has known, and yet now we may have just been effectively given the answer.
Yeah, good to see you again. January 11th. To me, it looks like two different nights, as you are saying, and why they don't want to say that is interesting to me. But I agree with what you said in the opening about if it is two separate nights, this is a casing, as Will was talking about, and it would check with that. And it also makes sense as to why, he doesn't have the backpack or the gun in this silly, location. But again, the more we, kind of dive into this case, the more people we're seeing around porches at 2 a.m. So, it's a concern. But I think it was two different nights, and I wish we could just get some clarity.
I mean, what would it tell you, though, as a former FBI guy, Jim? What would it tell you? Is that, do you think that's recon?
Yeah.
Like, I'm going to put on my little, because it's a very risky recon. No? Like, I would think if I'm going to do recon on a kidnapping, I'm probably going to stay in my car. I've never committed a kidnapping before, but I'm just going to guess it would be exponentially riskier to get out of the car and walk up onto the stoop where you can see from a ways away there's a Nest camera.
Well, again, I'm still not certain that we originally started out as a kidnapping. I'm still not certain that this person, his original intent was to kidnap. It certainly checks with, pre-operational surveillance prior to a robbery, a burglary, some type of home invasion. And we've also talked about how dark it is out there. So if he parked in a close proximity, then got out, then put the mask on, it's not very suspicious because no one's going to see you. It's so dark there. I don't think he was driving around town with the mask on. But interestingly, he has his little, same clothes for his operations. That tells us something about the individual. But yeah, I mean, to me, that's what it would tell me is that, this was planned in some degree. Obviously, we know he made some mistakes, but he didn't make a lot of mistakes.
Made some mistakes. Degrees.
Well, there are two ends, Eric, to the communication.
Two ends.
This reveal. There's someone in law enforcement who's telling ABC, Fox, News Nation, and others these were two different nights. Clearly, someone in law enforcement did say that. The ABC News says sources to ABC News, according to our sources. Fox says a source with knowledge of the investigation confirmed. Brian Ensign said he and another person at News Nation,
according to Brian Ensign,
so we don't know exactly who.
Our source.
But to me, the FBI can sort of speak to what the FBI is likely doing here, or if it is the FBI.
According to Megyn Kelly.
But as a news person, I can tell you there is
I'm a news
zero
person.
chance they all just came up with the same wrong story. Someone clearly in law enforcement decided it was time to leak this to the public for some reason. And I don't know, maybe the sheriff wants plausible deniability for some reason. Maybe the person did it without the sheriff's permission.
Like what?
Maybe it's somebody over at FBI and he has no idea what they're doing. But this is definitely not the press making this up.
What happened?
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, it certainly shows bad OPSEC, or operational security, on behalf of the local law enforcement and FBI Joint Task Force trying to catch the perpetrator of Nancy Guthrie's home and abducted her. I'm not surprised that there are these different images from different periods in time. I mean, the way this works is the camera records everything and sends it to Nest server. And that's the way that you can use your app to actually see it, even if you don't have a subscription. But what happens is it's marked to auto-delete, right? So it probably got written over a number of times, and it can be reconstructed. It's painstaking. Obviously, they had the one video that's a pretty decent shot of the individual showing motion.
Little dance, still dancing, still dancing.
In order to get the public to look at it and think, maybe I recognize that person, and hopefully catch a break in this case. I always thought that they had more than they were releasing, and it doesn't make sense that they would release that earlier image. So that seems to me like a break in the chain of command there. Someone who decided on their own to release it. Because there's no reason to say, hey, the guy was there earlier.
But it was released. It was released with the other photos. It just wasn't clarified to be on a separate date until now.
Right, and
so I mean, in Kash Patel's original, dump of these photos, he said that these were all taken the night she disappeared.
And the other thing is that the way they reconstruct this data is there's no timestamps on it. I've always been wondering whether perhaps they had some of the audio, because that would typically be recorded directly with the video, and of course they're not releasing that. And it makes perfect sense. I'm agreeing with James and
It
Will.
makes perfect
The
sense.
perpetrator would have had to case the area. It's a really difficult place, like James said. The area is incredibly dark, and it's also a warren of streets.
perpetrator.
It's really smart. You don't bring your cell phone with you to a crime. That allows the FBI to look at telemetry from cell towers as your phone moves through and pings them. And so they have to
Let me
figure out
ask
how
you,
to
just
get
on you
there.
for another minute on this, Eric, as our former cyber guy. Do you believe by this point the cell phone data has proven not helpful because we're 3 weeks in, and they would have already had that, would they not?
Yes, if they brought their phones with them, I think that they might have had a better clue of who this was, and so I don't think that cell phone data, which is always very difficult anyway to triangulate, is going to help. They were using things like BlueFi. That's really difficult, and BlueFi, for any, I'm sure you've talked. I know you've talked about it before, but this is a technology that allowed them to actually put it on the bottom of helicopters and scan different signals coming from Bluetooth devices or wireless devices to try to find that pacemaker. That's really useful when you're in a large area of terrain like Yosemite National Park, where there's not a lot of signal noise, but over an urban environment like this where there are millions of Bluetooth devices all sending signals, it's hard to find that one needle in a haystack. A lot of what they're doing are very innovative technologies to try to find more clues toward this perpetrator, but it's very difficult just because of this dense area and because I don't know if it was Will or Jim who said it, but they did a good job of covering their tracks. For someone who didn't look super professional, either they're incredibly lucky or they're really good.
Will, what are your thoughts on why would this guy show up earlier? Like, if this was January 11th, unconfirmed technically that it was even a separate night, right? I mean, the sheriff's denying it, or at least saying this is speculative. What was the guy doing? Like, why would you show up? There's no gun, notably, in that picture without the backpack. But I mean, what kind of person would put the whole mask over the head and walk up on the stoop and apparently do nothing, and then only to come back?
Well, I mean, I think it follows what we were saying a little bit earlier, Nathan, that this is what we would call a soft probe reconnaissance, which is just it could be a walk past of the actual property itself. It's looking at neighboring properties, again, depending on the sophistication of the perpetrator, and again, depending on what their ultimate objective might be. But in a basic level, it will be looking at what security there is, what intrusion detection there might be, whether it be lights, alarms, or otherwise. But it will also be looking at, if it gets more sophisticated, it will be looking at local neighbours, seeing if they've got cameras that aspect obviously onto the front of the property. So if, let's say, that speculatively they were going to remove Nancy from the property, again, it was who else would be able to capture or record this, what kind of devices there were, how sophisticated they might be. So again, we know that the very front of the property had a lot of bush and a lot of sort of garden area, which might have made it very difficult for a direct line of sight, which would mean that he would have to, that is obviously speculating that it's a male, but I think it's safe to say that, actually needing to go closer to the property. And again, removing the potential for identity, like James was saying, may not have stepped out of the vehicle, or his vehicle, with the ski mask on, but got a little closer to the property, and again, it's quite dark there, being able to put on that mask, and then being able to get a little closer look on the front door.
International disputes, inflation, rising national debt, digital currency. There's a never-ending list of reasons gold has risen over 700% in the last 20 years. And a never-ending list of reasons smart Americans diversify a portion of their savings into precious metals with Birch Gold Group. Gold can thrive during uncertainty, which is why it's a crucial part of a balanced financial strategy. It gives you peace of mind, given all the events that could impact the U.S. economy. See if holding gold in a tax-sheltered retirement account is right for you. Birch Gold can help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold. Just text MK to the number 989898 to receive your free info kit on gold. There's no obligation, just useful information. With an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau and tens of thousands of happy customers, consider letting Birch Gold help you diversify with gold, so you too can have peace of mind, regardless of the uncertainty. Text MK to the number 989898. Thanks so much for watching. If you like what you just saw, hit the subscribe button for more clips and full episodes.
No, there. Hey. You know what I'm looking for? It's a black rectangle.
The folks in the chat have lots of thoughts, and one of the questions that's getting debated is, was the guy that we see on this camera a decoy? And was the real action happening behind the house at the back door? And the reason he's so nonchalant is he's like, my buddy's back there, my buddy's got this. And the other possibility people are debating is whether there's any way he had already committed the crime here. And this was just about trying to get the camera down, as opposed to get.
It's not this one, right?
I mean, I suppose we can't tell that from looking at the doorbell camera, but anyone have a thought on whether the odds that this guy was just the decoy at the front? We'll start with that one.
I would say if he was the decoy from the front, you're still going to likely see a lot of anxiety in most people, because he's now part of this crime. If he is the person in the back who's actually committing the crime, or that he's already committed the crime, and now he's just fiddling around with the cameras, he knows what he's done, you're going to see a lot of anxiety. I think the absence of a lot of anxiety and nervousness is profound here. And Jim, you touched on it earlier. I think it is profound. And when you are about to commit or be a part of an extremely violent crime, and you're just walking around casually, whether you're the decoy,
you might not think this is an extremely violent crime.
The camera, and you can behave like that. That's how you behave in your non-criminal everyday life, and that speaks to his personality. And I think that's what we want people to know about him, along with the facial recognition. They understand that. They have seen that. They could have lived with him or lived next door to him. That is profound.
I'm thinking about the movie Free Solo, and the guy who climbs the mountains and doesn't have ropes, and at great risk to himself, and how he just has a different adrenaline gland than the rest of us.
Hey, that's me.
He just doesn't get the adrenaline flowing unless he does truly extreme things, which is not like normal humans.
That's me.
And this guy seems to have a touch of it. I mean, he does.
That's me.
This does not, to me, look like somebody full of adrenaline. He knows he's about to commit this crime. He's not running around.
I'm one of those dudes.
Patio, realizing he's standing on
too much thrill seeking, you guys. It makes you not care about anything.
In the middle of the night, like if anybody drives by, he's potentially toast. He doesn't seem perturbed about it at all. Jim, you were going to say a minute ago what people need to look for right now. Like, this is a real person who's out there right now, and there might be clues in his behavior.
Yeah, and look, we've said from early on, Megan, that we can't rule out more than one person involved in this. There's a car involved in this. We can't see this in any of the videos that have been released so far. Is there a driver in there waiting for that? Did something happen at the back door? As complicated as this case is, in many times, even working other complicated cases, and I worked some of them with Mary Ellen back in the day, sometimes, Occam's razor is really what applies here. And we can go overboard with all kinds of conspiratorial elements to it. Exactly. And so at least one guy here, perhaps with someone else in the car, perhaps not, and then they take it to some other location, and that's the second. Well, that would be the third crime scene. The car will be the second. So we'll see where that goes. But that, of course, that can't be ruled out. But yeah, I just, as we profilers know, we've been trained this way, and we now impart this knowledge to other folks doing this type of work. Is what's important is pre-offense behavior, of course, the crime itself, and post-offense behavior, and each of those could have sub categories to them in terms of what they've been doing all along. And basically, even before this crime, anyone, I'm talking right now to the people out there who are listening. You have a really big audience, Megan, so I know a lot of people are going to be watching and listening to this. Someone knows this guy. And they have possibly for weeks, months, or years. They're related to him. They're married to him. Something like that. This guy clearly was free. And so look at the video. And I'll let others out there, discuss height and weight and build and all that stuff. The way the guy carries the gun, I think Sigmund Freud would have a field day with how he has the gun right, you know, sort of in front of his crotch area.
His crotch.
Yeah, but that's for someone else to go. But before the crime, he's distracted, he's busy, he's sort of self-absorbed. Hey, leave me alone, I need some time here. He's on the internet a lot, and of course he's making these purchases. In the old days, it would be in a store, you walk in and buy stuff. Nowadays, no doubt, Amazon or some other service. Does he have money issues? Does he complain about money? Does he have some sort of resentment towards... and again, we're not sure this is about the money. So I'm saying possibly the money issues, or does he have some reason? Does he always watch the TV show with Savannah? And is that some fixation he always had? Would he yell at the screen when she would say something? And we're familiar too on this panel with erotomania. That's a condition in the DSM, the Diagnostic Statistical Manual that psychologists use and psychiatrists. You know, that's a condition of stalkers, and there's different levels of that too.
They think you have a love relationship when they've never met.
And I've worked a few of those cases over the years. I know all of us out here, and I've actually I've been sort of partnered myself in that regard.
Standing on its edge.
You know, accordingly, I'm making no doubt you too. So that's pre-offense behavior. Post-offense is, you know, his schedule is a miss. He hasn't showed up for work. He hasn't showed up at places he should be. Very quiet, very isolated at this point. That is, if he still has Mrs. Guthrie's or not, we don't know, but certainly he'd be paying attention to her at least twice or 3 times a day. He'd have to visit her. And I'm going with the assumption she's still alive. So he's being very careful. I don't know if he's on email doing these types of email sending off. I think that's someone else. As I said the other day, the guy that steals your phone on the subway is not the one that makes money off of selling it to some place to get the material out of it. He just gets his quick $50. Is that this guy's role, or is he just doing this strictly for anger and some kind of frustration? The last part here. Now, the video gets released about 25 hours ago. He all of a sudden gets frenetic.
How's that, chat?
Whatever this guy's odd behavior was before, if you're around him, things change. He's putting things in bags and suitcases. He's moving them out. Does he start a fire in a barrel somewhere? Does he get a shovel and start burying things? Go somewhere near water? That's a very possibility. Moving around quickly. Does he change his appearance? Shave a mustache? Cut his hair? That's very possible. Dye his hair, even though you don't really see any hair in that regard. If he has a car, he may be keeping that inside a garage, not wanting it anywhere. If he thinks now he's been seen on video, he may think his car's been on video. And he's still very focused on the media. He may be listening to us in real time, and if he is, please let Mrs. Guthrie's go, and the damage you cause will be a lot less, including for you. So I'll be glad to open this up to Maureen and Mary Ellen, but these are some of the factors. Look at the video, then look at these behavioral elements that I just listed, and you could be somewhere in there, and that's the person we're looking for. Then call the FBI and let them know. I guarantee you someone will follow up.
What, do you guys have thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think right now this guy's very agitated, and he's going to have a very short temper. Whoever this person is, because he is trapped in a corner and he's a rat. With regard to the front door or the back door, which one? Well, they may have more video that shows him opening that door somehow, and if he did, either it was a practice of Mrs. Guthrie to either accidentally or purposefully leave that door unlocked, which is, I would have a hard time believing that, or they may have had a key, I don't know, and then they opened the back door just to make it look like they came in on the back door.
That's true, because we don't see him struggling with the door at all. We only see him struggling with the Nest camera. So we still remain in the dark about how he actually got into the house. Go ahead, Mary Ellen.
Okay. And to add to what Maureen and Jim have already said, you've got the behavioral modifications to his appearance that he very likely could have engaged in. But what he can't change is his personality. It is what it is. And I think that he's probably glued to the TV, to the radio, listening to people talk about what he's done. And I think one of the real questions that I always have in a crime of extreme violence is, does the offender feel bad for what they've done to the victim? And not to become too graphic, but this was probably so upsetting for Nancy to have this happen to her, to be taken out of her home and put in a car with a stranger. I mean, what she must have gone through is agonizing. What her family is going through is agonizing. I think we have to allow for the possibility. Maureen and Jim and I have seen people like this. They have no empathy for the victim. And so you asked earlier about what he would think about somebody else being pulled over for his crime. That may not go well with this offender.
Say something over there.
Credit for what he did.
Like?
If that's the kind of effect
Say
that we're
something.
talking about,
Loud.
and I can tell you this.
Go, Why were you being quiet? I was asking you to say something to the mic to see if the machine was working or not.
That feel no remorse for what they do, no empathy for the victim, and take a great deal of pleasure in what they've accomplished, and that they are outwitting law enforcement in this investigation. If that's what we're dealing with, that puts this person in a whole different category, and that's what we try to do. Is we look at all of this behavior and offer it to the investigators to say, you could be looking for this kind of person. The pre and post behavior, but you also could be looking for somebody like this. At this point, we're not sure, but you have to consider the possibility this person doesn't feel anything for the victim and what they've done.
And that's the scariest thought of all, because we don't know where Nancy Guthrie is and whether it's possible she's still alive. There was some speculation, we've talked about it, that like an experienced kidnapper takes the medications. Like they actually, it's not because they care about the victim at all. It's that they know, I've got to keep my prize alive and well if I want to get paid. But this guy does not appear to have taken her medication and does not appear to have been in touch. If he didn't write those two ransom notes, the first ransom note to the 3 news organizations, and then the follow-up note where there was no proof of life, but really just like a reminder. I'm just assuming that's what's in there.
What the hell?
This is the thing
I don't know. Hey.
The Nest camera. It's very interesting that he came up. So like.
Yo. What the hell? What the hell is this? I don't know. This is either. This one either. How stupid. Annoying. Really annoying. How dumb.
Nancy Guthrie is told, please go at 1 in the morning and do the following thing, 1:47. And that person would have told.
Okay, it's better now.
There's a Nest camera. Now, that could be why he wore a ski mask. Or he wore a ski mask because he didn't want Nancy Guthrie to be able to identify him. We don't know. But he shows up there almost surprised. I don't know that there's a Nest camera. And the reason I say he looks surprised is because you see him sort of fiddling with it. He's got his gloved hand. He's kind of fiddling with it. He does the bang, 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 the gentle taps on the Nest camera. He doesn't try that hard. And then he gives up. He's like, I'm going to cover it with vegetation. And he goes and he gets the vegetation, comes back and covers that. And then we never see him get the Nest camera off of the wall. We do see in the post-crime pictures taken after police got involved, the remnants, the receptacle that holds the Nest camera still there. And we know from the sheriff, that they don't have the Nest cameras. The law enforcement does not have the Nest cameras. The perpetrator took them. So eventually the guy does get the Nest camera. And we're told by Ashley Banfield that there was one in the back door too, and he got both of them. Her source said they were destroyed, and the sheriff said, we don't have them. So we believe he destroyed them and took them. But we know for a fact. So what do you see? Do you see like a clever man come up and boom, boom, the Nest camera's off, it's destroyed, you see him step on it, and the filming stops? No, that's not what you see. You see him come up, do the tap, 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 he gives up, he gets the vegetation, and then we're not exactly sure what he does after that, because the videos don't all seem sequential, or we're not exactly sure what the sequence of events was. But let me show you. So we had our producer Jake Whitman get a Nest camera and try to get it off of its holder on the wall, and he did this little video. It's very clear. Watch this. Watch.
Okay, Megan, I've installed the Nest doorbell camera on our door to the garage here. And what's interesting is it comes with a little tab, just a little flat tab, almost like a tip of a screwdriver, really. And that's how you remove it from the top. So you just push down, it clicks right off, sort of. So it pulls right off that way, and that's how you take it off to charge it, because it is battery powered. it needs to be charged every so often. There's no wires here. And you'll see this plate looks exactly like the one that you see on the house at Nancy Guthrie's house and all the news videos. So it's the same model. And to put it back, you just click it on the base after you charge the battery, it's there. And the question is, how do you get it off without the tab? And I was excited because you said you could smash this if we wanted to, and if we pay for it, but you don't need to do that. You actually, just with a little bit of force, you can pull it right off. And the base is still there, undamaged. And actually, this camera is still recording, so if I take this and throw it or put it in my bag, it's still going to be recording for a little bit longer. So I got to think there's still video of that they hadn't recovered that might show a different angle of things that we haven't seen. There's no evidence that it was damaged on the front porch, so my guess is it was just taken out of Wi-Fi range, and that's why it disconnected. Or they could have turned the Wi-Fi off. But taking it off the base, like I just did,
Where is it?
does not
Here we are.
disconnect.
Am I still in here with my alt?
It's
Or
still
no?
capturing.
Yeah, maybe. Looks like it. Yeah.
That's so interesting. So that's Jake Whitman. Great job there.
Is anybody else here? Am I
Taking it
trying
off
to solve this or not?
is easy and does not stop the filming. And anybody who knows the Nest camera should know that if you have this little key, it's the size of like a key a girl might have for her diary for the listening audience. It's small. It's like an inch.
Dance, little
large.
dance, down,
It
down,
costs
down,
no
revolution.
And so it would take nothing for like an experienced burglar or kidnapper
Exclamation mark X forum.
probably familiar with Nest cams to know, oh, all I need is this little thing.
Get it.
It's off, and you don't even
Hand
notice.
it over.
You saw Jake just wiggle it a little in its cradle, and it came right off. So what? And it's small. I mean, you have it. It fits right in the palm of your hand, and then we can talk about what happens next because there's not an on-off switch, guys. It doesn't. Getting it off is not enough. Getting it off, it should still be rolling, and there should still be images of the guy getting it off, which maybe Cash has and just hasn't shared. But what does it tell you, just so far, I'll stop it there, that he didn't seem to know how to get it off. He tried, he did the wrong thing with the fist, and seemed to be a bit of an amateur there. Go ahead, Fitz.
Oh, it is remarkable that they
The
pulled.
audio from your producer, Jay, was that from his separate mic system, or is that some from the Nest camera?
Wow.
There is audio to these cameras,
I
too.
think that's separate. We're gonna ask, I'm guessing it's separate. And he did tell me that this thing has audio, but the default setting from the factory is no audio on. So you have to go into the system and turn the audio on if you wanted that, which the odds of Nancy Guthrie, you know, knowing how to do that. I mean, I guess she could have told the Nest camera installer that she wanted that, but we didn't hear audio with the FBI release, so I'm just going to guess that there wasn't any. Keep going.
Maureen, we talked on the break, and you have some insight about these cameras. I think that was great for your audience to put that up there, Megan. A good idea for your team's part. Maureen, I'd be curious to hear some of what you were telling over the break.
Okay, great. But first, Nancy did install this, and whoever this person is did not install this Nest camera, or he would know what you just explained to us. But I have a very close colleague that I work with on my team all the time, and he is an IT genius. And he said that with
Genius? That doesn't mean much.
with regard to how the FBI
If you guys look for anybody that's in IT, they gotta be guru. If you need somebody smarter than me,
would you like to go
you
into
need
this
somebody
now, or
guru.
Would you like to finish with?
They don't even call us fucking masters or experts anymore.
By the way, Jake is telling me now that the audio was both.
You need the
When
IT
we were
guru.
watching the Nest video of him, it was playing, the audio was playing from the Nest. And when we were watching his
That's
nicer
the-
video of like more color shots, it was Jake's audio.
The guys that can solve all the problems,
We
guys.
get decent audio from Nest. Go ahead.
Just real quick, get back to Maureen, but can you imagine if he took those with him, this guy in the mask?
That's like 30 years of IT experience to get to that.
Himself, still within Wi-Fi range of the house. What valuable information that could be on audio, but,
yes.
if that, well, the crime itself too, of course, which this
So
is
it's not,
all-
it's like obviously not a title.
Here, it's not just for fun. So we're going to do an experiment here, not just for kicks, but because what did we see in the Brian Enton video of the front stoop? We saw that the
people
vegetation
that work in
and
the
the
field
blood
don't call
was still there. They did not clean it up. What didn't we see? A smashed Nest camera.
Bill Gates might
We
call
did
me
not see
expert.
any pieces of
We
a
didn't
Nest
see any
camera
smashed Nest cameras.
smashed in the front or the back, and actually,
Because they probably took it with them.
I mean, just to see. They brought me a little cutting board. They brought me a hammer, and I am going to try to hammer this.
So I gotta cut my hair today,
Just to see if
then?
it's hard. All right,
You
so
think?
I have a hammer. I'm going to.
Is it fine, chat?
I will.
Do you have glasses?
Just to see if it's easy.
Do you have glasses to put on?
Do I have what?
Do you have glasses to put on in case it's
I'll wear my reader
What
glasses.
a dork.
I'll wear my readers. Okay.
Put a flashlight in your mouth and a mask would be good.
Here we go.
Hey, you silly bitch.
No, it's not that easy to destroy.
But the camera part.
She's hitting it like Megyn Kelly hit it.
I've destroyed the
Hit it like
lens.
you're trying to steal $2 million from a donor.
Alright, it's not really railed on it, and there's just tiny little pieces of glass and shards, but the actual camera itself is still pretty
Megyn
much
Kelly is
intact.
all about shards.
I should have warned the listening audience that was going to be right by the microphone on my back.
Did you hear it ringing? That was cool.
But where,
It's a nice
so
mic.
it did take some effort, and it's possible he took this, you guys, but where are the remnants of it? And if the camera went off, and when I smashed it, we had it online, just as an experiment, it went offline when I smashed it. So there's no remnants of it, however, and it's gone. So you tell me whether you think Kash Patel possibly has shots of this guy stealing it, damaging it, or whether the guy was so dumb he took it eventually, put it in that backpack, and possibly they have actual pictures of the inside of the house and what went down.
How they have them? It doesn't have network connectivity, you
by
idiot.
the geniuses at Google.
Or the audio. Now, the question is,
It still needs to know the wireless, the Wi-Fi password at the house, dummy.
could the information that Ashley Banfield provided to you, that it was in fact smashed and destroyed, could that have come from someone who was knowledgeable of the fact that they had video or audio of someone smashing the hell out of it?
That's a good question. International disputes, inflation, rising national debt, digital currency. There's a never-ending list of reasons gold has risen over 700% in the last 20 years. And a never-ending list of reasons smart Americans diversify a portion of their savings into precious metals with Birch Gold Group. Gold can thrive during uncertainty, which is why it's a crucial part of a balanced strategy. It gives you peace of mind, given all the events that could...
Exclamation mark X World.
Where is it, man? Oh, I know what I need. What is going on here? Oh, Opera's all froze up. I'm thinking maybe what we'll do is adjust where the other camera is too, and have one pointed, the one that's pointed at little Danny right now, have it pointed at the door here. What do you think? Thank God I'm off those other medications right now. No, my voice is going back to normal. We'll have to get really loud, chat. Really loud. Yeah. Yes. Yes. This is where we're at. Hold up, hold up, hold up. No, stop. Oh man, our little Taco Tuesday penguins are so cute, chat. I don't want to make tacos though. I can't make tacos, I'll get sick. I have to make gyros and just call them fake tacos. I subjected poor Bubble Boots to this earlier.
Did you lunge at me? Did you lunge at me?
Did you lunge at me? Did you lunge at me?
You stormed out! You just lunged at me! What? Just lunged at me! You tried to stop the stream starting so you could do that!
You tried to stop the stream starting.
You don't get to lunge at me physically.
Yes, she does. She can lunge at you.
So you did do that? Bro, once you knocked my phone out of my hand, it came at me 2 times. It hit the ground. Literally, that's the only thing that stopped me from passing live. That you knocked out of my hand, and then you knocked me again. You're just mad that I scored the thunder. You said, I want the force, I said, too late, I put on my stream title.
You can't just fucking start slandering me in the stop.
Listen, buddy.
You can't fucking start that. You struck me. You were ever the bullet guy.
You struck me.
Because the phone is out of my hand, even if it's your phone.
You're not fucking taking it out of your hand.
Look up, okay. When I was holding the phone, I was in the selfie stick.
Yes.
Look, it's not a selfie stick. He's knocked out my hand.
Exclamation mark X-learn.
Here we go, number 3. Oh no, idiot. What a dummy.
Exclamation mark X alarm.
It sounds like the same one we've seen.
You cussed at me and you ran out of the room. Let's do a line of questioning. Did you come into my... So here's the thing. Ask her right now. Ask her right now. Did she... Can you ask her right now real fast for me? Did she come in the room after leaving and take my laptop? You did. See, like when she comes in, first thing she does is take my laptop and says she doesn't have her phone. I don't know where she put it. She could have put it anywhere. Like I was on my laptop. I'm not messing with her stuff. She's messing with my stuff. If that's the case, it's my phone too. I don't care. I don't care. You can buy new ones just like I did. Well, that sucks. Figure it out. You say I abandoned you, and now you're afraid of abandoning you? Did I abandon you earlier? Yesterday, I got my phone stolen. I was gonna go. I tracked my iPhone on it. I was gonna go to the person's apartment and knock on the door. I left her at the safety of the nice mall over there. She said I abandoned her. I said I'm gonna go knock on this door. It's potentially dangerous for me to knock on a stranger's door, even though I know the phone's in there. And so I told you, stay at the mall. Now you're saying I abandoned you? That's crazy. No, you can't. Hey! Yes, I can. I don't want to because I have stuff in there. I want stuff in there. No. But let me get my stuff with her watching. Dude, that would be true if you hadn't taken my laptop. That would be cool. That would be really cool if you had to take my laptop to start tampering with it. This is my phone, right? But after this, I'm gonna talk. There's nothing. Okay, great. Find that out. Yep. This is my program.
That means it's in there, I need to look for it.
Or you can go outside.
No, you can get outside.
I can't because this is a brand new phone. And then yesterday we were arguing about how I couldn't control this stuff. Because I don't know if it's exit code, area code, whatever. And I just bought this phone here. No. Okay. If you admit something. No, I don't. I literally don't do anything.
Is he a troll? Is he a troll? She can't pass? Like what?
Okay, the person crying, great. She's really good at this. It's like Oscar worthy. And the Oscar goes to Caitlin. Yay! It's your first Oscar. It's not your first ADM, it's your first Oscar. Two ADMs and one Oscar is insane. First time ever. You didn't try to tamper my laptop, right? Did you try to tamper my laptop? 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 When I let you fucking use my shit here. Stop. It's because you tried to tamper with my stuff the first time I let you. Now you're saying you want to get your phone. First time you're saying you book a plane ticket. You didn't book a plane ticket. Stop pushing me.
Now you can hear the panic in his voice now.
You literally are pushing me. I was very cordial. She came in after leaving. She stormed out the room.
What? No, idiot.
Exclamation mark
I was
Exalor.
in the middle of editing it.
What's wrong
I
with
can
you?
show you, how to prove it. I can show you the search history of me going to my website. And then she takes a laptop. She doesn't want to go to any other website, right? She didn't go to the airline.
A-E-I-O.
She goes to the airline. She doesn't go to the airline website. She doesn't go to the website. She goes to my website and starts to edit it.
L-Y-U-R? L-Y.
And it's like it's hard for me to believe that she wants to do something similar, and then y'all can't physically stop her. But I do have the devices.
Uh-oh.
See? You're just...
No. I'm not lying. I just want to get all my stuff because I don't want to mess stuff up. Oh my god, dude. And so... Wait, so you left the room without your phone?
Yes, I did.
Why?
Because you're scary.
You stormed out before I even knew you were doing it until I heard the door slam.
No, that's not true.
So when you say I So when I'm doing my phone thing, I'm using it, and I'm just like right here. That's going the shooter been going for like an hour. So you're saying that was before that or what? Or did that happen? Let me ask you this. You cussed in my face. You weren't scared of me. You ran to me and you started cussing in my face. So you did cuss in my face. In my face. Before?
Yeah, I cussed.
Before? Wait. Here's the part. Before you even stormed out, alleging that I was being scary, you came to my face and cussed. Okay, fine.
I'm not coming in your face, no.
I was here. You were in the room here. No. I didn't cuss anyone one time. No, like you're saying, like.
Get your cussing on.
I have not cussed at you one time.
Cuss it up.
Today or this week or anything. That's not true. You cussed at me first and then you stormed out. You cussed at me first and then you stormed out. You cussed at me first. Do y'all have all those security cameras? Do y'all have security cameras footage at all? Because I bet I can prove that you were the one who was the aggressor. And I didn't scare you. She cussed at me.
Man, he's so crazy. He's gonna be arguing like this.
I didn't realize she was trying to set up a situation. That's why I'm asking that. That's why I'm asking this. Because
no, you are being weird, bro. Do you think? So what if you win this big argument, Nick? At the end of the day, when you win this great big argument you're having with the world, who's gonna be left there with you?
You're not scared. You're angry. So this was so confused. She was angry at me, and then she ran out of the room. And I was kind of like, what?
No, you were not.
If you have security cam footage with audio, you can hear that. I was not the aggressor, she was, and then she ran away. And I was very surprised because I was very surprised because it doesn't make any sense to me for someone to cuss at me and then run away. And now I know that they're trying to set up some weird narrative of like, what you told me downstairs? Was I using you or something? Wait, that doesn't make sense. You left the room to get a new key card? Bro, whoa, okay, now I see something. Did you not put the key card on my wallet holder?
Yes.
So then why not get the key card from there? Were you guys stole your key card? Wow. So you put your key card in my thing and ran out. She's saying that she left the room to get a new key card and then she can get back out of the room. You cussed at me, you ran out of the room. That's fucking weird. Yes. I can do that.
So you have to respect each other, right? We are going to the police, so we will stay here till the police come, right?
I hate him. He's so arrogant.
Can't read that. Yeah, he is it. I think. Are you familiar with the term narcissist? Do you think he is one? I think somebody asked me that yesterday. I thought about it for a second. I just started laughing. I'm like, I think that's probably exactly who they were talking about when they came up with that word. I think he's exactly a narcissist, yes.
Definitely.
On my accounts, not our accounts, on my account, like, the place where I put all my stuff, and then she started to edit. And so I said, wait, that's not something I want to get. And I can show you this. She never once went to the website. She took my laptop while I was using it, and then she got all my stuff.
So wild, dude.
That's why I did not trust her to go through my stuff or connect my stuff. Because the first time she did it, she took it and then
How on earth?
Okay, wait. So did you say you were going to go airline tickets? Then that's why you're using laptops recently. No, that's what you said.
I'm also a narcissist. I hate that as well, lol.
Fucking chill out, bro.
That's not true. You've never booked on price in your life. God, see? She's never fucking been on that website. That's fine. Sure, that's fine. We understand, of course, as well your association. We are going to face this anything to the police, and the police, of course, is going to basically ask you for some help in order to find someone. We understand, of course, your situation, but
Holy shit! Holy fuck!
I just don't want her.
Exclamation mark X alter.
Hell no, bro. Whoa. See, there goes cussing. And I know it's cussing. Just keep cussing, why don't you? Just show how I cuss all the time. Sure, great. If you turn it on camera, see, that's the crazy part. Usually hide it. Usually hide it. No, I'm gonna have a fight though, because I'm gonna leave today.
You know what? I don't know. Here's what I think, Ash, to be honest.
As you cuss at me after they asked me to bring out.
To be totally honest, I think everybody is some kind of narcissist. If you're not, you gotta be completely altruistic and you're out here killing yourself and you don't ever think about yourself and you can't love other people. What they told me is that, so I don't think anybody's a real narcissist.
Alter and alter are different.
But if anybody is, he is a real close candidate. I think people can let narcissism run away with them. Like, think about yourself too much or whatever, fall in love with yourself, that shit's weird. Like, he doesn't think about what he's gonna... What does he not remember what life was like without her? Right now? Because I know he's not gonna be happy about it. He thinks it's all like, oh, just a big power play, haha,
I swear my ex forced the narcissistic tendencies out of me.
I'm like... I don't know. That happens. So there's people that are like traumatized by narcissists that act out as narcissists. If I don't know if you know anything about Scientology at all, but this is all like what Dianetics is supposed to even fix. It's really weird, actually, that like weird that it comes together like that.
I didn't think that you were capable of that, but you just told me. That's fine.
But essentially, so when everything in life, right? Do you know anything about Scientology? Probably not a lot, right? Xenu and blah blah blah. I did a lot of work with Scientology. Well, a lot of research. One of my best friends was caught up in Scientology, and I tried to get him out. And as soon as the organization recognized I was trying to pull him out,
I don't know the theory. No.
They called me a suppressive person, and they fucking told him to excommunicate me, never talk to me again, all kinds of shit. So I had to actually have an honest, real interest in it to get in there to get my friend out. But I knew that that's how I had to do it. Luckily I was smart enough to. So basically the idea is that turn this down a teeny bit. So the idea is that everything that we do as people belongs on one of 7, like, they're called dynamics.
Is that why in the past when
Like
I said
one
I
of
didn't
7
know any
different,
Scientologists,
what do
you said
call
that I
them?
probably
Otherwise,
do?
like dimensions, as far as so there's like your inner self, and then there's your outer self, your body, whatever, and then there's your family, and then there's your neighborhood, and then there's and it's like the different circles of society that you're effective on, and there's like survival planes and shit on all these different things. What the theory is that what people do is opt for, in their mind, this every case for every person ever, what you're doing is calculating for survival on the greatest number of those dynamics.
Exclamation mark X cruel.
While trying, like, yeah, optimizing to survive or have optimal results on all those things to the best of your ability.
Exclamation mark high stall.
Yeah, you probably do. There's a lot of Scientologists all over the place, and they're just kind of, I can't remember what it was. Oh, yeah, there was something. There is a reason.
Exclamation mark
There's
X
definitely a
troll.
reason.
Did she do it or not?
Man, there's so many things though. So I'm not one. I'm a. They call us I can't remember the name of it. There's a copyright-free version of Scientology out there that's illegal. That has all the stuff in it so that if somebody wanted to run the
A
Scientology
crew of
stuff,
pirates and
they
raiders
could.
check their flintlocks and sharpen their cutlasses as they disembark for Black Heart Island.
Scientology
Ho-ho.
makes
Bot Ricks
some
made it
very,
back from
very
Black
effective
Heart
people.
Island with a handful plunder and a tail
People
of
that know how to,
plenty.
like,
At Streamlabs just reached
go
level
into a
19.
room, know who's a fucking troublemaker, who's going to be cooperative, who they need to take control of in order to affect the greatest results out of that particular puzzle or whatever. At least that's the way I look at it. But you can predict people's behaviors to a T as long as you can empathize with them enough to understand what for them is the greatest amount of survival on the largest number of dynamics. So like the reason a person's gonna jump in front of a car to save their child is because it's gonna make sure that their child propagates their genes on and furthers society. Everything survives better except for their body, right? So it's a positive calculation. There's like one negative. Oh, I got hit by a car.
You tried to plant evidence and failed miserably.
It's like a whole it's like psychology and a religion, but it's not really a religion. That religion stuff, I don't get that shit. I get why it's there. It's to keep the it was so that the technology, the science, the mind stuff would pay for itself.
Exactly. That's my point. She did it multiple times, and I have undeniable.
Maybe I thought your ex was a Scientologist. because of the way that she is.
What a dumbass. Imagine me not having written words sincerely for 7 years. Why are you signing off?
Because they do handle they handle emotions differently. When you reach the state that they call clear, the thing that's different about you is that unlike everybody else in the world, you know that you're responsible for everything that you say and do all the time. And you're the only one that's ever responsible for it, and you can't blame anything on anybody else. So it makes you move different. But it also, you try not to like have big emotional outbursts and shit, because you're the only one who's gonna be able to clean that mess up too.
Like she had me thinking I was like,
You really do start calculating on actively.
Ayos.
What's the greatest amount of the best thing I can do on the greatest number of positions in the world? How's it going, Boots? Like, I would relaunch Scientology myself, but
Exclamation mark high stall. Ahoy. Captain Bot Ricks is trying to get a crew together for a treasure hunt. Type heist amount to join. Exclamation mark X skill.
What else did you do? Emails. You don't know in your email.
Nice. I vacuumed earlier too.
Vacuum the shiz out of the couches and the floor.
I'm starting to understand was planted. And it made me feel so fucking crazy. I was like, what?
Hello, Mrs. Sniper.
I can't imagine this email showing up in email sent by you, and I'm just like, what the hell's happening? I was like,
Mrs. Sniper?
Ho ho. Bot Ricks made it back from Black Heart Island with a handful plunder and a tale of plenty. A crew of pirates and raiders check their flintlocks and sharpen their cutlasses as they disembark for Black Heart Island. Results: Bot Ricks 1,999,999,899. Allo. Exclamation mark X swill.
Do it.
I gave up on the idea of tacos tonight.
Little Loki was running around out there earlier. Are these guys really like, can you guys just shut the fuck up? Look at their outfit, their suits, dude.
That is possible. I'd like to tell my version so that we have a preface for...
Look at those suits. It's a uniform?
If you want to talk first on the merchant, let me talk. That's fine. Or I can go first. I'm not going to either. I just need the good...
It's a 4 or 5 star resort, right? Where they're at, obviously.
Given what happened, I think it's very justified. So do you want to go
Or
first?
private, even?
Don't interrupt them.
So what happened is that I'm packing for launch feature. I have my duffel bags that are ready to do the excursion. And then
That color.
he is just not packing. He keeps arguing. He's delaying. And then I come in here.
Wow, hey? You like it? That blue?
What he decides to do is take my duffel bag.
With that cream, it looks really awesome, man. Or wheatgrass, whatever the fuck color the vest is. It looks really nice together. Yeah, something like that.
Cornflower?
I go back downstairs, I ask for the key card, I come up here, and then I see that he is trying now, there's he's screaming and he wants to try to farm this farm for clicks and views and money, and I don't like that. And I just want to get home, and I want to use the laptop. He's gonna be like, she stole it from me. I did not steal it. It was on camera. It was open.
Sorry.
That's what you said earlier. I'm quoting you. And it was open, and I go to the laptop, and I want to use it to vote on my property.
So then I open it. Sure.
And then he decides to physically take the laptop from the pushing me out of the chair to give me the laptop. And then he comes over here, a little bit and a half, to get my stuff or to get my phone. And then that's why, see, he won't let me pass. See, this is the house. And then that's why I go, this is security, police, he won't let me get my stuff.
I don't think they speak English. Yeah, right?
Why isn't he yelling now? He sure shut his trap fast.
Well, you know what's crazy? Boots? Have you ever seen a hotel owner deal with a person that's like a multi-millionaire?
Just saying.
They're on the exact same level, and the hotel owners don't take no fucking shit from any millionaires. It's so awesome.
Ahoy. Captain Botrix is trying to get a crew together for a treasure hunt. Type.
They like
Heist
treat them with
amount
respect and
to
stuff, but they
join.
don't take no shit. I don't give a fuck. You know what this building's worth? Oh, that shadow looks cool, eh?
They're considering that you are like appropriating something that is not yours.
So that's the thing though. No. She's saying that all of our stuff is both ours. That means nothing can be stolen from either of us. That's what she justified to tamper with. That's a U.S. thing. How does the law work in this country? Is there yours or mine, or is it just joint? So then I'm not taking, you can't accuse me of taking anything. It's all mine. Sure. So then.
Ho ho. Botrix made it back from Blackheart Island with a handful plunder and a tale of plenty. Results: Botrix, 1,999,999,899. A crew of pirates and raiders check their flintlocks and sharpen their cutlasses as they disembark for Blackheart Island.
Like her underwear, bro. You can't just take her underwear.
The first time that happened, she took my thing, got on my accounts, didn't go on my website, didn't go on the website she keeps saying she's going on. She went on my stuff and started tampering with it.
Because that's not your underwear.
And so like, she's saying it's our laptop. She's saying no, you said it's our laptop means it's our phone, so then you have no ownership of it. Can I ask them this?
Yeah.
In this country,
Head take it just to control.
the U.S. law that is joint property that matters, or is it when y'all have a married couple, is it joint property? Because if it is, then I can't be taking anything. There's no reason to take anything.
Flip-flux, it's your identity documents, goofball.
Look, if your passport's in there, I caught you again, didn't I? Look, then look. You seem like you really see.
He really does. It's all just a game, hey? To him? What a weirdo.
I think it's in her bag.
Did those first two help?
I think it's in her bag. No, it's open your bag. Your passport in there. You're lying to me.
You're lying to me.
You're lying. Her
Liar.
passport is in there.
You think I'm lying? You think I care enough about you to lie to you? Fuck you, I'm leaving.
She cussed at me and then stormed out of the room. She cussed at me, then stormed out of my room. She cussed at me, then stormed out.
That's what I would say.
Okay.
That is what I said.
And I was surprised. And then she comes back, and when I said that
You're not going anywhere. Yeah, you want to fucking see? Keep telling me I'm a liar.
I think there was something happening there. But when she came back, this is my time to talk.
This is my time to talk. Noreen.
I started with one.
Or whatever your
Still
name
had to
is.
wait for Lil One to get off the
Eileen.
bus.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I might grab something. Them chocolates that I ate didn't do shit. That root beer works though. Something about them. I don't know. I'm saying he took it.
My point is that it's art in this country. Is it art?
Holy fuck! In this country, hey, in your country. Are you a lawyer, sir?
First one was kicking in.
Okay, but we're gonna call the police because you're yelling in our hotel. Not because you're fighting. I don't care about your fight.
Another one should be perfect.
He's like, let me explain again. I don't care about your fight.
Well, can we get the tourist police to come? Someone that speaks English so that we can... Because I called them yesterday for the phone, and they came to me here, so I assume that they can't come here.
Sir, you're getting the hell out of the hotel.
So...
Where's Puerto Rico? Is that where they are?
Sure.
Northern Peru, right?
We've had the Target security come to the clothing section where we were having a lovely argument. Security didn't stop us. Lol.
Oh my god, really?
Because once we go out there, especially if they can't speak English, they might just reach a solution where she gets to come in and do something, and I don't want that. Sure. Yes. Okay.
That's funny.
No. Why did you take what? Oh shit, there's TG.
Man,
He goes, everything okay
holy
here?
fucking shit, dude. Did Sniper snap and fucking punch the security guard out? Oh, dude, oh man.
I'm like, does it look
The
like
second
everything is
anybody
okay?
ever tried to intervene in anything with me and anybody else, man, so you mind your own fucking business. Oh man, I have taken out entire security for like a whole government government
I'm
floor
like, we are good, you
building
can
floor.
go.
I was banned from all Alberta government buildings for 5 years. It was pretty good. The security guard was acting. So they tried to lock us out. I'm like, no, bitch. Hey, didn't you say you talked to somebody? And the security guard's like, hey, you don't have to swear. I'm like, why don't you shut the fuck up? Don't tell me what to do. Go find out if this person's in their office. And he's like,
Exclamation
you're not
mark,
gonna
high
talk in
stall.
front of that child that way. About my kid? My head just about fucking snapped right off. Oh man. Like, what
Ahoy.
the fuck did you
Captain
just say?
Botrix is trying to get a crew together for a treasure hunt. Type.
I'm not
Heist
gonna what?
amount
You're gonna tell
to
me about
join.
what about my kid, you cocksucker?
Editing, and I can prove it's true with the timestamps.
Oh, dude.
Actually, I just realized I can prove it. I can prove that she's lying and saying I wasn't using my laptop. Because I was.
My wife doesn't need people's shit. She's got my shit to deal with already. Had my shit to deal with already.
I went live instantly. So what? And then when I told her,
So you know, with as much pain in the ass as I know I probably am, I had to at least maintain that she had peace
Or realize?
all the time.
So you didn't write my title because you didn't tamper with it, allegedly. But you're saying that I wasn't on my laptop when you took it? I clearly was.
As is definitely getting censored all the time.
I started streaming, you started acting crazy.
Results. Bot
There's
Ricks.
two words blocked in this chat.
1,999,999,899. A crew of pirates and raiders check their flintlocks and sharpen their cutlasses as they disembark for Black Heart Island. Ho ho. Bot Ricks made it back from Black Heart Island with a handful of plunder and a tale of plenty.
You can just fucking do that to me. Like literally physically accost me. I can't do that. I can't resolve something. This morning I tried to apologize to her even though I didn't think I was in the wrong. And she just cut me off. And then when I told her my intention is to apologize, she said, no, you weren't.
But no fire.
Do I just admit, alright, you're right, you caught me, I'm lying, I'm not like, I was gonna apologize. I told you I'm gonna apologize. And then you said, no, I wasn't. What do you mean, no, I wasn't?
Who exposed not giving an apology?
Who's that?
Typically, they are asking us that give us go to the police station. There is no other solution. They are in the police office.
Do they have someone who's English so they can skip the
at the station? Yes, they have.
Okay.
It's necessary to look. It's only need to solve.
And then what's the resolution once we get there?
According to what you are going to say about your position, that's how they are going to solve this. They cannot do anything in this moment.
I mean, I think it'd be easier if they came here because...
No, that is not the answer. They're coming to get you right now.
Exclamation mark high stall.
No.
Ahoy. Captain Bot Ricks is trying to get a crew together for a treasure hunt. Type. Heist. Amount. To join.
I can give you shoes. Stay right there. I'll give you shoes right now. Here you go. I'm gonna need to grab some shoes too. No. I'm gonna go. If you take your duffel bag, first of all, can you move your bag because I get in there?
You're gonna put my duffel bag. No, my phone is in there too. Great.
Okay, stop.
Hate, why do you pollute your chat with the stupid Bot Ricks crap?
I don't know. So you think I probably would have looked at my duffel bag and I was packing it.
Yes, I can.
Can you show me?
No, you're not showing me what's in my duffel bag.
No, I'm not. She's so ridiculous.
A crew of pirates and raiders check their flintlocks and sharpen their cutlasses as they disembark for Black Heart Island. Results. Bot Ricks. 1,999,999,899. Exclamation mark gamble 1 million.
Because I don't want to be looking for something that's already back. Just check to see if your passport is You're lying. It is. I got you. See, this is what she does. She says her passport, I took it, she says it's in the bag. Show your bag, it's in your bag. You know this. You're lying so hard. You already have your passport. She already has your passport.
Rolled 96. Addis was taken 160 million points and now has 76,429,275,356 points. Exclamation mark X stubs.
I got you. Look at it, he's just like, I got you again. Oh, I got you again. That's another point.
No, I will let you look in the duffel bag, but stop. Show me that the passport is in your
Honestly, if you're in a situation where you feel you have to score keep,
You're a liar.
you should probably not be in that relationship.
I'm saying
Not-
I'll let you look in the
Hey,
Well,
take
see you
care.
later, Tracy. Whatever the fuck. Nice to see you. I don't know why you came in and then said, "Kate, take care." Have a great time. Go fuck yourself.
So you said
Okay, well, I'm
Unlock
you
me
now.
and
then.
I'm gone.
I have you on stream saying that it's not in the backpack. I have you on stream.
What the fuck's going on here?
Bullshit. Well, so then if you didn't, then let's see. Do you have a passport? Because if you have a passport,
The fuck?
Sir, she's just a liar.
I don't care. Do whatever you want. Don't fucking threaten me.
But she's saying that. You see, but you see the tactic. She's trying to do something here. But
Fucking
she's
weird,
pretending
dude.
like she has the passport to do it. Show your back.
I don't give a
My
fuck about this shit.
passport is. Wait. No, she has to. What if she's my passport? That's definitely my document. No.
You're the one stopping me from looking my stuff.
Okay. Here. I'll try to retrieve you.
I think it's even blocking people that are modded, man. It really doesn't matter. I can't even fucking type in chat, like.
Well, then I'm not going to let that pass because you don't really have your documents. You might have my documents. Nope. Nice try. Nope. Nice try. You know you have mine, so that you're...
Right.
You don't know you have mine, but you have to show your back. You have to show your back. But I know you have yours. I know you have yours. Because I saw you find it, and then tell me you didn't find it. I got that on stream, buddy.
Buddy.
I literally watched you look in there, and I watched your facial expression change, and then you looked at me and said that I don't see it, and I knew you were lying. I read you like it. Guys, I got it. Your passport is in your backpack. You've already confirmed it.
God damn.
You have your passport, so you're lying.
Exclamation mark X drunk. Buddy, you made a title about my name the other day?
I don't have to say so. She said I have a passport.
Yeah, I actually did. I didn't realize you were the only fucking Tracy on Earth. That's my fault. Trust me, I had enough people fucking tell me that it must have been about you, so... R.I.P. every other Tracy that never existed.
No. I can leave you with her. I don't want to. If she grabs my stuff.
No, it was about somebody else, for fuck's sake.
You get my stuff. No. What if she takes it? Can you stop her? So why don't we both wait outside? She tells the police where the case is, and then they take her.
Okay.
Okay, I understand that.
What I'm saying is, if she grabs my stuff, I can't stop. But you can literally pretend this is... She was pretending that my stuff was her stuff.
But I asked who?
And she takes my thing. If she... What's
going on, dude?
You
don't know? Why are you
don't know? I don't want you to take my I don't know.
Exclamation mark X piece.
The police is with me. Do you have a translator? I just want to say short language. Did you hear her say that I took a passport? Because she had a passport. I feel like I'm not getting a fair chance to explain to her why this is.
He's not getting a fair shake at nothing.
If you just, I asked her, what happens if she takes my stuff? Can they stop her?
I told you, a friend of mine, somebody from school.
So, listen to me, right? So, what it is, you're saying now that you are increasing the problem of this month. And on being allowed to maintain the high.
Somebody else. No, Tracy X's the people.
I'm
that-
sorry for the loss.
It's whatever.
First now, if you do not follow the rules now, you don't get over there. And grab the mobile.
Peace.
It would be worse for you.
I would like to just talk to them directly.
Yes, you would talk in the police station, not here.
But like, here's the thing, right? If she grabs my stuff,
Man, that really is a nice color. That vest.
she can't stop it.
Ridiculous, dude.
What are you doing?
How? Why is it so bright?
That's fine. If y'all go with me, please come with me. I want her to do it. She's gonna run in here. Okay, can she go on? She'll be with me.
Maybe it's mustard.
Exclamation mark high stall.
That could be mustard. The color. But and what? Like sky blue and mustard? No, it's not quite sky blue. It's like marine.
She'll stay here. She's not gonna go.
Ahoy. Captain Bot Riggs is trying to get a crew together
It
for a
looks
treasure
really
hunt.
nice together.
Type heist amount to join.
I ain't taking your. That's my charger. That's my charger.
You took my charger.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, the police. He's got a shoulder thing. Oh man. He's where there's fascism. Let me see your Peruvian shoes.
Exclamation mark X merch.
Mercs. Mercy.
No, that one's put aside. And then I take it up.
A crew of pirates and raiders check their flintlocks and sharpen their cutlasses as they disembark for Black Heart Island.
What do you think of that color, Trace?
Exclamation mark level.
This guy in the suit here. They just wandered off. And his buddy. There's a guy in the blue suit.
At Space Trace 666 is level
That looks
24.
nicer than any clothes I own. And it's his like work uniform. Bummer, dude. One of the hotels I was at, the owner used to dress like he matched his workers. Moldy cheese.
Exclamation mark X mercy. Moldy cheese sweet.
What do you think of the new angle here?
Suit.
New multiple angles actually. You can see little Robo Danny. Oh dude, look at that. That's neat.
Exclamation mark high stall.
They packed it in my bag.
Go Daddy. Yeah, this is visible outside, you guys.
It was flock earlier and not clock BTW.
Oh, it was flock? Dang.
Like it's our stuff. And then now you're saying it's your stuff. Why is it that you get to? Why is it that you get to say it's ours and then it's yours? That's bullshit.
So the blinds were the other way before, so that the light didn't go out there like this? I don't
How
know.
much longer till your expiry date?
Oh yeah, Maggie.
Fucking doctors.
Fuck you, idiot. March 18th.
Tie-ins.
What do you care, you faggot?
You.
You kicked out here before that. I'll make sure nobody sends you any of the footage.
I'm not concerned about mocking her.
This spicy.
That's just, I can't, that's a lose-lose for me. It's the only reason why
hit live when I did because she literally, I'm holding the phone on a selfie stick. She runs into
Exclamation mark X Ghost.
This is so cool. If somebody walks up and shoots a gun through the window, it's gonna hit me right in the face, and you'll see it just like come through the window and then hit me. It'd be awesome, dude.
say that I'm being abusive.
I better point one of these cameras at the door.
Using words, that are insulting, cussing, disrespectful even. But if she's gonna get physical and then say I'm getting physical.
Exclamation mark X solid.
I've been wanting to use olive so bad.
I just have to, basically get some kind of intervention here. Any resolution here is better than the resolution.
Hey, why do you care?
Exclamation mark X trot.
It's just because she's been emboldened, I don't know why, that she can just do stuff like that. Of course she doesn't want to be a stream. Because then she can't do that kind of thing.
Oh.
I mean, y'all seen it now. She said I might have her passport. And she said
Less than a month.
her passport's in a bag. I said, she
Less than 1 month.
didn't find it.
Exclamation mark X trot.
Get excited, yo.
I saw her look, and I knew she found it. That's how I knew to check her bag. Measure like a book, and you can go back and review the clip of her literally saying it's not in there. She's trying to retcon it and say, she said she did.
She's trying to retcon life, yo.
She said she thinks it all out, it's not in there. And yet, she had it there, she sandwiched it between her makeup and other things to try and just not let me see it and show it to chat. You saw, like a compulsive liar in the face, who writes emails from my email and then blames me. Then fucking hides her passport and then blames me. You trust her? I bet she fucking put it in one of my fucking bags. And we're gonna go, and she's gonna go straight to it. Now we're giving the plot, so she's gonna look around. I bet if we let her go, she'd go straight to my bag where she fucking planted it.
Yeah, that's what that lady did with that gun.
Like, see how you can't be in a marriage with someone who's that duplicitous, who finds her passport in the bag.
She didn't live there no more, right?
Right?
But somebody better straighten that out. Call a lawyer, Tracy.
How do I fucking even, like, you can't, you're just in a lose-lose situation, and the only thing you can do is to extricate yourself from that situation. It's what I realized. I've tried really hard this morning, even though I thought that, I was an apology. I this morning tried to be the bigger person and apologize, and then she said, no, you're not. I go, well, I'm still willing to apologize now. And she goes, no, you're not. It's like, you're telling me not to? What's happening here?
You dropping threats on me? Lol WTF?
I'll threaten you right up. Shut up.
She has been lying. I have it on camera. She said that I took her passport and that's not in the bag. Okay? And then I said, check the bag. Her passport's in her own bag.
There's a wall here. You can't even tell there's a wall there now.
If I show you the footage,
It's just like empty space.
I might have taken it.
I can just keep moving that way.
I'll show you.
So I decided not to.
Very well. I'll show you. She's saying I took her stuff. She's hiding her own stuff. That's why I said, look at the bag. Look at the bag. Her own passport's in her own bag. She's on the bag. I know this plot, dude. I'm calling it. There's some issue here.
Yeah, hug the wall, tweaker. Listen to the something in the rhythm you're used
Tweaker,
to.
you fucking
I was typing, she took my thing.
kike. Do you want to slap? Come to Edmonton, you fucking chicken.
Yes.
BRB, my phone is seizuring lol.
So, I'm going to show you on the screen what she did.
That would be an expensive Uber.
It'd be an expensive Uber. Wouldn't be expensive if she fucking got her friend to come pick her up.
I want to show you. I want to show you the part. She's saying,
I would take my cami.
You have a
no one's going to go in here.
Exclamation mark high stall.
Okay, so
I don't know what that is.
I asked for one thing.
Ahoy. Captain Botrix is trying to get a crew together for a treasure hunt. Type. Heist, amount, to join. I would float the rivers, and
canoe.
traverse the lands.
I wasn't sure if you meant canoe or camel.
Because no.
Traverse the lands? Do it, chicken. You're too scared.
She said that I had a passport.
What are you doing? You're doing like some portage bullshit? What are those guys called? What are those guys called that used to carry the canoes and
If you get my bag, I'll have cash.
hiked across the whole country?
She said I took her passport. I can show you the video. Okay. No, I'm not sure.
They used to be like, those guys were better than Oregon Trail, dude.
It's in her bag. She is just pretending. I have it on video.
Oregon
Ho-ho.
Canoe
Botrix
Trail.
made it back from Black Heart Island with a
You have a
handful of
canoe.
plunder and a tale of
Vegas
plenty.
beef jerky.
Results. Botrix, 1,909,999,999,899. A crew of pirates and raiders check their flintlocks and sharpen their cutlasses as they disembark for Black Heart Island. Bahahaha. YouTube censored Tracy Trail. And Botrix is any better? Jeebus, check yourself.
I'm trying to explain to you. No. The phone is streaming, so I put it facing down. I need to get my team at home in America to turn it off because it's on a server. I mean, this is the only thing I have. Like, I'll turn it off. Yeah? I'll put my pocket turn off. Is it? Okay.
Welcome back, everybody. This is my 63rd update video. I go back to 10 past product reviews in order and let you know what happened.
Exclamation mark high stall.
Did I donate them? Did I continue to use them, or did they end up in the boneyard? The reviews cover this update, number 621 to 630, that's December 24th.
The damn censoring, it's a wonder we even talk anymore.
Update number 63.
Yeah.
Number 621 was the Bella Toaster, which was the skinniest toaster I've ever used. Let's flashback to the original review and see how that went. It's the Bella Slim Toaster. That's the
Okay.
review. Let's get started with the unboxing.
I'm going to get supper.
Let's take a look at the Bella.
Tracy, why don't you fucking come visit Tracy?
I said good morning to Hate and I got censored.
Huh?
It is a 2-slice slim toaster with 6 shapes in it. First test, we're using a single
I
slice
said,
of
huh?
white bread. In the
Huh? What? Huh? Why not? Don't be a fucking jerk, dude. You can't
But
be
he
scared of
keeps
fucking
being mad at
cocktail.
me.
I am.
I'm
mad
not
at you.
here for chat.
You're not here for chat. You're here for the games, hey? I'm here for the study of linguistics. Serious linguistic study going on here. There actually is, if you didn't know that. Oh no. Oh, damn.
Survive long enough then Hate to come visit your Twinkie ass.
Well, hurry up.
He's more of a Q-tip.
Yeah, I'm definitely not a Twinkie.
Yeah, sorry as. Whoa, that's sorry or I'm not accepting it.
Huh.
That's fine. I know it is.
Now Tracy, I'm gonna bully Shailene the next time I see her. I hope you know that. I'm just warning you because I know you like Shailene, but I'm gonna be real mean to her. Maybe. Probably not real mean. No, I can't.
Stop being mean.
No, it is though. I call people out on stuff that I don't think's nice. Well, not that I don't think is nice, but I think is shitty behavior. I know I do.
Yet you do it to me.
Too. That's what friends do to each other.
I have a video of my son saying daddy meant daddy not nice. I'm a cop lover?
I don't know, we talked about that. Didn't we talk about you being a cop lover already?
Mean.
You're the one that told me that you dated a cop, so kinda.
Oh, I know you
A
were
little
big
bit.
mad. Exclamation mark high stall. Ahoy. Captain Bot Ricks
Like, I
is
date
trying to get a
cops,
crew
now I'm gonna
together
sit
for a
here and
treasure
watch you
hunt.
die.
Type.
Well, I
Heist
talked to your
amount
kid. That's
to join.
crazy. You did. Jail guard.
I did not date a cop.
Whatever. Same shit. Same shit.
You twisted little waffle.
Pigs, bulls, screws, fucking army faggots. They're all the same dude. Okay, the army's cool. The army's only cool though because the army's not trying to subjugate the people in your neighborhood. If they were, you wouldn't be like, oh, thanks for your service, Bill. It's like, fuck you, Bill, and I'm gonna kill your kids. I don't know.
Results. Bot Ricks. 1,999,999,899.
I don't dig earthly authority. I'm just playing. Like that guy's a cop to me. If I seen him on the street, I'd be like, pig. There's a lot of guys in jail that get along with the guards like that. Like, oh, they're here same as we are. Like, they're not here the same as we are because they get fucking weapons and they can leave. And they do weird shit like beat people up while they're handcuffed and shit.
Hey Space, how did you say hi to Summer earlier before she came into chat?
Okay, I will be back. I'm gonna run to the store. But seriously, Trace, I don't mean to hurt your feelings. Really. Not in any meaningful way to hurt your feelings. I just want you to feel a little bit of pressure and resistance from my personality so that you know I'm not just letting you stomp everywhere you want to. I'm here too. Feel free to stomp everywhere you like. That's funny, dude. The lag on this is crazy, and then she's probably being censored like really crazy, hey? F you hate. Oh, that's one of those 60%er ones. Whoops. See that
Fuck
one
hate.
through. Right on. Right on. I'm glad it let that one through. Right on, Az.
They don't care about that one lol.
You probably say all kinds of shit.
Exclamation mark high stall. Ahoy. Captain Botrix is trying to get a crew together for a treasure hunt. Type heist
It
amount
looks like I
to
started
join.
a collection of darts. Oh, you ever smoked weed so potent that it makes you like, feels like your lungs stick together? Like right together? Man, yummy. Where did I put that little danger? The little thingy? Yeah, there it is. Holy. Which one do I bring with me, yo? Okay, this guy is...
A crew of pirates and raiders check their flintlocks and sharpen their cutlasses as they disembark for Blackheart Island. Blackheart Island has taken another soul. Botrix was sent straight to Davy Jones's locker.
Okay. Off to the store. I'm going to that, thing. I'm going to turn the camera on in a minute. What I should do though is get text-to-speech in here working. Oh wait, I can get it working on my phone though, right? Yeah, it will be working on my phone. Okay, I'll be back.
I have heartburn from
No,
fish
where is it?
WTF. I don't even like fish. Not worth it.
Where is my other bag? Yeah. Oh yeah, I gotta go check my mail, too. I might be back in 1 second. Don't eat no more fish ads. Or if I'm not back in 1 second, well, in a minute, I'll be going live from the phone. you doing? You good? You all good? You up? Yeah. How long you were okay? Is it too hot? Feels like it. No, it wasn't? Oh my god, you guys. That hurt a lot. Hey, nobody's back anywhere? That's good. That's good. I'm not here either. Weirdos. Bunch of coolies. You heard me, I called you coolies. You coolies. Oh man, dude. Oh, dude. Man. Oh, thank the good Lord Yeshua Christ. His name's not that. Yeshua, thanks Yeshua, yes, thanks, Yeshua. I need coffee, feel that. Get that first. Do you want another pizza pop? Or something? Nobody? Some juice, a little plate over here. Look at these. Look at these babies. It's not that light outside. Ain't right. Okay, so in the future, what we'll do, instead of what I've done, is we'll do what we're doing. We'll do this. What? We don't have donuts. Okay? Just wait. Anyway. That one doesn't look like it's looking at the pen. Get on the ground. Hey, get out of there! What are you doing?
I don't know.
Then why are we doing it?
I don't know.
I bet you don't know. Do you know what the solution there is?
No.
Stop doing it. Don't touch those. No, you have juice, I said. You got dill pickle chips. You can't have my these ones, okay?
Yes.
Okay. Sit down. Just let me get a coffee, please. What on earth, man? What's going on?
I don't know.
What?
I don't know.
You've got chips. You don't know. You want a couple of these?
Yes.
Yeah, go on. Here. Have a couple. I'm trying to make a coffee, okay?
Yes.
Thanks. Mm. Oh. Oh. Okay. Now. Okay. Can you hold on, please?
Yes.
Thanks, buddy. Oh, this is neat. What are you doing? Can you see those with your mouth shut? No?
No.
Why?
I don't know.
Please do. Whatever, buddy. Hey, hold up a minute. Okay, hold on. This is backwards. So they were like that? Really? Yeah. There. Yeah, cool. Same arm. See that? Nice. No, not free cash. Don't run that. I'm coming, buddy. Okay?
Yes.
Thanks. I appreciate you waiting a second, alright?
Yes.
Because I realize it's taking me a second. I'm trying to get this light to stay, like, stable for a second. So at least I can catch what's going on here. Wild, hey?
Yes.
No, you should see how these cameras look. It's pretty wild. I got. That was cool. There. There we go. Okay, you want some juice? Okay. You should at least turn the water on for me. Right? You want a pizza pop? Yeah, you want me to make you one? Yeah? Okay. We don't have any donuts, you know that I did get those, but you don't want one right now anyway. These are called apple strudels. Braided apple strudels. Okay? I got 2 different kinds of tortillas because we're going Mexican all this week. How long do I put it in for? How many minutes?
8 minutes.
8 minutes at what temperature?
3 minutes.
300 and...
308.
No, 360? 360? For how many minutes?
2 minutes.
8 minutes. Come on, you just said it was 8. Remember? Why are you messing around?
I don't know.
Don't mess around. You read it off the box the first time, right? Do you know you can make toast with a tortilla?
No.
Yeah, if you put it in a frying pan, don't do that. Don't do that. The camera's over here. Don't. Fix your pants. Okay, you're lucky. You're lucky. I was gonna come beat you. Yeah, there's gonna be beatings. 10 beatings. And 3 other beatings.
No.
Plus 2 other friends called beat.
No.
Beat.
No.
Beatings.
No.
Beat 10.
No.
Like Saint 10, but beat 10.
No.
Fruit punch or orange?
Fruit punch?
Or 10?
Fruit punch?
Fruit punch? You want a punch?
No.
A fruit punch?
No.
Hawaiian punch?
No.
Oh. You ever heard of Hawaiian punch?
No.
It's really good. You ever heard of Tiki Treat?
No.
Well, it was basically Hawaiian punch but Canadian. They used to make it, Canada Dry used to make it, right? The guys that make the ginger ale. And then they kind of stopped making it. I don't know why. But it also was a rip-off of like something else too. I forgot what it was called. I also got to get the chat working again here. I hear it's not working. Oh, I like this though. It's starting to feel like we're on that Big Brother show. You know what else I got? No. Tasty taters. Toasty teeters. John Teeter. Oh man, I think I screwed up my shoulder. I was carrying a lot of food there. Not that much, but like a lot of weight. So, you know what we're gonna have tomorrow for breakfast?
No.
We're gonna have chorizo, scrambled egg, cheese, frittata, omelet, burritos. I'll hate those here. What do you think?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
We're gonna call it Hate Egg Tacos. Hate taco eggs, hate eggs, hate tacos and eggs. Hate eggs and burritos. What's it say here? Ah. Why? What's she doing now? Thank you. Space Trace can be a bit of a fucking jerk right now. I don't know what her problem is. Like, did she really come in here to like try and talk shit, but like, does she think I won't ban her? It's not like I fucking can't help myself but let her back in. There's no Shailene here to beg her to come back now. Cows of a feather herd together. Whoa. That was a joke. Thank you very much, by the way. This is Space Trace Cannabis, Supersonic, Quantum Kush, and Snow Lotus Sativa, 33.8 milligram THC per roller, per finger, per little guy. I don't know where I put my coffee, but that's over here. Oh, was she being a dick because I wasn't reading chat in that stream there? I couldn't help it. I had people all over the place.
I'm sure all of you familiar with Vince McMahon, even if you don't watch the WWE, you've seen his name, or maybe...
It's the boy with shoe on head.
Welcome back, everybody.
I like this. I like, you can see the front door. Well, if I turn it a little bit, you can see the door.
This is my 63rd update video. I go back to 10 past product reviews in order and let you know what happened to those products when my review was over. Did I donate them? Did I continue to use them, or did they end up in the boneyard? The reviews cover this update, number 621 through 630. That's December.
And she has a shit stirring hypocrite. Why, is she over at Melissa's now? Stirring shit like a fucking hypocrite?
Number 621 was the Bella Toaster, which was the skinniest toaster I've ever used. Let's flash back to the original review and see how that went. It's the Bella Slim Toaster.
I realize that's really loud, sorry. Initially, I didn't realize that.
Slim Toaster.
Slim Toaster.
They claim it is a 2-slice Slim Toaster with 6 shades in it. First test, we're using a single slice of white bread in the center of the slot. I'm going to put it right here on 3. Well, I mean, everything seems like it's working inside there. That's a good thing. If you want to cancel it, the button is well illuminated there. So far, the outside of the unit is not getting too hot, which is a good thing. A little bit of heat in the back, but not too bad. Here we go. All right. All right, here it is. Number 3.
Handcrafted premium pepperonis. Honey garlic.
Each side. The edges seem a little bit brown, though, so I'm going to have to keep an eye on that. Placing 2 slices in here, they fit nicely. We're leaving it on 3, we're going down. Here we go. Right, on the top is level 3 with 1 slice. And the bottom there's a difference. There's a difference. Let's look lower. I feel like I like the 2 slices better than the single slice. They're not burnt on the edges. This is a little bit otherwise it seems a little more even and not as burnt on the edges. Interesting. Very interesting. Drop them in there. Level 3, lever down, let's see what happens. Here we go. All right, not too brown, but it is crispy, it is toasted, so that's pretty acceptable. Is that good for level 3? So I think you can do bagels with this toaster. So I'm doing an English muffin, which is small. Let's do it. Place it in the unit itself. I'm going to level 3 again. We'll see how that goes. We should be able to lift this lever to get these out easier. Let's see. Okay, so I can lift them up a little bit. English muffin, nicely toasted. I think I did a pretty good job of that. Now I use this one for most of 2025 alongside the only reason I stopped using this is because the Breville had more bells and whistles and it was a 4-slot toaster. I had no issues with it, so I gave it away to someone who's continuing to use it. Number 622 was 4 weird requests. Splash back to the original and see what happened there. Let's take a look at this Humber speaker array. $41.99 for a 2-pack. The claim is that these are 2 Bluetooth speakers. They say they use bone conduction technology to allow you to turn anything into a speaker. Let me try to lift this up. The bass disappears.
How about this one?
Oh, Billy.
How is she not a cop lover if she dates cops? That is a cop lover. Prison guard. Never mind.
It sounds really cool. Deeper down there. More bass down there. I was pretty skeptical going this one, but I actually kind of like it. Dishwinkle. Now they click.
So this camera here. What's that, buddy? Oops. Well, that's on the wrong window. That's neat. That's crazy. That is wild that happens. I almost want to leave it like that. So there's only ever one of them on me, but one's like you're standing up, the other one you're sitting down. If two people are having a conversation, you can see both their faces. I don't know. The one camera here that I'm looking at right now can stand to be a little bit brighter. Actually, a little bit less. There we go. That is neat as hell. Is that the whole couch? Almost, maybe. Oh yeah, maybe. That's neat. So then, that one. Essentially what I need to do, you guys, is put almost like a fake backdrop, or like hang like a sheet right over here. So there's some blocking of, I can't though. Can't do it. Oh well, we need one camera. Ready? Yeah? Just going like this? Is it good? Ready? Get it. How's the fruit punch? How is it? Good? Okay. Drink your juice. What are you doing? Okay. Drink your juice. What? You need more?
No.
Okay. I did use that? That's so cute. Love you, buddy. I'm glad you're learning to communicate better. I'm proud of you. Let's see what this fucking idiot Space Trace is doing right now. Let's find her. Who's live right now? She's on her way to being demodded, actually. I'm never coming back. You dude.
Work. That's today's video.
Melissa got mad, demodded me and whatever the fuck else because I wouldn't dox somebody from IP2 for her.
There had to be 3 criteria when I was planning this video out. Number 1, they had to be
That's fucking
relatively
idiot.
cheap.
As
They're
if,
all
dude.
$25. Number 2, they have to have a single function, none of these 15-in-1 gizmos. And number 3, they have to be very simple to use. And as you'll see in the test I'm about to show you, they're all quite simple. Without hesitation, let's get right to our first item, which is the peanut butter scooper, spreader, and scraper.
Might be
PB
some
Jive.
kind of
Here we go.
sister
Jive.
to me. IP2 is my baby.
Clean the jar, cut and stir, and no messy hands. Look how long this thing is. Huge. When I saw pictures like this, I thought these were pretty small jars, so it didn't look like a very big knife. When I see it in person, it's quite large. I mean, it's very large. They do say that you can use it to clean the bottom, the rim, or the sides. Kind of a bold claim here. Change your life.
My young adult.
Jive. Change your life. Well, I guess you're maybe hardcore peanut butter fans who might change your life. Here we go. It's interesting looking, nice looking. Now the claims on this is a super long blade, and I can confirm that's pretty long. They say it's good for spreading, scraping large jars, keeping knuckles clean, good for stirring thick spreads, includes a notch. This helps you get the bottom
Chuck
and
your
the
knuckles.
rim. Now, for those on Amazon who liked it, they said that it was easy to get the bottom of the jar, also good for jelly or margarine. Those who didn't like it, they said that it bends easily, not good for cold peanut butter. It's too big. Here it is. It's a very large knife. This has a nice handle on it. Welcome back, everybody. Now today I'm taking a look at 4 simple kitchen gadgets to see if they actually work. That's today's video.
Oops. Wrong window.
So for today's video, I picked out a collection of items that had to meet 3 criteria when I was planning this video. Number 1, they had to be relatively cheap. They're all under $25. Number 2, they had to have a single function, none of these 15-in-1 gizmos. And number 3, they have to be very simple to use, and as you'll see in the test I'm going to show you, they're all quite simple. Without hesitation, let's get right to the first item, which is the peanut butter scooper, spreader, and scraper, PB Jive. Here we go. PB Jive.
It's weird to me, the cameras, because this camera is on the left.
Look how long this is. Huge. When I saw pictures like this, I thought these were pretty small jars, so it didn't look very big. When I see it in person, it's quite large. I mean, it's very large. They do say that you can use it to clean the bottom, the rim, or the sides. Kind of a bold claim here. Change your life with PB Jive. Change your life. Well, I guess you're maybe hardcore peanut butter fans who might change your life. Here we go. It's interesting looking, nice looking. Now the claim
It's a peanut butter jelly knife.
super long blade, and I can confirm that's pretty long.
It's pretty long to be good for peanut butter.
Knuckles clean, good for stirring.
Yeah, I was getting my knuckles getting all effed up.
This helps you get the bottom and the rim area. Now for those
Why don't they just sell it to you in a bucket though?
They said that it is easy to get the bottom of the jar, also good for jelly or margarine.
Why not put it in the bucket instead?
They said that it bends easily, not good for cold peanut butter. It's too big. Here it is. It's a very
Cold
large
peanut butter?
knife.
Who the fuck
It's a nice
uses
handle on it. It feels pretty
cold peanut butter?
Really, what's interesting
I keep
about
my
this
peanut
is
butter in the fridge.
in here, which is kind of interesting. Also get around the edges, around the bottom. So let's take a look here. Fortunately, I have not 1, 2 rather large jars of peanut butter. They're almost empty, so that's going to be perfect. It seems to be kind of geared towards scraping the bottom.
You know why people keep peanut butter in the fridge?
Creamy and crunchy. I don't discriminate. So you see, don't have a lot in there. I'm going to try
You're gonna turn into that oily shit.
and then I'm going to try doing some basic scraping.
Do you have to? Hey, what? Do you, if you refrigerate that stuff, does it stay solid?
When you want to get deep in here, sometimes you have to get your hand in and get peanut butter in your knuckles, never good. So, and also scraping is also kind of problematic. You can do it. It depends on the jar also. So if you kind of get your hand close to the action, which you don't always want to do. So these knives are okay for that, but the geniuses at the PB Jife have come up with this. My hand is safely away from the battle zone here. Get a lot on there. That's a nice big scoop. I'm going to try to scrape through the edges with a regular knife and then see what I can get that's left behind with the PB Jife.
Testing image
Looks like
avatar.
it works.
Let me see if I can get it. Okay, I'm going.
You know what's crazy? I've got 3 more cameras right here.
I've gone around the edge. Let's see. See if I can salvage you.
And another USB hub that I could plug in. But I don't know, I don't have enough distance on them. Like, it would just be 3 more angles on the same fucking dumb room.
This peanut butter out here and go on the bottom. I'm going to use the old school knife for that.
It'd be weird.
So I'm kind of scraping one up on, it's not easy.
Maybe I'd get younger though.
The tip is kind of thin, you have to kind of go in there with the tip. It's not very large.
Just the tip?
Yeah, I've got quite a bit still left in there. So a lot of scraping and not really getting a lot. So a lot of people will probably just give up there because it's not worth all the scraping. But let's try the PB Jife and see what we got here.
Yeah, that too.
You can use androids as cams also.
Now I couldn't even dig nearly as much with a regular knife, so that's already better.
My buddy carries like 20 of them with him though.
Wow. Probably got about 2 or 3 sandwiches worth already out of there. Try the edges here a little bit.
iPhones too, actually, you can do that with.
The peanut butter's gotten on here. If I was using this knife, that would
iPhone has a really beautiful camera on
A lot
it.
of people probably use a small spatula, but you're gonna keep your hands
Super wide. It's like 4,000 by 1080
I
or
can see
something.
the benefits of the PB Jife. I'm a bit skeptical, but I'm starting to get it. Let's try some more things. I'm going to the obscure stuff with some.
Oh, now see?
sunflower butter.
Now I can't stand up and be on both.
It's quite
That
good.
sucks.
I actually really like this. But sunflower butter is kind of like natural peanut butter, where it's kind of oily, it needs to be stirred. Let's see if this is going to be too big for it or not. Oh, not a problem. Actually, it's quite good. Once again, I'm keeping my hands safely away from the dirty zone here. I can stir it quickly. All right, I think this is working pretty well. Makes me want to have a sunflower butter and jelly sandwich. Now, I know that was just standard stirring, but honestly, stirring it with this big handle and having such a large knife to stir with, so far.
Is that you?
All right, let's try making a quick sandwich here.
Who that?
We're supposed to do the jelly or the jam first. I got this nicely cleaned off. You ever go to open up a jar of peanut butter and there's the jelly in there? What's worse, that or when you open jelly and there's some peanut butter in there? Both are bad, but I feel like the peanut butter and the jelly is more of a crime than the other way around. I digress. I do. You can get a lot in one scoop. I really like that. Almost too much. Oh, it spreads nicely too. It spreads almost kind of like having a spatula. It's very nice for spreading. Now we'll try the chunky peanut butter next. Once again, I'm going to kind of scrape around the bottom here. Okay, you can really pull a lot out in just one shot. This widened end is very good. I like it. Well, this might be one of those specialty items that only appeals to a small segment of society. I happen to be in that small segment because I eat a lot of peanut butter sandwiches. And this is something I don't think I would find quite useful. I'm going to keep using it. So if you've been wondering about the PB Jife, I will say it actually works quite well. All right, so say you're done with the PB Jife, you got to wipe it off with a paper towel. And that leads me to my second item, which is actually a paper towel dispenser called the OXO Good Grips Simply Tear. Now, I know that paper towel dispensers aren't exactly the most exciting things, but this was quite useful. And I actually brought it out of a need for something, not because I wanted to do a video of it, but this actually allows one-handed tearing a paper towel, supposedly better than the average, so let's take a look and see how that went. And here's the OXO Simply Tear. This is how it came in the box.
What are you doing?
It's like this.
Hey.
I want to show you how it arrived.
Stop.
Not touching it yet. Well, I just touched it
No.
now. This actually has a 4.7 rating with almost 13,000 ratings.
What are you doing
Very
here?
impressive number. I paid $25 for this, which seems a lot for paper
Good
towel,
call.
but
Good word.
to me it was a necessity. I had to do something about my old.
Okay? Okay, thank you.
Convenient carry now.
You have
One
for
hand
chips?
designed for quick cleanup.
Yeah?
Stainless steel construction, which I hope isn't a lot of fingerprints on it. Spring activated arm. Alright, non-slip base. guess there is a room about there. Large capacity with the size roll. All the claims on Amazon contain a single hotel, just one lane.
You
You
gotta have something, but it doesn't have to go through.
Works on one-size rolls. Those who did not like it said it doesn't work as well when the roll is full. Still requires two hands with a tension arm. It's kind of weak. Let's check it out. Let's take a look at the OXO Simply Tear. $25 for a paper towel dispenser, better be worth it. Now, I've always used this one, which, I mean, it's nice, but it doesn't have any function other than just holding the paper towel.
If you're at the hotel, you can use duct tape to tape a droid even with the doors peephole and link via the LAN and cast to the smart TV. It works extremely well.
Be a one-handed operation, and this had extremely high rating, so...
Oh yeah, I recorded a video like that.
There really isn't any handheld operation. It's just sometimes I can get it, sometimes I can't.
There we go. There.
Especially cam apps with motion sensor tech.
The angles that you're used to, right?
So it looks nice, and that's about it.
Coming in the door,
Now for the start of the show, the OXO.
and then there. Do I go off camera here for a second? Yeah.
Stick it in there.
Oh, my buddy's
I
here.
know it's just a paper towel dispenser, but I did watch the video just to make sure I'm doing it the way they show. And they're showing people pulling it from this direction with the tension arm over here. And I haven't tried it. This is my first attempt. Let me just try it like this and see what happens. Oh, yeah, what do you know? I got one. Let me try another one. You do have to kind of give it a yank. I don't think you can go slow with this. Let me see. You go slow.
Hit it up.
See one slow? Not gonna work. Try one more. Well, I don't get that one. That was that impressive. Come on, so $25 for this thing.
Is that? Oh.
If you give it a quick snap, it definitely works well. I was just thinking that people that left negative comments and said the tension arm was weak. I wonder if maybe they were doing it with the tension arm facing them. Because it's going to pull it away at that point, so it's not going to work. I'm not saying everybody did. I'm saying that's a possible problem that some people have. Maybe they were just doing it with the tension arm facing forward, then what you're not really supposed to do. I don't think. Let me try one. Oh, I got that to work too. Let's try one more. Maybe it works both ways. I don't know why they said it didn't work. I'm not having a problem with it. I'm just sitting here tearing off one at a time. What I'm going to do now, which is going to be an OCD nightmare, is I'm going to pull all these off here and see if it gets less efficient as the roll gets smaller, because some people said that it did do that. So let me get all these off here and see what happens when it's down to the last few paper towels. Probably a good time for some fast motion here.
Can't see while he's away, so.
Time out, I just had my first error here. I pulled it and a whole bunch of them came on. Let me see. We're getting kind of far along the roll, but let's see if that was just maybe a one-time problem. I guess we'll go back to our regularly scheduled fast motion. Oh, it happened again. Maybe we're getting close to the roll being problematic. That's how much roll is left, so it's getting smaller. One thing I've also noticed is that we're getting further down the roll is that,
you know how it is.
and this is not a big deal, but I'm getting some of these where you get that little corner there. That's not aesthetically pleasing, but not really functionally a problem. Had it happen again. Uh-oh. Twice in a row now. Hold the phone, we got some problems here. It's less than perfect in Oxo. Oh, and my triangle's getting larger too. It's working, but as the roll gets smaller, it's not quite as good as when it started off.
If you want to swing by, like,
something I've never done before. I've never taken all the paper towels on a roll in one shot. I guess you'll check that off my bucket list. Something I can say I've done.
Oh, okay.
It's also hard to keep them in a straight stack here. We're down to the last few here. Let's see what happens.
Yeah,
we're down to the last That's it. That's it. I'm not saying it was about meaningless. It was not perfect. You got some of these little triangle like pieces in the previous one, but they work pretty well. I mean, far better than this one ever did. This one never worked like that. But my burning question though is, if you came home and saw this, paper towel empty, and all the paper towels pulled off, how would you react? Some people wouldn't be happy about that. I think the OXO Good Grip Simply Tear may not be perfect, but it's good enough. I think for one-handed paper towel dispenser, this is probably going to do the job. It's pretty durable. I would say of all paper towels that pull off, there are only a couple times that I have a problem with it. Most of the time, it was pretty easy. I would definitely be replacing this with this. So in about a year, I'll let you know how this is going. Going back to another specialty knife here, next up is the Butter Once. This is actually a knife that's really designed for putting butter on corn. That's a very specific use for it. And let's take a look and see how that review went. This is the Butter Once Corn Butter Knife. Very attractive looking piece here. I paid $10 for this. The claims that it's the easiest way to butter corn. Just slice, scoop, and spread. No more greasy fingers. Now those on Amazon who did like it, they said it's easy to use, easy to clean. Great gift idea. Those who are not so happy with this said it's poorly made, does not work as intended. The main point of this knife is it's a curvature to it, so it kind of conforms to the corn on the top. So let's check it out. Fresh corn here. I've got butter, room temperature, and right out of the fridge. So try both. What we're supposed to do here is just basically cut off a pat of butter, and if you see, it's rounded. It's rounded. Rounded. That supposedly allows you to apply the butter to the corn more easily. Let's try it out. It is a bit oddly satisfying. This is also a little bit more butter than I usually use. Now, some people like to slather it on there. I'm not as much of a slatherer as some people, but in slathering, I'm partaking of the slathering. That's a lot of butter.
Sure about that,
So we'll see how it works. It works. I mean, it definitely works. And it is somewhat oddly satisfying.
That's pretty cool, eh?
Some butter right out of the fridge. So this is a little bit colder, a little bit harder. Let's see. That's a little bit less than last time. Alright, still cut nicely. Nice round shape to it. I don't see a big difference between the room temperature out of the fridge as far as the application with the knife goes. Roughly the same, it's just going to take longer because this is still cold. I would not normally do out of the fridge butter for corn on the top. Some people do, I don't, but I'm just trying to cover all my bases here. Let's try a regular knife with the room temperature butter here. I mean, I guess it's a little bit more difficult because you have a flat knife and a round hand or ear corn. I'm going to say it's better. I don't know if it's a lot better. There's some range of betters that there is. I'm not sure how far along the range that is. It's better. I'm not sure if it's necessary. If you eat a lot of corn on the cob and you don't like the way it goes along with the normal butter knife, this is probably a great product for you. I'm not sure it's a great product for me. But everybody has a different opinion, right? So I'm not sure this is something that I'm going to use. I don't have much of a problem applying butter to butter knife, but if you do, this would be a good product for you. And finally, this is my very simple looking gadget called the Fridge Monkey. It allows you to stack cans and bottles in your fridge or elsewhere. Let's take a look and see how that review went. Right here is the Fridge Monkey bottle stacking mat. They say it's just for bottles, but they also show babies for cans. It cost me $10. Not much of an unboxing was it. The claims are that it has a grooved mat, which enables stacking of cans, bottles, jars. Non-slip holds 10 cans. It takes up much less space in the fridge, flexible, and portable. Now those who liked it on Amazon said the bottles and cans don't move around, save space, good for organization. Those who did not like it said it was too small, and it's not good for water bottles. Let's take a look at the can. Interesting name. Now it has 7 slots here. I think you can use 7 at a time. I'm going to try a few different things here and see how they work on this table. Start with some basics like
Blue Sharks.
I've not used it yet. This is my first use.
And Super Sour Gummy Mix. I need. Where's that girl, dude? Good space trays. It's one of those fucking.
I was worried the pyramid might actually be unsteady, but it's quite steady. So, what do you
Let's not find a hooker, let's find a girl that puts out for like beer.
Wow, that actually...
Have you seen Shailene
Not
around?
only does it work, but it's actually kind of an attractive display. I guess if you had it at a party.
I'm just playing, I'm not really.
I don't want to push it too far. Not going anywhere. Let's try a few more things before we go to the fridge. How about some cheap wine right here in the first slot? You can't go in
The first slot, he knows who I'm talking about.
Alright, so we can fit 3 in the bottom of these bottles of wine. These are kind of standard size.
Wine.
I got the cheap wine in the bottom. We're going to go a little higher.
Cheap wine.
So then I think we're supposed to just kind of stack a couple of Merlots on top of this. Like a cherry.
It's not funny, chat.
Snoop Dogg. Here's how much from my perspective, I think it looks pretty nice. There we go, look. Not too bad, really. Very cool.
Should I put on the Google Home again?
So I think we're 2 for 2, so let's keep going. I wonder how it holds some Gatorade. Let's try these out. Once it goes in that mouth, it doesn't move around that much. I just don't know how many we fit in here. Let's see. Alright, so probably
That's pretty cool, you guys.
Alright, so we're going to clear the bottom once again.
It's alright.
That looks good. I think that's going to be too tall.
It would be nice is if I could set that camera up.
I'm thinking more top shelf, so probably not quite as vertical as this is showing, but there are
Of course I
places
can.
where you could probably do something like this.
Oh, that camera's actually got a big, lot of range I can swing around here.
Glass bottle as far as so goes, let's see. So we can fit 4 across the bottom.
Way
size
cool.
bottle.
Okay. So.
Alright, so just like the cans, we can get 10 stacked up here. This is pretty tall again, too. But it is pretty sturdy. It's not going anywhere. Alright, so I think I'm pretty happy with this. Let me try the fridge and see how it works. I'm going to try the top shelf where I don't have as much vertical space as I can do there.
Did that work? No, it broke. Let me go ahead.
A couple different scenarios here. Once again, we have our low-end wine bottom, where it belongs. Can we keep stacking it? Let's see. Ooh, it's really close up top. So far, so good. Can I get Snoop up there? No Snoop. Oh, my shelf is a little bit lower. Fit up there. Sorry, dog. Alright, let's try some cans here. See what we can stack up on that. I don't think I'm going to get my full pyramid in either. Because again, it depends on how deep your shelf is. Can you fit more? Oh, you can't fit more. Oh, well. Alright, well, once again. I can always lower the shelf, but I'm not going to. But I could. I'm not. Overall, I think that, if this looks like something that you would like in your fridge, it works quite well. Well, that's it. They all actually work pretty well. I would say my favorite is probably going to be the OXO Good Grip Simply Tear, because I need that necessity, but it works because I've actually wasted too many paper towels trying to do a one-hand pull and it doesn't work. It may not be 100%, but it's close enough for me. I think right now would be the PB Jai for someone who's probably on the fringe as far as not a peanut butter sandwich that I've made in my life. This is something that I'm actually going to use quite often. The other two I'm going to try to work rotation. I'm not sure if they're going to make it into the kitchen or into the boneyard, but I'm going to keep using it for a while and see how they actually work. So if you use any of these products, tell me what you think in the comments below. If you like this video, please consider subscribing for more videos like this. Appreciate you watching, and see you next time. Welcome back, everybody. Now today I'm taking a look at my 2019 update video. That's where I go back to 10 past products in order, take a look at how the original video went, and let you know if anything's changed since then. So without further delay, let's get right to update number 29. My 281st product review is this water-filled pillow. Supposedly it looks a little like a water bed. Put water in there and adjust the thickness that way. Let's first look at the original review and see how that went. So today I'm checking out the Water Pillow by Mediflow. Oh, this is going to take a minute. Perfect. 3 liters. Now I'll continue to hold it. Put the cap on. Oh wow, it is moving around. First impressions. If I do this, I hear water sloshing around, like I say. I don't think you're really supposed to do this. It's different. I can feel the pillow part. I can feel the water so much. If I shake it, you can hear the water. But when you're laying on it, you don't hear the water at all. I put 3 liters in. I'm going to take a liter out to make it 2 liters, which is what they say is the soft setting. Oh, it's working. It's working. I was expecting it was going to be basically water on the inside, but it's basically pillow on top, water on the bottom. If you've had problems with breaking this might be something to consider, because it is difficult. If you have it on there, you kind of lose the water on it, it's a different sensation, so this might be something to consider if you've had problems with standard pillows. Alright, so this has been about 6 months of solid use from my daughter who loved it, but then we did our 5-week bill comparison and she found one she liked a little bit more. But this is still filled with the original water. Let me see how that water looks. It was sitting this for a year. This has not been opened since mid-2020. This could be it. We'll see. Here we go. Here we go. I'm nervous about this. Is it going to be white or brown? We shall see.
Haha, that's what she said.
Oh, it's still clear. That's a bit of a relief, actually. Let me smell it. It just kind of has a plasticky smell. It doesn't smell like something growing over there. Hopefully nothing is. Well, I mean, that's the answer to that question. A year later, the water isn't completely green and filled with all kinds of nasties, so that's good. The pillow is really nice. It got a lot of use, I think.
X20XX.
Is worth trying. It wasn't for me. My daughter liked it a lot, so your mileage will certainly vary. Number 282 was an interesting collection of 5 odd kitchen gadgets. Let's first take a look at how the original video went. The Zip Slicer. I mean, I just threw a bunch in there. I didn't really spend much time trying to get them perfect. Look how perfect the picture shows. I don't have grapes that big.
Hey, check out that website real quick.
The good news and the bad news is that a lot of people said that they were not cut evenly, and I can see that. You know, they don't exactly fall out like they show in the picture. These are actually pretty good. If you've got larger grape tomatoes or larger grapes, it's going to work pretty good. If they're smaller, you might have problems with it. Poach pods. These are little silicone floating cups that allow you to poach your eggs pretty easily. All you have to do is boil some water, oil or spray the inside of the poach pod. When the water's boiling, you put the egg in here, put it in the pot, cover it for 5 minutes, and you're good. And there's what we got. That doesn't look too bad, does it? It looks poached. I think it looks pretty poached. Next
You know what I wonder though? Would this camera be better pointing outside or inside, whatever?
Oh yeah. That actually works. Oh, look at this. I'm surprised by anything. That actually worked. Putting this on seems like it's going to be a bit of a learning curve. I don't feel like I have it down yet. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. They say you can use any size bowl, a square one. Alright, that's definitely not going to be airtight because I can tell it's got some openings here. But it would probably work just as well as ceramic. This is an SC9TV product called the Chef Wizard. The key feature of this is it has a lever that allows you to switch from basically like a spatula to a pair of tongs pretty easily. They say you can also use it as a whisk or as a slotted spoon or as a salad server. Seems like it'd be better for tongs. Like that, that's much better.
Did link come through?
Wow, I think this might be my go-to pierogi flipper after this. When it came time to flipping something a little bit heavier, like a chicken breast, that's where the Chef Wizard is not such a wizard after all. The last item is a very basic item. It's just an 8-slot utensil rest that I bought for $10 at Bed Bath & Beyond. There's 8. I'm not sure how realistic that is. Alright, I got 7 in there. The special is just too big.
Okay.
So this bunch, the one I actually used the most surprisingly has been the Chef.
I wonder if I should move the microphone.
It has this kind of wide design to it. It's not very good at flipping heavy objects. It's not good for flipping pancakes, but some things actually works pretty well.
No. I know what I'm doing. Nope.
This is the swap clean system.
I get it.
It has detachable heads, so you can have multiple attachments with one handle.
I just had to sit here for a second and see what the problem was.
And a handle for $70. It's pretty simple. It's pretty sturdy too. This particular combination feels quite sturdy. You can just snap it like this. Very simple, very easy. This one's a lot smaller than the other ones.
This is actually set up pretty nicely to begin with. I don't know why Oh! Which website? No, I didn't get a link.
Now you can hang them.
1 second.
Just like that. The handle choices, you have 60 and 48 inches. The 60 inch, when you put it on the end of the corner, is like 7 feet tall. But you need a longer handle for the push broom, so you might need 2 handles no matter what. Which defeats the purpose just a little bit. I think it's well conceived.
Sorry about that.
We had kind of a big monsoon season this year. We had a big rain last night. Kicked a bunch of dirt, rocks up on the patio. Using my swap to get rid of it. See, Bailey's is very easy to do. I will say I don't really use the indoor attachments. I only use really just push brush. And the reason being is because indoors this handle is just too long.
What did I do?
So after 1 year being outdoors the entire time, the handle actually still held up quite well. Attachments obviously been used a lot, which is the idea, but I was worried it was going to develop over time. Out the elements has been so hot here, but so far so good. So in the end, even though I think that it worked well, the handles
That kind of sounds like Kermit.
after a year and then summertime in Vegas, the fact that I never really used the other attachments made this a kind of an expensive push broom. Works quite well, but if you're not taking advantage of the features, it may not be worth it. Next up was a collection of secret safety stash or cache. Let's first take a look at how the original video went. I put 3 bills in there, it seems kind of tight. It doesn't even hold its logo all the way. Oh, come on now. What legal thing am I supposed to hide in here? I mean, it looks like a kind of a standard dollar store airbrush. Not a lot of space in there. It's going to fit. Obviously, no passport. Obviously, no credit card. I've got a key. Well, that does fit in there. I've got a total of 16 bills here. Let me see if I can fit them in there. Pull that tight. And there it goes. Even with the 16 bills in there, it doesn't feel lopsided or heavy on one side, so I think it works. And there it is. Credit card gonna work. Some silver coins.
Hey there.
It does fit. Can I fit the cash and the key?
Hello, Bubble Boots. What's up?
So if I open this cabinet, just put this down here, I don't think anybody would really notice. The secret safe clock. I mean, is it neat or is it a little bit obvious? There's no real combination or secret just folds forward. Right, so this one will definitely hold my passport and credit cards, my valuable jewelry, and a decent amount of cash. I mean, it's far from being full. My question is, would you guys think to open this up?
How have you been?
Hey. Not much. Smoked, cleaned, got stuck listening to Mother Nature.
Oh yeah.
They were doing the Spirit Box app. Well, one will crash Chromecast and one other scares DF out of chat when it pulls up your IP and geo and displays it back to your screen, lol. I'm trying to do this game real quick. Gonna pick up and vacuum the room in a few.
Oh yeah. Nice. Good idea. Vacuuming is awesome. Ugh.
E1 always thinks that it's broadcasting their info over DNet LOL, it's a localized HTML script. Our president is lying on TV tonight. X20XX. Com. Also, it runs some crazy flashing web page script and throws the info text all around your screen, lol. We must be muted. Just confirming.
Oh, there we go. Got something really loud, actually. There. That's better, right? Okay.
You know there's lip reading tech floating ND Wild ATM.
Yep. Yeah.
You will hate screens?
Whoa. You like it? Supposed to be a little bit different. Like, so like this kinda, but you know, something like that. Either that or point one of y'all, one of these cameras at the door.
I briefly tested the web app that whoever threw up on the web, but didn't get a result.
Oh yeah. So I was doing this so that I can see this one better, and so that when I get this third monitor, things are a little arranged a little better.
And they wanted to charge me.
It's like a sleep cam, and the back door / dining room. Dining room.
At Bubble Boots 777 there could be 5 hate cams. I mean there is, but I do not have them all hooked up.
There we go.
Okay, I'm caught up, lol.
Okay. Yeah, so it gives you a nice view of all the light.
I want to HV an app running parallel with YouTube that automatically kicks in when a stream is muted, and transcript, lip reading data. DOS a lot of hate.
I'll tell you, if you were here, you'd be like, that's not even enough. I mean, if you were other people, you'd be like, this is fuck. Shut up, hate. That is enough, dummy. Go do some laundry. I mean, that was you telling me to go do laundry, not the other.
Exclamation mark high stall. Ahoy. Captain Botrix is trying to get a crew together for a treasure hunt. Type. Heist, amount, to join. And dishes. Do the dishes to hate.
You can't even see my sink. You're right, I do have to do the dishes. See, that's kind of alright, right? If somebody comes all Robbie in here. Look at it. See where I am here? Same place on both cameras, right? But you can see the way out there, and right straight down this hallway is the way out the other way. So it's almost full coverage.
The labia couch looks great on the white wall.
Yeah, kind of.
Blackheart Island has taken another soul. Botrix was sent straight to Davy Jones's locker. A crew of pirates and raiders check their flintlocks and sharpen their cutlasses as they disembark for Blackheart Island.
Definitely some kind of leaves. Woo. I figured that was why.
Exclamation mark high stall.
That's funny. There'll be some not healthy lips. Look at death rattling. I know, right? You should hear if I yell.
Scary.
I'm not like that little fucking Nick Lee dude, where he's like, hey, what's going on, bitch? His voice gets all gay and shit. If I have to get loud, it gets really rumbly and scary. Like Thunder Cats. Oh, man. Yeah, those meds mess with my voice a lot. Whoa. Okay. So what I'll do here is I'm gonna run over to the, hey, these guys want to pay me $35 an hour to create content for a technical school. Content creator. What? Or curator. No creator, yeah. Damn. I don't even have to do the work. Well, I do have to do the work. Fuck out of here. Hybrid work. I don't even know what that means. Go home and at the office. Yeah. I can't do anything.
When you stand close to the chair.
What?
Really?
What do you mean when I stand close to the chair? I said when I quit my medication, my heart meds. Standing close to the chair doesn't do anything for me. No superpowers.
Censored hate tabs on both screens.
That's funny. So before, the way that I had it was if you sat on the couch, it was on one camera, and as soon as you stood up, it was on the other camera. It looked pretty good, but I opted for having more room coverage than multiple angles of the couch. But considering that I'm gonna like mostly sit here when I'm awake, not when I'm awake, but like if I'm streaming, it'll probably be from this chair, so it's alright. I can't even see me inviting anybody over now. I was getting all wrapped up. Hello, Aussie girl, what's up, yo?
Hey, hey.
Yeah, yeah.
Security system.
That was kind of the idea the whole time, right? It's supposed to be like, well, if the cops were gonna come fucking beat me up again, I wanted my own video footage of it.
Not much, just finished work.
Cool. I wish this little guy would stand up.
Hey at Aussie. Hey beautiful bubble boots. You should run a motion sensor tech app on the outside the window view.
Oh, like I could set that up. I'm not sure. Prism wouldn't let me do it, but if I ran it through the software, the other software that came with the camera, I'm sure it's got zone detection on it. Zone detection, probably face recognition too. Okay, that's this one. There we go. Okay. Oh, now you can't see it though. What did I do, idiot?
Oh definitely, and there's a lot of free apps floating around that work.
Yeah. Well, initially, yeah, all that stuff was just all that AI used to just be in other programs. It was so crazy. I don't know why they separated it like that. Like make this AI do everything instead. It's fucked up. I have to go get it. What do I have to get, guys? Get God, bitch. I don't know. I need to get not condoms, I'll tell you that. Don't use those. Yeah, whoever, never mind, man. I'll be right back with some serious questions about male health and hey, go light. I'll be right back. Ooh, I think I broke my chair. What else do I have to get? Milk, maybe. Anybody see where I put my phone? Probably not, eh? It's good. Wallet, got it. Okay, I'll be right back. Nobody wants anything from the store, really? You guys don't
Milk
want
and
nothing?
cigarettes? We
Yeah.
in trouble, chat.
Yeah, milk and cigarettes. I'll be back, babies. I'll be back.
Exclamation mark high stall. Ahoy. Captain Botrix is trying to get a crew together for a treasure hunt. Type heist amount to join. Blackheart Island has taken another soul. Botrix was sent straight to Davy Jones's locker. A crew of pirates and raiders check their flintlocks and sharpen their cutlasses as they disembark for Blackheart Island.
I couldn't get far enough away to forget your guys' names. If I would have forgot one of your names, I would never would have came back. I would have just stayed out there forever. Man, now you know what you gotta do? I'm not even telling you guys. It's the stupidest thing I ever thought of. Oh yeah. What about little Bootstifer? You guys? How's he gonna be real? I did what Az told me. Az was taken, not Asmund Gold. Who actually would be fucked up if they're the same guy, wouldn't it? It would be. He should be like, quit watching all my shit, stupid. Electric Playground, chat. Alright, Bootstifer. Bootstifer Robin. Winnie the Boot. Winnie the Boots. What's up, Winnie the Boot? Anyway, so what I'm saying here is hate goes here, rules. Everybody else, not quite as good. We got the original Caesar. Original Clamato Caesar. The vodka, right? And then we got something I never tried before, but I'll tell you what. No, I won't tell you. How do I say this, chat? How does I say this? Okay, so it's gin and cucumber. I don't know what's gonna happen here. I've never even heard of a gin and cucumber Caesar before, so I'm certainly interested in trying it out. Chat. Gang gang. Oh yeah, idiot. I did what Az told me to, by the way. Az. $3 scratch card. Oh my god, it does smell like dill pickles. It's a lottery ticket that smells like dill pickles. Oh well, I know one of these letters isn't there, but I gotta waste a letter. Sorry. Hold on, why would I bother then? Like Hall of Famer?
Exclamation mark X-Famer.
It's a conjugation. You're allowed. Ouch, dude. My fucking ear. Oh, I know what it is. I'm so dumb. We had this one before.
Exclamation mark Xomber.
Yep.
Exclamation mark X-rays. Exclamation mark X-Talon.
Huh. Sneezes. Oh, well, Brittany can keep doing whatever she's doing. Looks like a UFO over there in the kitchen, hey? That's wild. I love it. What I'm wondering, right, is if I should just have this couch tilted a little bit more. Or keep having it the way that it was. Against the back wall. I'll see what the idea was.
Consumed 2 gummies. Now I'm going to chill here in Diamond Art.
Right on, girl. Looking forward to it. I'm just trying to get the cameras set up a little better. Oh, come on. That might help. Is my audio working still? Or am I all effed up? Okay. Good.
Yes.
Check this out.
Delayed.
That's all good.
Dang it.
It's alright, eh?
Nice.
Go that way. Come over here. Yeah, that's alright. I can see the chat just fine. Right on. I like it. Okay.
And rub snipers back for a few. Lurky.
He should be rubbing your back. What the fuck?
Exclamation mark high stall.
Give him a little elbow rub for me.
Ahoy. Captain Botrix is trying to get a crew together for a treasure hunt. Type. Heist. Amount. To join.
Trust me, he'll like it. Okay, Facebook. Frankly, this is really cool. How do I use this, bro? Haha.
Blackheart Island has taken another soul. Botrix was sent straight to Davy Jones's locker. A crew of pirates and raiders check their flintlocks and sharpen their cutlasses as they disembark for Black Heart Island.
man.